What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another week of NECC Valorant. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We got our first best of three on the line. I'm very excited to join you back on the mic with some Valorant, my buddy.
I know. Listen, you and I we've been in the Counter-Strike realm for a couple of weeks now. It's good to be back for some Val.
I mean, what's Counter-Strike?
What even is that?
I don't
I
even
don't
know
even.
what that is. All I know is Valorant. That is all I know. Valorant and a little bit about these teams as well. So let's take a look at the teams that we're going to be playing, starting off with MSU White. It looks like, I mean, I think that just speaking on this team, their record 4-2 says a lot. I mean, this is a team that started off really well, couple wins, couple losses, and they are ending off on another win heading into this week. That is going to be a little bit of back and forth. It's going to give them a little bit of a boost heading into this game versus St. Louis and a real chance to maybe seize hold of their opportunities going into the playoffs.
That's fair, right? This Montclair State University squad, made up of Noah, Saga, Mnemonics, Vera Heat, and Hasty. I think they've been doing well, right? Some bumps in the road. Let's not pretend, but
Yeah.
they're near the top of the standings here in the Emergence Northeast B division. But let's take a peek at their opposition, because Seymour, here's the reality: St. Lawrence University, they've done even better. They come in 5-1 to this matchup, and they have been taking names. And honestly, I don't see a world where they're stopping.
No, I don't either. And I think the biggest head to head between the two for St. Louis is the matchups versus Cornell University White. St. Louis, they beat them 2-0. MSU, they lost 2-1. So it's very kind of stark parallels there where you're kind of digging deep to find that information to kind of separate these two teams. But again, it kind of leads back to, if St. Lawrence wins here, it really secures themselves. But if they drop down, kind of opens up this division for a whole lot of shenanigans. So let's take a look at where this best of three is going to be taking us. Let's take a look where the setting is going to lay down, and we get to see Lotus, Ascent, and Bind.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just another version of El Clasico at this point. We've seen a bunch of Lotus over this season here at the NECC, and Ascent. As much as we've been talking about it being a little bit boring, sometimes it's good. Lets you get back to basics and such. Where Bind, honestly, don't even want to think about it until which point we get there, because there's a lot to break down prior to that. One thing to note, by the way, the lack of Icebox, I feel like a ton of teams have been going the Icebox direction, and so not seeing it here is a little bit of a surprise to me. That being said, I think that Lotus is going to be a proving ground, both in way for St. Lawrence, right? See what they're made of, considering the fact that they elect to pick this map. I think that that's going to allow them to set the tone for this series. But in general, right, Lotus can be a place where you set up for what's to come.
No, I totally agree with this. I think this is a big step for MSU, but for St. Louis, this is kind of their test to see if, they're exactly, as good as the stats show. And I think, Lotus, and we can go on and on about Lotus and how it's the new haven, it's the new collegiate classic. But I think that when you look in the general scheme of the way that Valorant is played, this is exactly the testing grounds that you're going to be looking at for both of these teams for this best of three. If MSU can come out, show up on the map pick of St. Louis, that's going to open up a world that this possibly goes to Bind all the way towards the end. On the other end, St. Louis, if they come out and they stomp on this Lotus map, Ascent for a map number two, that is so traditional for a lot of these teams that I wouldn't count St. Louis out on a map like Ascent. That's going to be the danger zone for MSU if Lotus does not kind of lead in their direction a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we look towards the agent select. Though I think that in general we've seen a lot of teams have differing viewpoints on how to approach Lotus a little bit. At least in the last couple of weeks, it's been a question mark for me about what you want to come in with. Are you going to be playing a Killjoy, or maybe you're getting a little bit wild with the sky changes, and you're like, you know what, Gecko's feeling great now. Let's run with that. That I'm interested to kind of see how that all gets locked in and run down, because the real situation here is I don't think it necessarily matters what you're going to play as long as you feel comfortable and it's synergistic.
Yeah.
It's important to make sure that you are putting together something that works together well, even if it's not the most met.
Let's take a look at the agents that we are going to get for Lotus Vincent. St. Lawrence opting in for the Rays Omen, Killjoy Fade, and Breach. We get to see the Breach Fade, Cypher, Rays, and Omen on the side of MSU. So the difference is here being the Cypher and the Killjoys for both of these teams. Something that a lot of teams do kind of toss up. Some prefer the Cypher, some prefer the Killjoy, and it is very interchangeable on a map like Lotus. But if you are going to opt in to bringing the Cypher into this map, you need to see them get a little bit tricky with it. See if you can, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, I'm actually favoring the Killjoy a little bit on paper, but I think what's actually really interesting to me is the fade. I feel like we haven't been seeing that oh so consistently, especially with the double initiator, though that looks like a whole lot of fun. So if we look to get into the action, it's a lot of presence towards bait for MSU to begin with.
Dollar bill falling off right away. He's just listening, and Virgo leading in with this raise. You see the initiators are going to look to scout for some information, but it's a nice re-clear from Dollar Bill. Actually gets rid of Saga, and that is going to be an opening now for St. Lawrence to hopefully slow down this plant, but Vero Health and Numo going to be able to continue. MS White looking to take control of B. They work through Link. They push on out, and unfortunately it's not going to work in their favor. Kako is going to trade it. The 2 versus 3, and Mom has now headed over to C.
And they're going to adjust that plan as well. Noah, just ensuring that everybody has positioning on that. The retake, it's already begun very slow because you got to re-clear all these angles. You never know where one of the attackers can just be chilling here, waiting around the corner or in a smoke, for example. And that's going to delay things further. This is well played from MSU for the most part.
Really is. Gak gonna bring this back into a 2v2. Nice clear there onto Noah, but they have the read on both members stacked over towards the shelf. They do not. Vero's finding 4 in the pistol, and MSU take our first round on the attacking side.
Very nicely done indeed. And yeah, a 4K, it's certainly going to be strong, but actually just the way that they were moving as a team sets Vero Heat up for that. Got to hit the shots, obviously, credit where it's due, but Montclair doing a good job of not being too committed to their initial decision. Right? A lot of teams kind of get stuck in the dirt when it comes to, okay, we've called this, that's what we're doing. Not going to be the case here for Montclair, which I like to see.
An early Vandal coming out from Vero, looking to at least stomp out any idea for St. Lawrence. That's going to come out inside of the second round, and they are going to go for a little bit of pressure here to A. You do have the Shrouded Staff going to make some noise, and it looks like Tidgek and Kago going to immediately call for smoke to reposition and get set up for these oncoming players.
Around like this one, a little bit of surprise. It's going to be important. Contact will be made, and see the setup right now, not seriously, was ready to swing off Tidgek. Not too far behind the rest of the players towards the site. None of that's going to happen, though. All of that is just a precursor to what is going to be the C hit. Back to what worked in the pistol round for Montclair. We're going to find nobody home. That A site stack. Let's end up finding nothing whatsoever. And it's tough, Seymour, because it's just a gamble. Sometimes that's gonna fall by the wayside. You're not gonna make that happen. But I did really like the setup that St. Lawrence are putting down. Simple, but effective in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think in a different world, you can look at that setup that was there for St. Lawrence, and you can see how passive the smoke was thrown down after the ult orb was collected, and understand that that was not going to be an execute over towards A, but it just didn't seem like St. Lawrence had that understanding. So they're going to have the wrong read, the wrong call, and now no chance to win the second round. Not seriously, has somehow slipped their way onto the site. So they're looking to do some damage into the exit to the weaponry of MSU. Hasty's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Lots of people die to the spike, but one person gets out from St. Lawrence, 2 from MSU White as Montclair start off 2-0.
Not actually ideal for any St. Lawrence players to get out there. It's a little bit unfortunate. You don't really want to be getting out. Look at the amount of cash on Kago, who's the one who got stuck back. But
a little awkward.
It is what it is. Yeah, a little bit. will have a Marshall in hand instead of a rifle. But what it does do here, for MSU, is instead of having a bonus, now they just have more of a half-buy round. They don't really have any rifles. It's a couple of SMGs and pistols as well. Now, a lot of times I tend to want to just buy in here, but I think the more common strategy is to do what we're seeing Montclair do and just have a bit of a half-buy with whatever you could save.
Didgak, Vandal in hand. Paranoia is going to back him off, and Hasty looking to gain some space now. Noah's not going to stop here. They want to pick up the pace, and they want to catch a few off guard, and Didgak looking the wrong way. First to fall, Kago blinded by his teammate. Recovers the Vandal from his teammates, and Kago now looking to do some damage, but MSU, they get the spike down, and now they're looking to set up in this post lane. Kago gets run down. Saka's gonna catch Dollar again in the open, looking the wrong way, and Virgo invests the showstopper to bring it into a 1 versus 1, but look at the health of Numone. Nemoni, so low. The Phantoms just has to spray down around the corner, and St. Lawrence, a clutch for not seriously.
It's nice to see. I love how Dollar Bills is actually getting right up in their face just as the spike goes down, is just swinging and taking aggressive fights as well. That's huge to see. It's this double kill, I think, that really saves the day and puts up the 1v1 as a possibility. Zort's deserving a lot of credit as well for just opting into that fight, understanding, hey, I'm not getting away from this showstopper, but if I can somehow find the kill on that raise, I can set Not Seriously up for the 1v1 against Mnemonics. It's fantastic to see as Montclair going to be put on the back foot just a little bit. Now, this is a decision I'm not a big fan of for St. Lawrence. They win the round, but they're essentially saving into this next one.
Yeah, essentially.
I mean, you're giving up the entirety. If you think about the economy as a battle in and of itself, you're giving it up by default here, and not giving yourself as good a chance to win this round.
So again, MSU so good at these executes. Virgo, another first blood traded by Kago with this frenzy. Now looking to get this Vandal from the body of Hasty, but I was going to make sure that's not possible. And the spike down immediately. Electric plays here from MSU.
It's gets so much more difficult now with the retake. There's a rolling thunder. If they get deep into this site, they can just get stunned off of it. There's not a lot of way to get out of that scenario either. Well, I guess it could help. You get the opening engagement.
Here comes the rolling thunder. Zort is actually going to be caught in that. So MSU looking to delay the time that you can actually have for this spike defuse. Dollar bill. Nice shots there with Zort. And no way, Saka and Nemoni give it away for the defuse. Another clutch for St. Lawrence.
This is just a mistake for MSU, though. Last time, phenomenal individual 1v1. Got to be able to find this frag if you're Noah. Zortz has just shut them down, and the early swing as well. Out of tree, taking the fight before the rolling thunder can come in. Just a bit of a mistake in my book. And it allowed St. Lawrence a round that, again, they were essentially giving that one up by going for a half-buy / eco.
This goes here.
Up against a full rifle round.
It works,
Bit of a wild
Vincent.
situation.
It works. MSU, I mean, you just cannot give rounds like that up where they start off so well in these past two rounds. They just fall short at the finish line.
Yeah, I think, the previous round, it was more down to St. Lawrence making some really good plays. This one, Montclair giving up a bit too much. It'll be this time they on the eco.
Smoke down is actually going to stall this out. That's a lot of information from the Haunt, and C is a no-go. That's going to take us back to A.
It's a ton of util invested, though. Notice everything that went in there. That was all in response to just, I think, a single Haunt and Dark cover.
The Spike is going to rotate actually over into B. Seems
That's
like...
great. Considering the link position.
Should be a split in towards B. You're just waiting to see what Nemoni's going to be doing. Dollar bill waiting for the information to fall off and play for the retake. And here it goes. Haunt over towards Link. Satchel for Vero. The spike has got its way onto site. Vero's going to find an opening there onto Kako. Look to get the gun. It's a Phantom in the hand now.
They have all the link control they could ever want. This is what that position is what makes the retakes a lot easier on this site. Without it, it's gonna be tough for St. Lawrence.
Now look at this, Noah. Gonna be pressing the issue. Looking to force back St. Lawrence inside the round and draw out this time. Saga has a flank and everybody's in front. The shots. No, the shots. They don't realize it at first. Saga's gonna get one. But what could have been?
She's so lucky to get out of that with a frag.
So close, Vincent. So close.
Round one, though, you can forget about it if the round goes your way, and it certainly has for Montclair. Good decision-making, that rotation back to B, positioning as well to cut off the link in investment if there was going to be one, though there never was for St. Lawrence. That's a bit of a mistake, I think. Notice how stacked up they are. Saga can just take shots, even miss a couple, and still get away with it. That can't happen if you're St. Lawrence University.
That's not right for the replay team to put that back up. Saga, no. I am sorry if you're watching this one back. I'll have a word with the replay team.
Sometimes you got to look back at the hard moments, take stock, what went wrong.
Dollar bill spots out the hands, goes back in, and there's a shot. The op not gonna make anything out of it just yet. Falls back right away. Very passive round this time out of MSU.
There's no reason for them to be playing ultra aggressive. They already put some feelers out towards C. Know that nobody's getting aggressive there. Now it's time for the same thing, but over towards A, where they've got some root. They're going to be heading out towards rubble. This will be solid stuff to get them into good positions. And that's something that I do want to see St. Lawrence maybe change up. They are allowing a ton of space. I mean, maximum space given here. And Montclair haven't even had to invest utility to get it.
Euro slowly working their way into sight. Gonna get the better of Congo yet again. First to fall. The plant down right away. Vero looking for more. That's two. Zortz falls. And now this post plant without your initiators is going to be super difficult. You look to Tidgek to make this change. But look what's set up. It's the nightmare now. Vero looking to follow up on this one. You can see the trail players are caught in the Prowler to lead the way. Vero 3 in the round. And it is done. St. Lawrence sent packing a fourth for MSU.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is why St. Lawrence need to get more aggressive. They need to play forward because MSU, that was a contact play out towards A. And the first contact made, you see where the X is on the minimap? It was at the back of A site. Yeah, nobody had any information prior to that. Nobody jump spotting towards stairs. Nobody even doing anything on the C site either. Dollar Bill, he was opping all the way in their spawn, pretty much. It was the back of B main. It was just so, or C main, excuse me, but it was just so passive. And you can't allow them to get this much space for free.
Changes that need to be seen. Heading into the next couple of rounds. Dollar Bill still with that op. Solo on A with this op. That's not where MSU, they're changing this one up yet again, Vincent. 4 stack to mounds. Everybody's going to be here. Zortz with a stinger in hand, and MSU, they can hear everything. Vero's going to be caught. The Prowler looking to keep Zortz back, but still looking to go back in. The Aftershocks to get rid of this fade. They're swinging together. Showstopper now for Vero, caught by the Bulldog, but the trades go the way of MSU. And again, Dollar Bill, nowhere to be seen with this operator. So alone over towards the A site.
I'm just going to drop the op down. Doesn't want to give that over to the attackers. Doesn't want to give that space up.
There's time to save.
I mean, it could have certainly tried to, but the spike, it went down as he died there. So that was another 40 seconds of hunting, potentially. You can understand the thought process at the very least. 5-2. MSU. And a relatively expensive round for them, considering that was up against an eco in that they, they dropped the showstopper and such, but gonna be perfectly fine with that. And the irony is that St. Lawrence, the round that they're kind of just tossing bodies at the problem, I think that was the right call.
It was an interesting change. Looking to fight fire with fire. Sometimes that it's the blood going, but not this case with MSU. A team that definitely had their work cut out for them, but they're starting off strong in the map pick of St. Lawrence. Excellent execute from Vero here yet again to take control of the site. Spikes going down right away.
That's a fight that Chicago really needs to win. With Mnemonics taken out of that position, there's something to be said about this retake, especially with how quickly the three members are coming on the flank. Just gotta stand tall and hang on some of this waterfall control, and they'll do that.
Odin for not seriously gonna spot out Noah. The flashpoint though, and Vera, nice swing. Tidkek's gonna get the trade, but numbers for MSU. Wiped away by Tidkek. Showstopper, it's gonna land. 3 kills for Tidkek on this retake. Low HP though, and Saka's gonna cut things down. The defuse is gonna get taps, looking to bait them out, and Cargo swings it around for St. Lawrence. It seems.
I don't know that they have it.
No,
yeah, just a second off. That's unfortunate, and that was the time that it took to get that triple flank into position. By the way, Vero, the timing coming through into that waterfall fight, fantastic. That really puts a wrinkle in the possible outcome of this round. Very fortunate that Montclair were able to knock enough time off of that clock, but you'll take those every day of the week. This is not a good looking half for the St. Lawrence University squad. You take a peek, their money is busted up once again. Take an early fight. This is going to cause probably a fast snap towards C. And yes, it is. Just that paranoia and everything, and they're headed right out.
Seriously, here with the sheriff. Shot between the two.
I know exactly where you
And Nemoni actually going to get some information off a kill, lurking back over towards A. It looked like St. Lawrence, they wanted to aggress onto the Cypher, but it's not going to pay off. And now that neural theft is going to feed the information to the rest of the team on where Zortz is.
One enemy remains.
Hunting is on. Vero is going to catch them on the exit. And Cargo still dancing around with Nemoni. A flawless round for MSU White. The attack of Lotus 7-2, Vincent. And even think about the 2 rounds that St. Lawrence have got. 2 clutch defuses that came down to the wire. This has not been a close game for St. Lawrence.
No, it hasn't, and especially when you consider it was a bonus round as well, one of those. So a lot less weaponry than you would normally see in a full gun round. It doesn't paint a very pretty picture.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Like to see them try and use these ultimates. They've had them for a while, especially that Rolling Thunder. Want to see them try and make a set play. I mean, they're getting aggressive here.
There.
Same situation towards Mound, and again, MSU, they understand that St. Lawrence aren't playing aggressive anywhere, and when they do, when they put some utility down, that means that they're all there. Crazy that Mnemonics is going to get out of that with one site pretty much locked down at this point. Everybody grouped up and taking so much space towards spawn, Seymour. This is beautiful.
Proactive. So proactive from MSU White. And Mnemonics getting that first initial kill, too, slows down St. Lawrence yet again. I mean, there's no time to hit this defuse and find all 4 members. They need to go fast, and Vero's already going to find one. Saga up top shuts down their opposition. Fade against Fade, and Saga has been leading this one. Cargo, some nice shots. It's down to 1. A 1v1 for dollar bill. Can they clutch up yet again? The Aftershock is going to make that a big old note burger. 8 rounds for MSU White. The Spike's going to detonate, and they look good.
That they do. And I'm glad you mentioned Mnemonics, right? Just, it's not about... Mnemonics don't have to get a kill there. But getting a frag and staying alive for so long, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 seconds that delays the retake, you saw it was the difference there at the end. The possibility, yeah, I know there was the rolling thunder, probably wouldn't have happened, but just the chance versus none at all is absolutely huge. And well, right now Montclair State, they are an unstoppable force. Look how passive it is. St. Lawrence, I think they've taken the wrong decisions or the wrong outcomes from those last couple of rounds where they got aggressive out mound. Instead, they're going for more of a stack play with dollar bill. Very aggressive towards B. Maybe got to poke his nose in where it doesn't belong. And how have they made this read? There's no way they're just walking through this smoke.
No way at all. Nobody is here, so it's just gonna work, Vincent.
Okay, they're not walking through. I don't know how they had that read, but if they... Okay, no, they're just waiting the smoke out.
Smoke goes down. The showstopper's going to be invested into this one, and Vero...
Toss in the corner. Do it.
Ain't no way. No damage off of that. But
There's
it
a
was
lockdown.
close.
So there's maybe some way to get back in here, but there's a rolling thunder to answer that lockdown to stall out the retaking players.
Yeah, so are we going to see that rolling thunder from MSU White? Vero already looking to hit this flank. Sorts is going to be ready for this one, but as the lockdown goes down, Hasty's going to get out of there. 0 players detained, and Hasty actually cancels it out. So smart, not seriously, no read on that possibility. Vero looking to get back to the side and pick them off one by one. Shots in the back. Vero now looking to delay. Zortz is going to get the kill, but it's too little too late. 1 versus 3. Saka's going to go down, but the round is won 9-2. MSU have a commanding lead heading into the second half.
That was some greedy stuff from Saga. Oh my goodness. Look at this in the end. Saga wanted that final frag. So did Zortz. Just hanging out. 19-6 for Vero Heat, by the way. Just many quad kills. And speaking of quad, there's 6 kills for the rest of the squad. I do find funny. A little symmetry situation.
So good. I mean, Vero is doing everything for MSU White at the start of rounds, at the end of rounds. If Vero can stay alive, I don't even think there's a chance for St. Lawrence to win it. But I like this at a dollar bill. You see the aggression finally pay off for the Omen, and Vero looking to hunt with this shorty. A little too far of a battle to take, buddy.
Yeah, but it has pulled out quite a bit of utility.
Look at Zortz.
Yeah, this is a great position. They haven't been aggressive here once.
Mnemonics has no idea. Still going to be cleared, and Zortz just not ready for the fight. Looking at the wall.
I didn't expect to be taking an engagement right there. Rotations are coming for St. Lawrence, but well, they might be a little too late with Mnemonics winning a fight like that and the spike going down.
Spike planted, 4v3. St. Lawrence going to end off this half with a round victory, and dollar bill is going to even us up. How good has this Omen been for St. Lawrence University? Noah's got the rolling thunder, ready to let it rip at any moment. Mnemonics just tucks behind the spike, and here it is. Mnemonics going to peek out just before that rolling thunder is going to land. It's all down to dollar bill, 1 versus 3, and there's no time, Vincent. On Lotus, the map pick of St. Lawrence University. This is a stomp.
My goodness, Noah just hanging out behind the box. Insult to injury right there. They'll go down, but 10-2. Seymour, this is incredible. I had no expectations coming into this, but I don't know, considering the win-loss here, 4-2, 5-1. I was expecting a close affair, even on the map pick of St. Lawrence. Not only has it not been close, but it's not been good for St. Lawrence.
You and me both. I mean, how many times do I look at you, Vincent, and we're looking at the stats, and when a team is 5-1, the stats are usually true. I mean,
Yeah.
it's had time to like weed out like the possibilities for this team and how they look, and this does not look like a 5-1 team.
I know.
They need to figure out a way to get comfortable on this map, and a lot of it comes down to just taking no space.
What a wild trip.
It's going to be spotted, too. 4 members here to stop this by MSU. Hasty, somehow still alive. Mnemonic's going to get the first kill of the round, and the wrap from St. Louis to head to C.
And Not Seriously is hanging out. Should be able to get one here. The HP low enough, and it's not just the first, but 2. That almost seals the round.
Vero's still alive.
Can't do anything about it on the cross.
2v4, low HP on every single member except Tidgek. And the Nano Swarms still available. Vero's going to be blocked off by the Paranoia. Noah isolated, 18 health and a dream to win it out. The right click from Dollar Bill, aware of how low Vero was. A heads-up play from the Omen yet again, but it all comes down to this from Not Seriously. I mean, that rotation for St. Lawrence, it sets up in a 4-on-4, if not for Not Seriously sticking around.
It's not just a numbers game either, Seymour. It's about the presence. If there's somebody door, even just trolling around, opening and closing, you know, not really committing to a fight, all of the players back site have to play a lot more scared. They aren't able to really move around and find the angles correctly and play off of one another. That's a problem. And, well, without that presence, without that pressure, it's easy enough to handle the oncoming traffic. Just one direction to be dealt with. We hop into a bit of a tech pause. Just some quick look back at what's been happening. It's very much the Montclair State show, at least in that first half.
One enemy remaining.
A couple of rounds too early on for St. Lawrence where the retakes looked really good, but towards the later ends, you saw that MSU, they figured it out. They cracked the code of if Vero can get on site right away and nobody's there, spike down immediately, set up for the post plants, and trust that Mnemonics is going to at least find 1 or 2 kills on the lurk, and that's going to delay St. Lawrence and slow them down. And it did quite a lot. I mean, this came down to the time most of all. So I think St. Lawrence, if they can play a little bit like that first round, play quickly, play together, especially on the attacking side of Lotus, they can really expose this game.
I think you're right. You're on the right track. That is certainly a possibility, but they got to figure out a way to stop Vero Heat. That was somebody that seemed an unstoppable force in so many of these rounds, consistently delivering multi-frags. And, I mean, again, it wasn't as if, you know, there's a lot of times you look at that scoreline and it seems like that might be the only player on the server. That wasn't the case, but with that level of consistency, it's difficult to actually make any plays not run into Vero Heat, at least in that first half. So, St. Lawrence University, the first step is done. They figured out at least one way to get back in, and that's picking up a pistol round. I don't think we're going to be seeing any crazy force buy. It looks like Hasty is the one who's disconnected, unfortunately. But, you know, we talked as well, Seymour, about the head-to-heads that we've seen, right? Both teams playing Cornell University White in their time, and that's, I think, what the biggest question mark for us was, considering both teams played Cornell and St. Lawrence beat them, where it was a 1-2 loss over for MSU.
That 1-2 loss was close.
It was. And there was one other thing I wanted to bring up about it, and that is that St. Lawrence played them in week 1, all the way at the beginning of the season. It's been a long 5 weeks since then. So, considering it was just a couple of weeks ago that MSU actually played up against Cornell, could it be a very different looking team?
Are we saying that the Cornell University White stocks have gone up?
I'm saying that's certainly a possibility, and it does fit our current narrative that we're seeing painted by the scoreline of 10-3 with Montclair up on St. Lawrence's map pick. And if I was painting a picture, all of that would be there.
It is a very good picture to paint right now.
It wouldn't be very pretty, but it would.
Would it be less pretty because you're the one painting it, or because of the picture?
Because I'm the one painting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The picture sounded great.
Yeah, no. Like if it's a thing that happens in your mind, if you're imagining it, that's great. If I got a paintbrush out,
if this thing is AI generated by you typing it in, maybe
It would look better if it was AI generated than it'd be painting. By a lot.
I've never seen
Not
your
even
painting,
close.
but I'll
You
take
don't
your
want to. You
take
simply
your
don't
word for
want
it.
to.
take your word for it for sure.
I have
Well-
no idea what's happened, but I saw 2 words down at the bottom.
It said Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi
went.
went.
Okay. So it seems
is
like
not
the
good.
seems like the Wi-Fi went out on campus, Vincent. So
Oh, that's tough.
this might take a second. So I think this is as good a time as any for us to possibly send things to a quick little break while we get everything back in terms of this game. So we'll see in a little bit with the continuation of this Lotus, folks, and see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. I told you it was going to be a little bit quick. We just had to get a mobile hotspot set up for the players. And MSU White, they're back into the lobby, Vincent. So let's see if they can rebound after that pistol loss.
Yeah, listen, I think having a couple seconds to cool off, probably, considering St. Lawrence already won the pistol, probably doing them a little bit of good. I would appreciate that at the very least if I was in the server. Getting a couple of seconds to reset mentally. Whatever they saw over at A, they didn't like it. St. Lawrence, they saw a single fault line and they're like, no, thank you.
Well, what they're going to get at C is definitely not what they want. Vero is the one standing over here. A little lurk out of Sega. Over egregious challenge there. She's going to get caught on the flank. And St. Lawrence from coast to coast, back and forth. We headed to A again. Hasty. Can they stop it?
Some decisions being made about that dark cover. It's not going to stop St. Lawrence, though.
No. But it is going to be given time to hopefully give Hasty some isolated fights. The spike's going down. Hasty's going to hear that. The presence offsite is going to be coming through Link. And Dollar Bill is watching it. Vandal ready for what's to come. Mnemonics. It's a Sentinel classic. For all that use that, all of you that may not know, go support the VCT teams.
Yeah, 100%. Gotta give them some cash. Pretty cool.
Give them your money so they can do cool things on stream.
Exactly. Give us a lot of entertainment, you know?
Yeah.
Love to see St. Lawrence, though, keeping that one very clean. A good start to their comeback journey. The biggest problem is that Montclair, they have so many rounds to work with, and only a couple of rounds lost is going to be just horrific for St. Lawrence. Going to cut their possibilities significantly every time they make a mistake or even just lose one round out of nowhere. It's a lot of control out towards Rubbles or Montclair. They're into position.
Chicago's going to open it up. Here we go. Noah. Phantom spraying through the smoke. A little bit of damage there. Chicago's actually down so low. And Sorts is forced off of this. The dark cover is going to delay this attempt at B, and it seems like that's going to force St. Lawrence over to C.
Don't want to wait things out too long. It's also usually going to be a good rotation considering nobody's actually committed other than Saga. She doesn't necessarily have to either. Can just walk away from waterfalls as well. C site will be evacuated. 4 on 5 for the retake, Montclair.
Hasty looking for anything, but St. Lawrence not giving anything. It's very safe post plant. Seriously, is actually going to be spotted, and Congo sprayed down to the wall. Hasty, little wall bang action is going to give now Vero a chance at aggression. Swings out, sees nothing in this 4-on-4. 10 gets the first to fall. Dollar Bill for the retrade. Dollar Bill gets 2. It's all down to Vero. Time draining away. planted for the backside. Vero's going to stick this one to half. Hops off it. Hopefully that Zortz is going to come out and give Vero a chance, but it's a pinch from both sides, and St. Lawrence give 5.
They look like us.
There we
They
go.
are like
It's
us.
the gun round, and it goes their way. A beautiful way to get on the board, at least when it comes to the real weapon rounds. We hadn't seen one of those out from St. Lawrence since the very beginning of the first half. Their adjustment back towards the C site ends up really perfect. And, you know, I really criticize St. Lawrence for the way they weren't taking any aggressive positions on their defensive side. It actually saves them there. They just play it really passive back towards the site. Don't take any forward positions or get up in the faces of the retaking Montclair. And MSU, they were waiting for that, and they didn't ever get it, which means that they had to take so much extra time.
Time is something that both of these teams seem to give up on the defending side. Nice shot from the Marshall. Back in for 2. Saga's going to go down, and advantage given up right away. Dollar bill half himself a game.
1-for-1, and St. Lawrence, again, one thing to say about them is that they've been incredibly decisive on this attack side. They're making their decisions, and they're sticking together, which I love to see. Sometimes it's just that simple thing that can give you a victory.
Noah actually spotted by the Haunt, and that's going to uproot the potential flank that Noah was going for. Hasty's going to get one before Vero goes down, but looking for a little bit more. They're not giving anything away, and Mnemonics, this Marshall is going to be blocked out by the dark cover. Spike is getting planted, and
30 seconds left.
MSU going to have to go above and beyond just to win this one out. They need a lot of luck.
Spike planted.
I think it all started with that
Enemy remaining.
nice trade shot, and I don't think they're going to get much of anything done outside of that. Especially with the Marshall close range. Not always the best weaponry. They're playing with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Just hanging out.
respect is being shown to Mnemonics.
No hard feelings.
Oh, and
That's
I
why.
guess rightfully so. Just off the head, Zortz. That bullet whizzed over the shoulder.
Lucky to be alive, that's for sure. And another round where St. Lawrence, in these post plants, they're playing really smart. They're not getting overzealous. They're playing together. And even that situation there, only reason they're not swinging off of one another is just because they already have the space to work with. They already know that the timer is starting to tick down, and it's about time rather than about the frags at that junction. But yeah, I think that St. Lawrence have a good figure of what's going on in some of these rounds, but this is another gun round. MSU, they couldn't do anything in the previous.
Let's flash out there. Dollar bill with the help of Tidgak. It's another opening in the gun round. Saka looking to pick up where they left off, but only able to find the one. MSU down to 2.
And it already feels like St. Lawrence, they've won this round. Yeah, backing up or Montclair.
Spike planted. My
You
ult
could
is
try
ready.
to go in for this, but there's no foothold. Nothing to work from. Don't even have like steps control. You're out of this. It was a triple A setup that was meant to hold back the push, but a little bit of a flub, I think. Like, I don't know what utility they were throwing, but they missed the paint shell early, and I don't know what else was being invested there, but the 3 players that were ready to go didn't seem prepared to take a fight, even though they were positioned to do so. I'm already feeling that St. Lawrence, the numbers don't add up yet, but in my mind, they've already made the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, only 3 rounds down, Vincent. They're back.
And 2 gun rounds that looked really, really good.
Comes down to the openings. It was the same thing for St. Lawrence and how they gave up so much on their defending side early on. They didn't even give themselves really a chance to fight for these sites. They're trying to play for first bloods, and they're going a little bit too far into it to try to get them. They're giving up so much.
Montclair will take a timeout, understandably so, right? Just talk things over about what's been going wrong. And, here's just another peek at what's been going on this entire half. It started out 10-2, remember? It's now 10-7. That's a crazy comeback already. That's why I'm saying the mentality for St. Lawrence is correct.
Enemy remaining.
And MSU, I'm spitballing a little bit here, but it kind of feels like to me they're playing not to lose in a lot of those rounds. That last one is the first time they've really gotten aggressive and tried to, I think, take a round by themselves, right? You know, control the pace a little bit, and it didn't work out, which is part of the reason I think this timeout's important for them to take a moment and reset, find out, okay, was the game plan wrong or was the execution wrong?
Gonna have to see if that question can be answered here for MSU, as the Tactibears are looking to summon something that's coming out of that flower. Not sure what it's going to be, but
Those are demon bears. Just saying.
mystical
one.
demon bears.
Bring them down.
No bears that I've ever heard of summon anything. They just go roar. Do some sleeping.
They summon a good old growl.
I was hoping for the jump spot, but it's nothing but a bullet down range. Starts to hear some stomping. None of that's necessarily a guarantee, though, that the B side is under attack.
So difficult.
Move through the door and into C.
So difficult to defend against this one. Noah kind of caught now. Tidgek is trailing after this breach. If Noah's gotten out, that's the important part here. It'll be a 5-on-5 for the retake. MSU. Fortunate part, they're walking into a lockdown.
You should run.
And they're on an eco. They don't have a ton to work with. Don't have a ton to play with either.
They don't really have anything to stop this. 2 players are going to get detained by the lockdown. Saka was just in the middle of the site hoping that somebody was going to give it up, but Hasty's coming back in. Hasty's got a Vandal. The time is so low, they need to go quickly. The dark cover is going to be down, and now Hasty with the paranoia, hoping to back up these players. Dark cover is going to dismiss, and Hasty's got everything to do with this Vandal, but it's just not to be. Mnemonics, the up looking to run away, be safe for the next round, but another round lost for MSU. A lot of damage done, but things are down to a 2-round difference now.
This is just going to show you that a phenomenal first half doesn't win you the game. You got to play the whole map. And at the moment, just nothing been done for the Montclair State squad in the second half.
This goes here.
The turnaround. St. Lawrence, their post plans have also been really good. Once they get onto the site, I don't think MSU have really had much of a chance. There's been a couple of closer scenarios, but as a general rule, it really hasn't been too much of an issue.
Monix is going to let that op sing to C. That's going to give away its positioning, and St. Lawrence quickly to adapt. Bomb just outside of B. Players stacked to A. Vero has to be careful. Dollar Bill hasn't been known to miss these shots.
Just trying to find some sort of contact play, looking for MSU to play aggressive, and MSU simply aren't. Mnemonics is the only one doing anything of the sort, right? First contact made towards C, adjust back towards B, but it's just a leg shot through the edge of the wall.
And now they know that the op isn't on C anymore, so they're going to hit that quick rotate over. The Nightmare is going to lead the charge in. Saga gets out to Waterfall. Mnemonics is going to set up into their spawn with the op, but hunted by the Prowler after that Nightmare hits him.
Another plant down. It's going to test these post-plant scenarios once again for St. Lawrence.
Kako is looking to pressure up this op. Noah looking to give some space here. Not seriously goes down. Flashpoint back out. Noah looking to get rid of Kako. The showstopper infested from 0 to 2 versus 2. Things getting a little chaotic here, but it's down to Sega and Mnemonics. Sega through Waterfall. Shut down by Dollar Bill. A 1 versus 2. Lots of damage on Desorts, but the Prowler is going to delay this one, and there isn't a lot of time for Mnemonics to make it. The cage is going to be thrown down, hopefully blocking these members out, and he knows exactly where they both are. Looking to play around. He gets the kills, but is there time, Vincent? I don't think so.
No, I don't think there was. Not to get all the way around. Oh, man. Another close call, but another round for St. Lawrence University. They've done it again. And it's this aggressive positioning out towards the spawn. It's so difficult to connect with. As MSU, they rotate in, and they just get hit with bit after bit of utility layered through. That's part of what's hard to contend with, I think, when you're playing this double initiator, right? With Zorts and Kago, they just have so much to work with when it comes to prowlers and flashpoints and fault lines. It's just all very difficult to work against. It allows them to take that space. Not only that, just stand strong when it comes to the retake, or playing against the retake, setting up crossfires.
It's all down to one round now. That's the scary part for MSU. What a strong attacking side and a silent defense. Both teams just can't get it going.
Hard to see a world where Montclair give up so many rounds so early into the half, and then it just happens.
Hasty. Does he get cleared out? He does. Still gets one, though. That's Kago down. No breach to find this one, but Tidgak with the showstopper is going to be the one to initiate the C site. Nothing's going to be spotted, just holding on to the showstopper as long as possible to delay Mnemonics working the flank and to spot the alarm bot and force some attention back. Saga opens up the revolving door with the sheriff looking for some shots here, loses out on the flank, and now it's all really Saga holding the attention of St. Lawrence.
Well, I mean, she's done it, held the attention, allowed them to get towards the site, but well, I mean, I guess that's one way to get things going. Down to a 3-on-3 with classics in hand.
It's a big kill to find. No dollar bill. Put some pressure onto some of the sporting cast to pick up these frags, and it looks like they're going to do just that. Mows them down. Only classics to worry about. 10-10. We find ourselves on Lotus from 10-2 down. St. Lawrence, they put 8 rounds in a row on their attacking side.
Man, Seymour, I just can't believe that we're seeing this aggressive of a comeback story. Rare that you can keep the mental straight enough to get back into a game down 10-2, but even beyond that, such dominant and unstoppable fashion. They haven't dropped a single round in the second half of St. Lawrence. Fantastic. I think this might be the first op, though, that we're seeing for MSU. At least the first one early in Vero's hands.
I mean, it was Mnemonics who brought it out earlier, but found not really anything here. Vero has been so quiet in the second half. Maybe the op is going to reignite that flame. Mnemonics actually going to re-clear into tree, it seems like. Set up on a little crossfire with Mnemonics. The Rolling Thunder is going to hopefully lead in for Tidgak. Mnemonics actually got caught by that, but still able to recover, and a beautiful shot stunned up. The shot down Tidgak, spiked down in the connector. Finally, MSU putting together a defensive round. One left for St. Lawrence, where they climbed all the way back to a tie game and a lead just ahead of them. They fall short, and MSU, they break through.
Okay, that's an answer that we've been looking for. The Montclair State University squad. I mean, how many times have they tried in this half and just come up short? And it comes down to Mnemonics just taking an aggressive fight. Again, I was mentioning how we have seen such passivity from the defense just across the board in this game. It's them taking a stand and taking an early fight, risky though it may be, and then winning it out thanks to Mnemonics that helps pull them over the edge. Well, what a brutal way it would be for St. Lawrence if they were to lose this map after this comeback, but
yeah,
plenty of time to stop that from happening.
No matter which way that picture of yours is being painted, Vincent, it's brutal on both ends. MSU, they needed that round.
Keeps them alive, and honestly, it's weird to say a confidence round, but just so dominant, right? I think everybody survived, or all but one, and it just makes it fills you with a sense of just, hey, we got this. We're not just gonna get rolled.
St. Lawrence ready to explode into B, and they've reached the site. Noah almost a chance to get rid of Dollar Bill, but Tidkek's the ones to open up this round after shock and a flashpoint. Nightmare from MSU looking to retake right away and stop this plant from going down, but Noah, a little bit of work to be done here. Dollar Bill gets rid of Hasty. Noah goes back in, but not able to equalize. It's a 2 versus 4. Saga now. She's looking to get an angle. Not able to get anything done with it. Dollar Bill turns around, takes down Mnemonics, and St. Lawrence, they pull it back once again.
That's crazy. Absolutely insane. I mean, Noah was in great position there in Link, able to even play defense against multiple players coming at them, but it doesn't matter. The fights towards the end, uncoordinated for Montclair. They were just taking individual ones moment by moment. Even though Mnemonics had a great timing, nobody was there to swing with them. So after the first frag, everybody for St. Lawrence could just instantly turn and be ready to go. Down to the wire, we're going to need them all. Every round is required. Crown a winner for this map, and we may need extras.
Yeah. This could be the nail in the coffin, though, Vincent. This round here, MSU, you lose it, you're most likely on a Thrifty or some kind of a force. St. Lawrence, you lose this, you'll probably get to buy back into it, but
They should be okay.
won't be pretty.
Slowing things down are St. Lawrence. They picked up the pace last time, but Mnemonics' aggression into this position has been a real thorn in the side of
Face
MSU.
your
I
fear!
think Mnemonics has been the flower in the grass right now for this team. Always changing it up, always adapting, but not going to be ready for the late flank buy. Seriously, just waiting and lurking for that opening that Mnemonics is going to add. Reading the cipher like a book and allowing St. Lawrence now more chance at a league. Saga, though, gonna get one back and immediately traded by Kago and Zortz. It's a 2v3. Kago, what a read onto Noah. Vero in a 1v4. Can they make it possible? Listening for the full exit. Everybody grouped up onto the mound. The revolving door is gonna open and everybody turns now. Vero looking for a way back into this one. Blast backs out, and Dollar Bill won't let it happen. No matter what it was, St. Lawrence, they were getting this 12th round.
That they were, and listen, the individuals picking up the frags, great shots, yes, but that round is very much thanks to Not Seriously. First of all, you mentioned, right, clearing out Mnemonics, and Mnemonics has been there. Whether it's been them or someone else, there's been a lot of moments where that early quick rotate through the link door has been a problem for St. Lawrence on their C hits, and so love to see Not Seriously taking that fight. But then once they win it, disengage, and 2 MSU players are just hunting for the next 20 seconds, allowing space for St. Lawrence to get the spike down.
Now or never. Mnemonics good with the Marshall, looking for a second though. Escapes with his life. That might be enough. The haunt, he's gonna catch him. Paint shells into the back line. Mnemonics gets away again. Not unscathed, but still with a lot of health.
And that C is really locking Mnemonics down. They took a lot of utility to do so.
Heroes here with Noah. Flashpoint, and that's gonna be good for one. Swings back out. Everybody's here. They line up for Noah. Triple kill with the Spectre, and it's going overtime.
What the heck was that? They just one by one swing into the crosshairs, and Noah just holds mouse 1. There's absolutely no reason to be swinging into that so quickly, but oh my goodness. St. Lawrence have gotta be kicking themselves thinking, to a Spectre? No. But yes, it is. Montclair State, they're not done yet. Not to be done, outdone by St. Lawrence. Get the overtime period. Just got to win by 2. But outside of that run of rounds, St. Lawrence brought it back. It's been back and forth there at the end of the half.
MSU have finally clicked on defense, but they're back on the attack. This is where they were ferocious. And why? Because of Vero. Chicago and Tiddeck. They've been in this position before. They've fallen flat before. So this time, after they've put some confidence in their sails, Vincent, can they step up? Well, it doesn't seem like they're going to have a chance just yet, or maybe so. MSU, idea to possibly go through trees. They're going to leave the spike there. Let it sit. Look at this. Zorts is going to get the attention, and Dollar Bill should put it away. Nice set spike.
It's a great setup. Little bait. 1-2 punch. And I love that Dollar Bill is taking that position aggressively after the contact is made.
Did that looking to fall back here. Comes MSU. 4 versus 4. Dollar Bill has gotten into things, but you've lost Tiddeck, you've lost the sight, and Dollar Bill has to be careful with Zorts not to get ahead of things while waiting for this rotation.
Gonna have all three here, and pretty darn quickly as well. You're gonna be stuck together. Need to re-clear steps as well. They're not even gonna get a chance to do that.
Last pack's gonna send him away. Hasty has made no noise. Do they read this? From the shadows to reposition.
Last player standing.
Stays still, though, and it's all on Hasty. Everybody swinging together. The trigger discipline. It's sublime. Hasty gets 2. And another clutch from MSU puts 2 rounds in a row.
Now that was beautiful. Absolutely perfect. Just hanging on. Trigger discipline, as you say. And it's all, again, a bait. Vero, he goes down and they're like, no way there's going to be another one close under heaven. That would be crazy. And indeed it was. But it was Hasty going crazy. Montclair State University putting them back in position to win their first chance to close this map out.
Things you absolutely love to see from the player that disconnected earlier. Vero gets spotted by the Haunt, opens up the link to be in. He's going to tuck away. Bill ready. Oh, nice headshot angle. Vero walks right into it.
It's just not something you love to see from Montclair early on. Taking an individual swing that is untradeable. It's one of those little errors that could come back and bite them at the end of the series. They're still on map point. Still a chance to bring this one back in this round, especially with how grouped they are. St. Lawrence, they're going to stick together as well. 4, just the one lurk. Elsewhere, that KJ hanging on to some positioning out B.
Saga is set up, but they're splitting this one into B. So, hard to tell because they're not going to have to open up this door. Vero did that for them earlier. The Hasty, again, going to have to go big, but instead just going to feed that information and wait. It's the right call to make.
And getting in these post plants is exactly what you need to see, but where's Tiddeck looking?
But he's distracted by what is Mnemonics working through the revolving door, and here comes MSU back into it. 3 versus 2. Zortis now up to Pat Saka, dancing against this fight, keeping them busy, draining the time and allowing no one to make the play. Nice shots there from Zorts, but it's all down to not seriously. The smoke gonna be blocking them off. Re-ups and Hasty's gonna stick it. Saga waiting on the other side. Seriously sprays on through. Not gonna connect. The defuse is stuck again. All down to 1, but MSU, they stick it out for the defuse, and it's all down to clutches for the past 3 rounds for MSU White to take map 1.
Oh my goodness, how could it end this way? After 10-2 at the half, Montclair State, they had it all ready to play, ready to go, and they can't do it. But do it in overtime, they shall, off the back of the clutch as well from Hasty. Oh my goodness. I have no idea how this went down to the wire, other than St. Lawrence just bringing it back. They did a great job. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't end up closing that out.
What a battle. It's a battle between 2 players in particular. Dollar Bill and Vero on their attacking sides respectively were incredible. When you swapped over, you saw a lot of players really come to light. I think Mnemonics had some great rounds, especially with this Marshall. You saw Saga had great rounds for MSU as well. And for St. Lawrence, players like Zords into the mix alongside Dollar Bill. Always good for the follow-up. That's as Omen did provide. And as the game progressed, you saw the confidence building and why possibly these teams are so renowned inside of this division, because it just takes a little bit of confidence to get them going.
And it does. By the way, just looking back at that, Noah with some really cool moments towards the end to bring that back, to get back into position as well. Here's the stats, though, and honestly, a bit crazy to see the actual in there for Vireo, who unfortunately did really slow down a little bit. But like you mentioned, it really allowed a possibility for everybody else to step up big time. And Dollar Bill on the other side really did step through. 6 first kills. That's opening duels 1. Beautiful to see. And you know what? That sets this MSU team up for the possibility of walking away with this 2-0, considering that St. Lawrence picked this map.
Yeah, the map pick of St. Lawrence, I think they were really hoping that Lotus would go their way, but if they want to try to pull things back and set at the distance and take down MSU White, hold their stature inside of this division, it's got to be back-to-back maps. They have to take down MSU on Ascent and then bind as well for that map number 3. But Vincent, we're going to take a little break here for NECC, get these teams ready for Ascent coming up next. You don't want to miss it, folks. We'll see you on the other side. Some more Valorant.
Hello and welcome back after a banger of a map number 1. It's time St. Lawrence University and Montclair State to get map 2 going. But you may have noticed there's been a little bit of a change. I wasn't happy with Seymour's performance, so I kicked him out and got Zobi. Meant to be with Five Eyes, by the way, in that ad because we've been trolled.
Just, it was
if you were
taken.
curious, if you were wondering, there's Five Eyes. Regardless, Zobi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for jumping in.
Thank you so much. I was lurking in chat and, before the internet went out and we had to get a hotspot online, it was 10:03 and then all of a sudden we're in OT and I'm just sitting there waiting for my debut back onto the NECC Emergence Week 6 cast. So now I'm here with you and I want to talk about Lotus, right? I mean, it was definitely an out of the normal map. I mean, MSU very aggressive out the gate, leaning into that mechanical drive and that initiative, and St. Lawrence University had a hard time pinpointing it because of a lack of information. So if we're getting ready to ascent, is it just going to be that but worse in favor of MSU?
It's kind of interesting because I do feel like there's two things going on, right? First of all, Montclair State, they had Vero Heat going crazy on the raise, like, dropping like 20 kills in a half. You're always going to look good in that half if you have somebody dropping 20, typically speaking. But I do think that they got a little bit found out. St. Lawrence, there was nothing crazy about their attack side. They were just sticking together, playing and making sure that they were in positions to trade out kills. And when they were doing a great job. Not to mention the fact that they were willing to just up and leave whenever something didn't look good. They saw a bit of utility that they didn't like. They were down to rotate out of it, and I think that helped them out a lot. Of course, it didn't help them actually complete the W, which is gonna hurt.
So sad.
But going into Ascent, the question of will that be the same? I don't know. I think momentum has kind of been stalled out, actually.
Yeah, momentum's a huge factor, but I think what I'm nervous about is that MSU White is starting out on the attack again. I mean, they're attacked the entire series, and that's going to just help them get that momentum in their favor, number one. And then also, it really is a dive-heavy map. So if you have, a duelist like Vera Heat who can be that enabler, it's insane. And then couple that with Numini, who was getting some really good lurks. And if they switch over to the Killjoy, as you would expect from a Sentinel player, then that could be a recipe for success. But I'm actually concerned about the second half, when the sides are swapped, because that's when we need to see St. Lawrence University punish that kind of proactivity. And it'll just be a question of if they can do that. Because I could definitely see them going for, some Jet KO plays or some Paranoia plays if they assumingly go for the mirror meta composition. But we'll have to wait and see, because it's Ascent. Who knows what we're going to get, because it's Emergence too. They cook things up out of the box time and time again.
Yeah, honestly, they might need to get out of the kitchen a little bit sometimes. We've seen some crazy things out of Emergence here and there. As much as it's entertaining, don't get me wrong, Zobi. I enjoy some of the craziness. There is something, though, as well that I noticed for St. Lawrence on their defense. One thing that I think Lotus and Ascent do share is that it's important for you to be able to play aggressively, or at least play aggressively for information on your defense. You need to have some sort of way to find what's going on, and that wasn't the case for St. Lawrence. Like, they really struggled to do that outside of like some random rounds where like they were pushing out Mound, and that was typically on an eco. It didn't feel like they had good protocols set for that. And that's a little bit worrying for me, because they start on the defense. I'm like, okay, that could be better, especially because it's Ascent and everybody's played it a million times. But it was a bit of a gap in the fundamentals that I'm a little concerned about. I don't think it's a end all be all, but it did beg question for me.
And that does make me nervous here, because it is MSU's pick. And I feel like for Ascent specifically, it's one of those maps where when the economy is in your favor on the defensive half, it is so hard for an attacking composition to dig their way out of that. And even vice versa, if you are on the defense and somehow the attackers have taken that lead, you really do need that depth of a playbook, just so you can come up with creative strategies and the like. But we are jumping into the aging compositions, and it looks like we have a mirror meta composition versus a breach pick. What do we make of that?
Yeah, that's a little interesting. It's one of those things where I know we haven't casted that much together, but I am a breach enjoyer. I have been since beta, like always. there's a soft spot in my heart for Breach. But there's a reason that we don't see a ton of Breach on this map, and that's because the KO is just really strong here. I don't hate it, though. And the reason I don't hate it is that I think that if St. Lawrence can actually play off of that, like, the fault line is still really strong here. It's just not as good as the knife. But it's still really good. I don't think it's bad. I just think they gotta play around it.
Oh, I completely agree. That could be exactly what they need to shut down the momentum of the duelists. But what I'm saying is that we don't have Numni on the Sentinel. They're the actual one on the duelist from MSU White. So that's going to be interesting to see that role pivot. But for now, I mean, it's an early exec with the Killjoy lurking. They might even get spotted out before the momentum on A side unfolds. Yeah, that's first blood from Dollar Bill. So your backdoor option's taken away. You have to commit here, and that's exactly what they're going to do in stride, taking a frag back. And now did get cast to wait for the rest of the team to support them.
That was the scariest moment, though, getting onto that site.
Oh,
the paranoia. It catches two, but Hasty taking too much time. Now Mnemonics has a lot to do. The spike just now getting activated. It Zort's trade and Saga. She's up to the 1v2. HP's low on one of these players. Gonna take a ton of damage from that shock dart. Zort's on the point with that one. There's not much that can be done considering that position. Zort's shaking them down.
And that was just an impending kind of doom there. The crunch follows suit, and St. Lawrence University definitely not going to get clean swept here because they've taken the first half pistol. And I really loved the kind of patience there from the Jet, from the side of St. Lawrence University, because they just waited until their teammates were there to flood back in, and that's exactly how they were able to get that advantage flipped in their favor. Couple that with, you know, Hasty, who tried to clear out those mid-pressure points. It just wasn't enough.
I also would have liked to see MSU focus on getting that spike down a little bit quicker, because I think then they could have gotten into post plants. Instead, Saga was sort of forced into those aggressive positions, and then 8 shock darts, etc., etc. Wasn't ideal, but St. Lawrence taking an early lead has got to feel good for them after the struggles they put forth in the first half of Lotus. It's just a bit of a different look. Do love this setup, though, with the paranoia.
I do, and it allows Not Seriously to find the opening blood onto Hasty, and even they add that to Mr. Cole's to the list, and they're not done hunting either. They're crunched between Zigdeck and the Killjoy, so as the frags follow, Saga somehow finds 2 with the Frenzy, but ultimately it's not enough. Those Spectres to get the job done time and time again, and pretty seamlessly at that. 3 members walking away with those rifles.
I apologize. I have just noticed that St. Lawrence has a sub in Mr. Cool's. Or, excuse me, Montclair. But yeah, I should have seen that before. Because it's Virio who's out, right?
That's probably why the role swaps came out, right?
I would imagine so. And just in general, Mnemonics looked like they were very comfortable in a lot of aggressive duels, especially late on. That was one of the swap-ups, was with Mnemonics taking some of those aggressive duels that I think put Montclair over the edge towards overtime. But yeah, interesting considering that, you know, Vero Heat was one of the more dominant players, but maybe they're just a Raze player, you know? That would make a lot of sense.
That's what I was thinking when I saw that swap, without even realizing the sub was there either. Were they the one having issues with the hotspot or no?
No, that was Hasty.
Okay, interesting to see that they did have to get subbed out. But regardless, we'll see if it really impacts them, because so far it has. 2-0, their attack momentum that they had built up on Lotus being denied. I mean, part of that has just been these well-placed paranoias. Let's see if it comes out off of the switch tap. No, it's the fault line. And that lets Not Seriously again draw first blood and get out unscathed.
On a round like this, getting onto the site in like 4v5 post plant actually is fantastic. Hasty could have the timing so
this could be huge. They can't rush it though when they aren't 1-2 with a player flash from Not Seriously. They're not going to re-swing. St. Lawrence, you know that they're there, right? I mean, deal with one issue at a time, and there it is. That box checked. They can resume normal operations, but now Saga, she's also causing mayhem here, and the only one B main on an island. She will learn how to swim, and that's MSU's White's Montclair's first round on the board to fight back.
This is so wild as well because, yeah, Hasty's just allowed to take shots for so long. Maybe everybody was blind and deaf and like the comms got jumbled. I don't know, but taking that extra second also allows Saga's smoke to clear. Like the dark cover in the front of B main clears out. And now Saga can be much more effective in that position. It all kind of went wrong all at the wrong time as well. Everything is starting to fall apart there for St. Lawrence, despite the fact I want to give them props. I asked about some of those micro plays and getting aggressive. I've actually liked what they've been doing. You know, there's clearly some intention and game plan in what they're looking at.
Oh, now the game plan is to follow through off this information, off this suppression here. Aim, but Kago and Tadegek, without even seeing anything through this dark cover, are able to deny so much space, and with 2 frags, likely any chance of a turnaround for this Lance. It's gonna be the full fallback to see what other openings they can find, that or the fake to reaggress. And I mean, that was clean from St. Lawrence, Vincent.
It was. I mean, the good news for MSU is that St. Lawrence actually doesn't have any map control outside of what you would normally expect. They haven't pushed through main. They don't have any mid control. So
Right here.
at this point, I mean, they're probably going to look to reaggress. So it's not over. MSU could find those kills. It does feel very bad though, just getting smacked around through the smoke. And utility setup for these swings means that it's not going to be free. It's not even going to be a real chance to refrag here for Montclair State. Honestly, 25 seconds, I think they're going to end up having to save or just run this down.
I think they're going to see if they can find anything tree, and then that's when they'll run it down. But I was questioning, you know, this aggression here from Kago. Like, they have the numbers advantage. They've been denying the sites, and yeah, it'll catch up with them in the end. But Zorts, I don't think you should have let that cat out of the bag just yet. That would have been a huge surprise factor that you had the Odin. But ultimately, now they'll know for the next round. And yeah, Saga, 5 HP she has to save. And that's a 3rd round here for St. Lawrence University.
Toby, are we ever surprised to see an Odin at B with the
Nope.
Sova?
Nope.
You know, like, yeah, you're right, but also, are we really surprised?
I actually saw the most creative thing recently where it was the KJ and the Sova. The Sova darted while the Killjoy was Odining, so they didn't have that reaction time while they're pulling out the Odin. And then they handed it back to them a second later, and then they got like a 3K to close out the map. It was beautiful. So that's
awesome.
that's the only exception to that rule, but I agree with you in that regard. And it's kind of made the buy here really jagged for MSU White.
They're off kilter. And, just the early fight out towards tiles. They have support coming through. The smoke on Catwalk. It's all falling apart. Hasty with a refrag, yes, but down at 20 HP. There's just not a lot left for MSU in this round. And they don't even have main control because of this Owl drone coming back through. That's unfortunate.
Right here.
I mean, I was told that Montclair's the proactive one, but looking at St. Lawrence University and how they're playing this defense, they are the ones bringing the fights here to Montclair and winning them out. Unfortunately, Kago, overheats a little bit and gets punished, but I'd still say they walked away with the advantage this round.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, I mean, just in the pre-show, we were talking about, a little bit concerned for St. Lawrence because it is so important for them to play proactive, to get up ahead and play for information sometimes. And they've done nothing but that and done it very well. I'm impressed to say the least. And they're still grouped up. But look at this. What a wild end to this round. Everybody's in spawn where you buy guns.
Oh my goodness, and a perfect recon as well to make this round even more unrecoverable. I mean, they basically took my advice about not searching out these fights once number advantage has been established, and they're like, fine, well, I'll stay spawn then and wait for the timer. And that means Montclair is going to have to save for a 2nd round in a row. They're like, we can spare 1 or 2 without the round going haywire. And the fact that Zords gets 2 without even seeing a player.
Three,
all right. No, wait, did they? I thought they saw the player tiles.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah, okay.
Still, I agree. Impressive, to say the least. St. Lawrence, they've come back with a vengeance into this one, despite losing their own map pick. I mean, it's not a surprise to see that this team is ready to play Ascent, because everybody should be pretty ready to play Ascent. Should be. But what I think is a surprise is that their playstyle looks so different. It's like a whole different team, and I don't really understand why. Whatever it is, though, whether it was a pep talk, some coaching, whatever, in between games, I'm loving it.
Down.
And I mean, the only difference is I'm guessing Zorts didn't have an Odin on Lotus.
That wasn't there. I didn't see any Odins.
Exactly. So that might be the difference maker. Like we said, momentum, economy favoring you is huge here. But regardless, at least Montclair has found the site. They popped the null command to try and stall out this retake potential. And I love the forward position from Saga. And the trigger discipline means that they're good for at least 2 if Hasty doesn't steal it away and steal away the glory. And wow, Zorch tries their hardest to get that momentum back in their favor in the round. It's Saga to come away on top and come away with the round again to keep Montclair in contention.
They didn't know that she was here. They didn't know.
No, they did not.
They had no idea that all the gunfire happened at the same time. And so Zortz is swinging there, has no clue. Saga's gotten a kill from that position, and he still didn't know. Oh my goodness. Not gonna see that one every day.
I mean, I feel like that's just Saga, Hasty both getting devious positionings off here. I feel like what really gave them each of those rounds they have on the board, but that's one way to shatter the silence. To be like, yes, you may have gotten the last round, but we'll open it up with another first blood on the board for St. Lawrence University.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. That last round coming down to 1v1, it's not like it was a guarantee either. Saga was doing some heavy lifting, as was Hasty against that retake. But yeah, I love the change up, trying to get that op into an aggressive position. It's not something we saw a ton of. It was there here and about back on Lotus, but it wasn't really a critical part of the win condition. I feel getting it in such an aggressive position that changes things.
Speaking of an aggressive position, Mr. Cole's able to steal a frag back there with that forward mid kind of capitalization of the alarm bot positioning. Now that paves the way towards this A site, but if Tidgek is there, that is not open for business, and they're even trying to play off of and support Zorts in the situation, and it's worked. 30 seconds left. They're trying to rebound towards B, but the Killjoy offline, they don't have any indication of that. And Numonix, I was about to say, I'm not usually a favor of splitting up in a 2v4-3 situation, but that's one way to convince me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Typically, that's not what you want to do, but sometimes you take a risk and it does work out. In the shadows, that's just going to gather information, not really meant to anything more. We'll buy some time for him to set back up. A good bait setup right here. Of course, should have some idea. Yeah, Mnemonics forced out into the open now. Gonna have to take a fight up against Igdeck. Ooh, who's gonna connect on the run? Saga, she's all alone. Can't hit the first nor the second. It's a quad kill for the Jed. And Zort's on the defuse. That will put St. Lawrence University up to 5.
Very, very well played there from St. Lawrence University. Doing a good job of pinpointing the Montclair rotations, staying together, staying collected there on the rotation to B site. And, I mean, if Tidgek is there for every situation, then does it really matter? I mean, they deny the A site, they rotate and open up the B site retake. And they're doing all of that without an operator, because Dollar Bill's the one sporting it here.
You don't see all the time, right? I'm a big fan of the idea that realistically, if it's set up correctly, anybody can take the op. It's not a requirement for it to be on a duelist or anything like that. But it isn't often that you see it picked up like on Omen.
I was told by Seymour that they're insane. And while that shot doesn't convince me, the operator maybe will sway me later on. But nice 0 point to punish. So Mnemonics gets the green light into the site off the Blade Storm. And not connecting shots means that Dollar Bill's on an island. And Mnemonics will drown them at sea with. So 4v5, they get the site. This is where we might see those ultimates like the Rolling Thunder invested, though, from St. Lawrence University.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. They've got a lockdown. They've got a Hunter's Fury. That's going to go out early. Get a little bit of a spot, not seriously, through the smoke off the back of that Hunter's Fury. And then the planter gets denied as well. Mr. Cools is going to have to go back for more. Lockdown invested. The Blade's still out and ready to go. And op in the back pocket as well for Mnemonics. Mr. Cools swings in, finds a shot, and Hasty as well. It's all going right, but the lockdown is maybe where this goes and does end. Both players get locked in and locked out of that round. Big saving grace, not seriously. able to put that investment to good use and recover the op.
I really thought we were on par for a thrifty there, Vincent. I mean, or sorry, I really did thought we were on par for a thrifty. They collect the operator, they leverage the Blades Storm, and it's just a matter of a lockdown expiring that you can't challenge forward. And I think the only reason that I see that happening and still going in favor of St. Lawrence University is exactly what happened a few rounds prior that you pointed out, was they didn't plant the spike soon enough after taking control of B.
Well,
and so
they couldn't. They got hit with the Hunter's Fury. That's what denied the spike.
They still could just plant anti-default or somewhere else, but I agree. I agree. They weren't hit with a Rolling Thunder, you know? So...
hey, that is entirely fair. Hard situation to get it right every time, but you have to try. You have to do that. Okay. NECC has so much utility coming at them, including a lockdown. As soon as his dark cover just goes away, he might be in trouble. Gotta hit the first shot. First bullet, not gonna be the second frag, though. The lockdown finds no one. And there's that spike that you were looking for. Mr. Cools is gonna get it down ASAP.
Ooh. Great owl drone as well to deny Mnemonics the chance to play forward and remedy exactly what I pointed out in the last round, but might not matter if Hasty gets this devious timing off on the lurk through tree. They're going to avoid all of the repercussions of that Rolling Thunder, and when Dollar Bill only has enough, that's going to be some hasty spending. And Saga, the cherry on top, the closeout there, even though they were in line with the Rolling Thunder. That was very well, I feel like, put together of a retake attempt from St. Lawrence University. And Montclair says, nah, better mechanics, you're done.
It wasn't just better mechanics, though. I like their execute. I think the Montclair State, once this execute started, they know all their win conditions, especially with Hasty on this lurk up catwalk. They know the timing's there. And I love to see that. Love to see what's happening. St. Lawrence catching them off guard, getting in and getting in fast.
It's been working for them now. Dollar Bill says, all right, Hasty, if you're going to lurk, I'm going to try to as well. On the way towards the flank. I think recognizing they like to have one player stowed away here, B main, and they're going to handle that accordingly with a delivered Omen diff. And now they even support their team with the Paranoia to try and force the issue on lane. But look at this, an early Hunter's Fury. More to deny any additional flood in her space, and it's being disrespected by St. Lawrence University. Numbers advantage claimed, and Noah just says, we gotta double down, we gotta get even more aggressive since Mr. Coles isn't even on site, but it doesn't matter. Their swing out, they're punished, and the defuse and the numbers advantage before the half swap will go in favor of St. Lawrence University.
It feels bad to see Montclair get punished in that way, because I think Mnemonic's decision to go towards spawn there, try to fight aggressively, was actually really good. It's just so happens that everybody was collapsing in both of the other positions towards market, towards the site itself, and that was not going to matter because of that. But the idea was good. Again, just missing out on the exit. You should excuse me just a little bit. Montclair State struggling to find any consistency. Notice the round count here. 3 rounds, but nobody, or no time where they've been able to pick up 2 in a row. Just instantly hacked down as soon as they get on the board. They're headed back to the B site. No command to do it. This should get him on site pretty easily.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a beacon in the sky, letting St. Lawrence University know this is a B-side exec, so rotations coming through. Dollar Bill says a flank worked last round, why not try it again as they ensure nobody is flanking them. So the question will be, can Saga get away with these kind of positionings again, this time from logs? And I mean, so much utility coming in just to deny a re-entry, and Trigger Discipline again working in their favor. No! NECC, only a classic shuts them down, but that's really the only frag this team is going to find. Hasty Mnemonics on top of it, forcing KO into a 1v3 and a double swing in 4K from the Jet. Means that they are headed towards that 7-5 they hope to achieve.
When MSU can get into their post plans, they've looked pretty good. It's just getting there has been problematic time and time again. I can't tell you how well Montclair have done when they get into the right positions, but it feels like if they aren't able to get there, if they're made uncomfortable, or if they're interrupted in that process, that's when problems start to arise. And it goes all the way back to the pistol round, remember? That's exactly what happened, where they got, the plant got denied, and then it all fell apart. Same situation with the round we were talking about before, where the Hunter's Fury denies the plant. It's tough. Their ability to adjust on the fly is what's lacking.
Yeah. St. Lawrence University hasn't really had to adjust anything. Digek has time and time again been this solo A-side hold, and this time, I mean, with all this utility coming in, I'm surprised they survived as long as they did. AC finally shutting them down. The Hunter's Fury support comes in late, so site control and the plant gonna be secured here. Again, Mnemonics looks to get aggressive, and again, it's not allowed by that owl drone here from Zortz, so they look to address the other avenue here. Tree, but with a flashpoint, they dismantle the crossfire. They haven't cleared out. Mr. Cole's in main.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you know, one magazine has to reload eventually, giving not seriously the trade in a 1v2, but well-placed paranoia. And cross support from Noah. Noah with those shots means that 7-5 half is secured.
Switching.
Good recovery. I mean,
Yeah.
This could have been far worse for Montclair State. The reality is that the early stage of this game looked, the word hopeless is not fair, but it looked a little hopeless with how well St. Lawrence were putting together, especially those late rounds. Thinking about the round where they were just like all in spawn together, like, I don't know, that just seems so difficult to contend with. But more and more, especially out towards B, they just picked up the pace. Montclair State, they realized that St. Lawrence was giving them some space to work with and allowing them to get on the site, especially if they could use just a little bit of utility to get there. And that was their win condition, is once they got onto the site, their post plants were relatively strong. They just needed to get into them. So with that, Montclair State up onto the defense, where I think, to be fair, this defense can be a little bit easier.
Yeah. Ascent historically defense sided with this meta composition, but Mnemonics has to get that first blood if they want that advantage early on, and they're missing the shot. Here comes the fault line and Paranoia in conjunction to propel the team forward, and no, unfortunately, stripped away of any opportunity. Fortunately, takes one down with them, but that 4-on-4 gives the site, gives the post point opportunity here.
That was beautiful.
St. Lawrence
from Noah.
University. Yeah.
Just to get out with one, that's job done if you're on the site, if you're committed like that. Just get one frag before you fall down. Everybody clearing out catwalk, making sure that tree flank isn't going to be a problem, and so the retake gets moving. On the open, not seriously, cut to ribbons of Chicago on the trade, trying to find some frags, and it's a wild time on this site, but Hasty up close with the right click is going to get another one, this time with the headshot right into the head of Chicago, as Montclair State find their way through into a pistol victory.
We went at 7-5. That pistol's a great way to ensure that things get tied up sooner rather than later. And I was going to mention Lotus was a 1-for-1 pistol apiece, and so is Ascent. So I was nervous there for a second, right? I mean, the chip damage they were able to find onto Zortz, I think, is really the difference maker there, because there really wasn't that form of support from the player in hell that you would have liked to see. Came a second late. Yes, they get the frag, but ultimately they couldn't hold on when Hasty comes running into the site. So pretty much a save coming through. I like the full Spectre squad minus Mnemonics, who's going to get aggressive here in main off of that Marshall. We'll see if their victim will be the KJ, but no, it's just a turret to hold down the fort while they explore mid.
We saw some interesting buying decisions towards the early stages of Lotus. It was kind of interesting. A little bit of a back and forth. So I'm a little surprised to see not similar situation being set forth, but considering an anti-eco, okay, what do you mean? Did get just through the wall. I hate that wall is so paper thin. Just feels not fair, especially when it's just a sheriff on the other side.
With that, I mean, not only our numbers even, but they've reaped the rewards of these weapons. And the question is, what can Montclair do to ensure that this round that should have been theirs doesn't fall apart? There's still an opportunity, but right now they're divided. So I need to see Killjoy and Jet looking in the right direction, but they're both gambling here between spawn, and look at that! As the dominoes fall into place, Chicago, 19 HP left in a 1v2, doesn't even have information on where the KO is.
30 seconds left.
KO needs to, like, get with the program. I don't know what's taking so long on this rotation. Mr. Cool's is like, dude, I need your help right now. I'm 1 HP. Know where this spike
Oh
is
my
located.
goodness. I mean, they don't
they
know
DC'd?
where.
Are they DC'd? No.
No. I mean, Mr. Coles doesn't need the help. Mr. Coles doesn't
Okay.
need, yeah, they don't need it. 4 HP, no problem.
Am I crazy?
I think the issue there is that after these frags have been taken, this fight has been won. You don't know what side Kaga's going to be going to. So when you have that killjoy utility as kind of a form of confirmation, then you want that other player to be on the opposite side because they were taking mid space. They could easily fall back to tree, and when the clock is that far, you want to play down the clock more than anything. But regardless, I mean, it hurts their economy a lot. I mean, this is not the strongest bonus you would want to see, and should be a surefire way for St. Lawrence University to get back on track to get this round under their belt. And Mnemonics is going to try and play spoiler with that here mid, but I don't think they realize that there's 3 home.
Well, you don't want to take that fight. Not with a Marshall. Even if you have the utility to set it up, it's going to be difficult to actually get any confirmation outside of just a single shot.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the slow, methodical approach that St. Lawrence are taking to that mid control. Just taking a moment to get into position.
Oh, no.
Cover. Oh, that was a bit of a crazy swing.
I was going to praise them for the tuck, but they don't take that advice. They swing out.
Oh,
Easy
was-
frag.
Chilling in hell?
Oh, not for long. They're
Hey.
thorough.
It looked good. It looked great, actually, but indeed, thorough on the site clear.
I mean,
Honestly, at this point, Montclair State winning, it would be great, but it's almost out of the realm of possibility. You just need to do some damage. Take some guns out of the hands of St. Lawrence.
I was questioning why Saga was still on the B side after the spike had already gone down as well. Maybe setting up for a lineup, that was the answer. But again, it comes in too late. I think, again, like, just timing and investments have been kind of off in that regard. But now, I mean, you don't even have weapons you should really be saving. I think you just darted the spike here, not give those orbs away. And Mr. Coles does not move from this position, which is kind of worrisome for me. I can't tell if they were holding the angle or if they DC'd.
We'll find out in a second, because we've already had some DCs happening.
This is true. I mean, I don't even think I saw their names show up in the kill feed from dying to the spike.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I was confused. Looks like, yeah, there it is. This ping is gone. They buy and then DC. That is so funny. Oh. I mean, that's some highlights from this map so far. Specifically that pistol round as well. I mean, these teams have been going neck and neck here. Such a refreshing view after how dominant Montclair was, and then suddenly St. Lawrence had turned it around.
Yeah,
Is that just because this is Ascent?
One enemy remaining.
On the one hand, yeah, maybe, but also, I think that gotta give St. Lawrence a lot of credit here. Like I said, a lot of their struggles on Lotus, I feel like they've addressed into this map. I don't know exactly what they talked about in between maps, but the way that they're taking space, the way that they really put together some defensive rounds, and that their setup with regard to utility and ultimate usage, like all of those things seem better compared to what we saw then. So as much as this has been closer for a lot of reasons, it could just be Ascent. I think
One enemy remaining.
St. Lawrence really need to get some credit there.
Player standing.
No, I agree. I mean, just the microplays they've been able to set up, inputting inputting, I should say, like dollar bill into these flank plays, not seriously as well. And I think the breach has definitely helped them out in some of these trap plays to flip certain frags in their favor. But look at this. Montclair, the Operator, the Odin, both online in conjunction, and this is where you would expect things to just change for the better. So far, no first blood drawn, but that is not the way you want to start that round.
Yeah, I was just about to say as well that Mnemonics on the Operator, something we really haven't seen a ton of, and a Jet player in Mnemonics that has had some impact moments, but certainly not what you would expect to see. Doesn't get
Yoden?
into there. Saga could be the savior. First frag is hers, but there's not seriously coming in from B main. It will shut her down. 2 on 3, and the HP is low as well for Hasty. in from
Down.
CT, or at least was about to. Instead, they're going to route together through mid, which I do like this decision, especially when you're in a man disadvantage.
And they should know that Not Seriously is potentially in B main since they were the one to backstab Saga. But again, in the first layer of utility just to buy down the clock and so many angles for Montclair to clear. It could be something that they forego just for the sake of time, but no, a pop flash out, not connecting means that it's a 1v3 now, and Hasty as low HP as they are, they're going to opt for the save here, meaning it's going to be a 2-round lead for St. Lawrence University. They're even hunting for this weapon, but no, Hasty's out of there.
Well, I mean, at least there's that to walk away with. Now 9-7 the score line at St. Lawrence. Might not have been able to pick up a pistol, but they have been able to re-solidify their lead after it gets tied right up. Montclair State, they'll take a timeout. I do want to see the op come back, but I want to see support for Mnemonics, right? Just having to take that fight dry doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth, right? Just taking the swing. It's especially not early round. Like, that was just in not quite middle of the round, but after the first 10-15 seconds, it's a gamble essentially. You're just tossing chips in the middle of the table and putting it all on black.
I mean, not even Mnemonics was alone there, right? I mean, you saw it Saga as well. Maybe it was a choice to play B-man instead of back a side or something of the like, but I agree. I think the buddy system is a great way, especially when you have this double initiator kit, this paranoia to leverage. Like, yeah, Saga, send a recon bolt down mid and then rotate back to the B site, etc. Even, a 0 point there, tiles can allow them to reposition. But regardless, I'm glad that they took this time out because that was a full investment, a very expensive one into the Odin and Operator in conjunction. So now they're back to square one, back to this eco. And I said it, once you're in this economic hole, that's when you need to pull out the creative plays that lie, with the cobwebs in your playbook. Dust them off, bring them out, and it could just save your map pick. So we'll see as this timeout expires if it's exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's Hasty with a hero rifle. Invested down to 750 creds. And some aggression as well. Mnemonics leading the charge. Just gets a shot off. But this does force St. Lawrence to play a little bit more passively towards this position. Right? Or if they're not going to play passively, they want to re-clear it, they're probably going to have to use utility to re-clear. And that's a good thing. I think that Montclair State, off the back of that timeout, this is an adjustment that I can get behind.
I did like that joint aggression there, A main, just for confirmation, but I mean, the response from St. Lawrence University is picture perfect as well. They're like, all right, they're pressuring A main, we abandon all hopes there, and we pressure the weaker point, which has to be tree. They're even going to aggress forward. The trigger discipline might not work if you're full blinded, though. So Saga just falls, and they're more just the Lambda Slaughter trying to hide for Mnemonics here. He was able to pop one, looks for a second, but the shots don't align, and that weapon's going to be hard to collect here with Kago holding down such a hasty angle, and that's dangerous too. I mean, they see that on the minimap. They can spray down from heaven with that hero rifle.
And the flank to the flanker.
Oh, this could be a free weapon.
Yeah, coming in right behind, not seriously. It's so easy. And the shot coming in from Mnemonics as well. Mnemonics for 3! And Montclair State University, it's a hero rifle and a hero by the name of Mnemonics on the Sheriff. Get that round and pick up a thrifty.
I'm saluting Saga for their sacrifice here, letting Mnemonics lie and wait undetected, because that's essentially what gets them the round here. I mean, even that is perfect from Noah, ensuring that Not Seriously isn't that linchpin, because even if they win those fights on site, they can just come in and mow the remainders down. So the ship righted coming out of the timeout. They've even forced some lighter buys from the members on the side of St. Lawrence University. We're going to see those blades potentially popped as well from Tidgek. We'll see if they can find anything on this mid expedition. But this is a good look from Montclair. This is an important round, though, to ensure that they don't let that thrifty go in vain.
Yeah, the travesty would be for it to go to waste on that. I was about to say it would have been a problem if Hasty stuck around in pizza, but instead gets out. Here's the owl drone and knows that his time is up in that position. Rene doesn't actually catch anyone.
I don't like that paranoia.
All the way through.
Spike down down mid.
Okay, I take it back. That's why the paranoia went out. I'm like, there's nobody there to punish off of it, but it's because it was all a distraction, all a ruse for this flank. The double stack here top mid, so now they're pinched. Now they're forced to fight into this double stack on B.
Spike's
And
down,
there's... They say no thank you.
Not exactly recoverable. Saga, she's still got positioning. Oh, what a
Fall back.
fantastic flash.
Overstage your welcome.
And Saga, understanding exactly what you're saying, just trying to maintain information on that spike, does get it with the jump spot.
And it has been collected. There's the further validation to inform the team of where these players could be headed. And spawn to A would be the best opportunity, but look at that sliver of an angle
Seconds left.
being held by the Killjoy. To ensure this isn't a spawn to B. It seems like they're playing more for a retake towards the A site. My only concern here is that number one, Saga can regroup in A main to deny. And number two, that could completely get shattered by this lurk from not seriously.
Revealing
Saga's position, though, is fully known,
10
especially with
seconds.
that recon bolt. That'll give confirmation.
That's
That's
huge.
massive. Yeah, not seriously being found out.
here.
We have to win this duel, though.
It would have been such a dangerous rotation otherwise, but you're right. This duel is key, and not seriously is taking it. Will be traded. Gotta get a move on, though. The speed is absolutely required for MSU.
I don't know how I feel about this. A forward challenge into heaven alone. Looks like maybe they were joined here by Kago, but yeah, there it is. Okay, they're both there. Now it's not a good decision. They flipped the map.
The 0 point might have caught the breach.
Not utility.
Last player
On both
standing.
sides is clean, but Mr. Coles is cleaner. Gonna ensure
That's
that
close.
just barely
Really?
they can get the defuse. Yeah.
Swarm grenade out.
If they had waited like a second longer for that aftershock, if that Molly hadn't just shredded
Down your observations.
the jet, hadn't shredded to get, that could have been a very different outcome. But regardless, we're tied now, 9-9, Vincent.
I'm really interested to know what the call there was from Montclair State. I want to know how they knew both were up heaven. I don't know if the breach got caught by the 0 point.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but either way, like, I feel like they definitely could have been in main. There must have been some sort of call, some bit of utility that we didn't quite catch, but it was so well played from Montclair. Tying the game right back up. It's those small things, right? Those little reads that make the difference. Is hey, Lawrence, maybe they got something in the back pocket. 4 ults this round.
Oh, well,
To AE site.
I'm glad you didn't get punished from getting ulted by your own teammate, but it seems like that was also read by Montclair, right? I mean, they're fighting really deep back here from heaven. They basically vacated the site so nobody was around to witness the round rumbling. And now, from the shadows as well, to reinforce the rotation, I'm expecting to see a lockdown this round. I mean, only thing is, there is a Hunter's Fury to counter it.
And another lockdown as well. They get activated almost at the same time, but Mnemonics snuck right back in.
No Hunter's Fury?
Apparently not. Okay,
That's why.
just taking the space. Gonna get locked down
Oh.
though. I don't know if this is worth it. They're hanging onto the Hunter's Fury in order to wait for the
That's
counter, but
huge!
it's a 0 point, or now the null command instead. They can't use the Hunter's Fury. No space. They're on the defuse. Not seriously. We'll get the first shot as Zortz comes around the corner. They've got them all. Montclair State fall apart as St. Lawrence. They've done it.
That round was insane. I mean, both teams thinking they had the perfect counters for each other. I mean, the aggression from Tidgek to try and deny the lockdown, knowing that they were going to save their own Hunter's Fury for the post plant instead of the denial. And then the no command as well to come out last second from Noah to deny the Hunter's Fury. And all of those reads, all of that investment is ruined by one man, Zortz, who insane target swaps. Get the first double digits reached for St. Lawrence University.
Night night.
Oh, get the weapon?
Yeah, somebody's got to stop Mnemonics in that position, to be honest with you. Just keeps going back and keeps finding success. Noah,
Oh,
watch out.
okay, they got a fragment. They got a stinger as well. This weapon continues to amaze me. Please nerf the stinger again. Again!
Spike
We saw
down
them
mid.
do this before. It was Saga and Mnemonics. This round again, Mnemonics still good for another. So numbers advantage in favor of Montclair. Question is, Hasty, they don't have a weapon. Can they hold on to this B site long enough for the re-rotation from Saga, from their Killjoy? And so far, they have.
The recon bolt gonna give clear information that this is still gonna be a push up mid, in and through.
Ouch.
What? Alright, that's not the range at which that's gonna work, but the paranoia does catch more. Hasty gets 2, and now
From the
it's
shadows.
Dollar Bill who's got to make a play.
30 seconds left.
From the shadows to grab back the spike, but things better of it.
We're gonna get closer to a site here. I mean, they knew the recon bolt came from spawn. They knew that that insane frag play from Hasty came from the jump upstairs from mid-market, and this is the perfect play here. 15 seconds, expecting a number. I don't think they heard that both players
10 seconds.
had shot the shadow. The plant money at least secured here.
They
Nobody
can't-
had what? There's no time
lost
left. What are you
round?
doing?
Oh man.
That's the realization that you've messed up, dollar bill. And it's double digits tied.
It's so unfortunate because what a crucial error around hey, listen, it was a 1v2. Let's not pretend it was a guarantee, but it could have been theirs.
Yeah.
And now the tied game at 10-10. Oh no. $100 bills is going to be having nightmares of that one tonight. It's a moment that could have been instead what could be.
All right. Jump into the next round. In that round, not only they cost the win, but the economy is still brutal. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it was Nico for Montclair, so they're in a
Deploying drone.
comfortable position here to deny this Entrium and Killjoy utility in place. Confirmation already that they haven't pushed out yet. We saw the Blades be a difference maker prior. If they get to plant, they could be a late round fallback, but that requires them taking the site in the first place.
Getting here with all the Killjoy utility, it's not as simple as just walk out. That does help.
Now it is.
Yeah.
Not land, but
Yeah, but you can get out now without any confirmation, at least not without somebody taking a peek, a little bit of a swing. It's the split, looking for it. Hasty.
ouch.
Lucky to get out of there alive.
Tigek still
it
trying to apply pressure here with alongside that funnel in from market, but Saga, Mr. Cool is handling it. And while they're too worried about CT, they haven't handled the Killjoy on site, and the reload comes through, but the shots do not follow, leaving Kago in a 1v4 that they cannot deliver on. So Montclair have taken back over this lead.
Round B. 30 seconds
I'm
left.
not exactly
enemy
certain,
remaining.
but I don't know what the econ looks like here for St. Lawrence. I don't know if we can get a peek at the scoreboard real fast, but yeah, I don't know that it's very good. St. Lawrence will take a timeout on the back of that. The good news is they have the Blade Storm, they have the Hunter's Fury. That is good news. Yeah, okay, it's not terrible, especially with the Blade Storm. They can make this work. Even without it, it's not a bad buy. Not even
I
in the
agree.
slightest. But what's even worse, though, is if for example, St. Lawrence lose this round, I think this is why they're taking the timeout. Their money is cooked. They really are in trouble, and that would be up against Map and Series Point.
I think that's why Tigek is buying here right now, at least. From what we see with the snapshot of the pause, the timeout. Just so that they can fall back on the Blades next round. If all hope is gone, right? So
Plus, you have it just in the back pocket if you do
Yeah.
need it this round. You know, always good to have that. Doesn't give it away. You're, hitting it early on. I think that can give an indication to the opposition that they should expect something wild, something wacky.
And I mean, Mnemonics, we wanted to see them shine on the operator. Fortunately, it's posted up on the wrong angle because it's an interest towards the A site potential. I was going to say a split play, but it's more just a respect to the 0 point that they're trying to still, I think, lurk there by having not seriously get picked up by it. Because the Killjoy typically has played alone.
It's true.
Fortunately, though, team's there. Mr. Cole's on the off angle. Oh, this will be a huge first blood, but narrowly avoided, and maybe the pop still, and that turret's not enough to protect you.
big miss there from Mr. Cools. Had the opportunity. Doesn't quite get it off. Hunter's Fury. Still available. And still a possibility. Has even more Killjoy utility set this time in defense of the spike. Instead of defending against the attack, it's Mnemonic. Sam Angle has been doing the Lord's work right here. Can get more done. Noah on towards the site with Hasty in tow. Just that Hunter's Fury play defense. They're going to get the first tap towards it. That's one tag, but nothing further. Still plenty of time.
And they have shock darts. But the operator protection is insane here. With them getting it half, Hasty gets to defuse, and Montclair gets a map and series point here in Emergence Week 6. I mean, look at how back and forth this matchup has been, and you know, maybe having the lead at the half, I was gonna say is a curse, but I mean, 7-5 this time, falling apart again. If St. Lawrence comes back and goes to OT and then wins,
I mean,
both of these, they're both toying with us at that point. Like, where's the hidden camera in my room?
We're actually on a reality show.
Get out of my way.
Mnemonics is elsewhere, though. He's been over at A so many times!
No!
And the paranoia to drive them back. Still more space, but Mnemonics understands, hey, we've got the opening pick. This is something to hang on to.
There's those blades we mentioned last round. Could be the difference maker to keep them alive in this series. But I mean, Mnemonics was there at B main last round and just didn't get an opportunity. And I love how they played the retake with the operator, so I'm glad that they stay alive here for the rotation to A that St. Lawrence University is trying to stage, but they want more frags and it'll cost them Chicago, so no more initiation utility, at least in the form of the fault line for the flashpoints. And numbers still ever so dwindling alongside the timer.
Important that St. Lawrence pick up that trade frag, so at the very least you cut the op out of the round, or at least the jet wielding it. It's currently being juggled. I don't know actually who grabbed it, but it looks like Sova may have picked it up. It's going to end up being a B hit.
They're not going to use it though. They just don't want to give it.
Another dark cover. 30 seconds. This is awful.
Hasty, oh! Saga gets the trade, and that's a terrible strategy. Stefan did get asked to deliver the world 2v1. They've grouped up markets, so not taking any chances. With 15 seconds left, they'll at least be able to secure the plant, unless they have the lineups from who knows where.
The zero! The 0 point's beautiful!
Oh my goodness. But they don't know! Insane flash, a swing deeper into the side, and just like that, we are done. 2-0 fashion Montclair State University. White is going to take our series for Emergence. Week 6 of the Northeast B group. What a game, Vincent.
I mean, just absurd, right? The incredible early start that Montclair had into the comeback trail for St. Lawrence on Lotus, only to lose the map. Like, down at the half, come back once again. Not quite the same way that St. Lawrence did, but come back nonetheless. It's well played. I love the fact that every single time Montclair State, whenever they were playing for the retake, they had such a good plan coming back into it. We saw it so often on their defensive side, didn't we?
Oh, completely. And they even had counters, so the retakes coming out from St. Lawrence University, like Hasty, was just insane on some of those moments. And I mean, it did definitely feel like they were in control of a lot of these rounds and denying exactly where St. Lawrence University wanted to go. And that's when we need to see that kind of second win, that mid-round IGL call, because I want to know like the statistic that was the conversion percentage when their initial investment didn't pay off when they had to rotate, because I don't want to say it was very high. I mean, look, even here, it's just insane denials. And I mean, also insane first blood. So they start strong, they end strong.
Yeah, I think that there's also a world where if Mnemonics is just like stopped once or twice on these aggressive maneuvers,
yeah.
Like, how many times did Mnemonics actually die going for that A swing early? I don't think they did. I don't think they ever died in that engagement. Yeah, later on, even in that position sometimes, but the early fight there never lost. And I think
Mhm.
that these First Bloods kind of start to tell that story, paint that picture. Unfortunately, Hidgek, who nearly did the same thing with regard to the numbers, didn't have nearly the same impact. And you look at the numbers and it looks similar. Watching the game, it really wasn't.
Just kind of funny because that's actually what I said without even getting to watch the majority of the first map, just based on the fact that I believe it was Vero. He was the one being that aggressive dive agent. I said they need to find a way to combat or punish these main aggressions, these early engagements that they wanted to take. And like you said, they weren't able to. Mnemonics, time and time again, abusing a main. And when they weren't abusing a main, they were posted up with an operator on B main. And that meant that St. Lawrence University had to explore mid round after round, and while they gained that space because it was given from them, they couldn't really pivot to a site.
Yeah, it was a tough one there for St. Lawrence specifically.
Mhm.
I think that they did a lot of things right, but it was, for me, Montclair State's fundamentals. Whenever they were in a 3v3, they consistently were able to close. I think that
True.
when they were in position to win a round, they never were giving that up. And
Mhm.
that doesn't sound like a big deal, but when you're in a bunch of 3v3s or a bunch of, like, for example, 3-on-2s or 2-on-1s, not allowing your opposition to get into those positions where they can clutch up around, it's worth its weight in gold. And I think that that's where Montclair State, outside of what we've already talked about, were at their best doing. I mean, a very consistent group of fraggers up at the top of the scoreboard.
Regardless, that does bring the week 6 coverage for Emergence to a close. A 2-0 victory here for Montclair to, set themselves forwards in the Northeast B group. But fear not, that is not all of our Valorant action tonight. This was just the trial, the pilot of me casting. I'll be back later on with Mick to bring you Legends Week 7 between Blinn and Northwood. And Vincent, that's going to be a really good game in my mind.
Oh yeah, that one's gonna be a banger. Northwood, the old legends,
Fallen champs.
yeah, they've had their time to shine, and now darkness is a brewing with Blinn, who I think very either number 1 or number 2 right now. So it's gonna be a banger. We will see you about 45 minutes to an hour till we get that one going. As Zobi said, Mick will be taking the mic from me. So we'll see you then. Peace out. Have a good night.
I like that.
Welcome back to the NECC Monday Night Valorant coverage. I was here earlier. My name is Obi, and I'm joined by Mick as we jump over to the Week 7 coverage for the Legends Division, specifically Group Scion B4, Northwood University versus Blinn Esports. And Mick, we're on opposite sides here about thinking of how this series is gonna go. I mean, fallen champs versus, the new kids on the block that have risen to fame with their previous performance and almost qualification into the Challengers League.
Yeah, definitely an impressive showing so far. I mean, speaking obviously about these two teams, we're looking at the likes of Northwood University and Blinn Esports, two absolute titans that we obviously have covered to some degree here over the past couple of years. But I mean, knowing that already, as you mentioned, the legacy between one team being now 3-3 in a record so far in this season, and kind of looking on the opposite side of the board, we're seeing just kind of flawless records coming up from Blinn, only dropping a singular map this entire season so far. It's going to be definitely a reckoning for sure, but all things considered, I mean, Northwood, they're obviously the ones with the record kind of on the line here. They're the ones that really got to bring their A game here today, because regardless, no matter what, Blinn, they're locked in for this thing for the rest of the season.
No, completely. Blinn's been dominant. There's been series where they 13-1 a team for both maps versus the maps have been consistently close for Northwood University, whether they win or whether they fall short. And I completely agree with you. I mean, I think this is favoring Blinn very heavily, but there are some things to keep in mind as we look at these rosters. So, with Blinn up first, you're going to see that we don't have their star duelist of Okeanos. It's going to be Maki, Monsi, Mikey, Teague, and Spaz here, so that might weaken, the cohesion or even the firepower this squad normally brings. Mick, and who do we got as their opponents?
Obviously, I mean, looking at Northwood, we got Ali the Bot, we got Dip, Rip, Benji, Logan, and Darkus. And I'm sure, obviously, everybody knows a couple of these names. You know the North American champs. You've seen them in CVAL over and over again. You've seen them in Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah.
You've seen them all over the place. I mean, those names are going to go ahead and ring a bell, get a couple kind of gears turned to a certain degree, but is there gears that really going to be cranking things out today? They got to be all cylinders firing up here as we go into these maps, because looking at what we got to work with, it's going to be the likes of starting off with Vine, the Collegiate Special, Icebox, another one there, and what do you know for the Decider? Ascent. A little bit different of an order, I'd say, but it's good to see both these teams are actually going with specialist picks to some degree to start things off. Ryan just thinking they're that much better at Ascent.
No, I mean, these picks definitely make sense. Buying Northwood University, trying to choose one of those weaker points for Blinn in that they're about even on those wins and losses, taking into account challengers and their performance at NECC so far. But then we go over to Icebox, Blinn's pick, where they have been 10-1 on this map recently, versus it's still kind of an even loss to win ratio for Northwood. The only thing I will say is that Northwood composition on Icebox could shake things up, but we'll have to stay tuned for that, because as for mentioned, our first map is going to be Bind. And I think my only other note to make that was skipped over when we were covering the Northwood roster is that when they played in CVAL Winter, mind you, they got slammed by St. Clair, both in the upper finals and then the grand finals 3-0. They were playing with Boat, one of their new duelists, instead of Logan. But Logan is back and ready to attack this squad. So I think these duelist differences could make this not the 2-0 that you were expecting, Mick.
Yeah, it was something kind of looking at the stats going into this thing, seeing that only one map has been dropped by Blinn this entire season so far. I mean, obviously they're looking to just be an absolute force, but considering, I mean, obviously the Northwood squad is looking a little bit different. I don't think it's still going to make that much of a difference. I mean, you and I were discussing this earlier on, talking about how you thought the maps were at least going to be a close affair, even if we did find maybe a 2-map series. And I think that's going to be more of the note now. I still don't know if a map will be dropped by Blinn inside this series, but it really comes down to, once again, those differences that are going to be coming through. So looking at those differences, seeing what we got to work with. The difference in composition is something, you mentioned the duel specifically. I'm just looking more at just the actual beautiful portraits in front of us when we do see that Gecko coming into play here with the likes of that KO compared to the breach that we do have coming out from Ali. So, I mean, I love that. I love seeing the breach come through. I love seeing the Gecko. We're seeing a more of a kind of alleviation from Sky on both sides, which is something that's kind of really welcoming, at least from my perspective.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, this is a composition that they've been running pretty consistently in challengers, so I'm glad that the substitution in here hasn't changed things too much, other than obviously that duelist role is flexing over to Mikey, and it is going to be Maki picking up the smokes instead. So, I mean, Mikey is a very solid duelist as well. They run the double duelist still on split, even with all the changes that occur. So I'm hoping that means that these agents, that these players will still be in their comfort picks for Blinn.
I mean, it really comes down to just how they want to go ahead and get this thing going. Knowing Northwood's going to be on this defensive side to start things off, I'm curious to know really how they take this approach when they kind of go for the aggressive plays. And they've already gone ahead and kind of leaned into that a little bit, pushing outside of Hookah just right off the get-go, finding 2 players knocked down. They really haven't sacrificed anything else as an exchange. So, I mean, this is a very good stance for them. And even then, Blast Pass could be the one thing just to kill alone. But already Spaz being the one wraparound player, looking to get on site, trying to be that hero guy. You can only do so much knowing that nobody's going to swing into that snake pipe. And still, regardless, you find some effect. You get a couple credits to work with. You don't get a spike plan off, but quite frankly, that doesn't matter. You found yourself around down already for Northwood, who's found themselves with a very quick start to work with.
Very quick and unsuspecting start there out of Hookah. And it might be just exactly what they were reading into for Blend. I mean, have a lot of material to review versus Northwood had stepped out for a little while with the change in management and only made that recurrence after a quick, winter break with their NECC Valorant winter appearance with the new squad. So now an interesting decision from Blend with the Stinger Force. So they take a surprise and they might try to throw a surprise back. But again, Darkest has been really clean as a solo player, and they're the one trying to hold on to this Hookah control all alone. But 9 HP, they have to fall back. They have to rely on Ali here, and they actually bait them by accident.
Even then, Darkest over there towards the back, not really having much health to work with here, and even then a good exchange coming through, knowing that rotation is going to be coming out, crossing over to the other side of the map, and already just warranting something here. Blaine College understanding that, okay, we're not going to let you put you down like that. We're going to understand the aggression coming in our direction in this kind of round. We're going to make sure that we're not really sacrificing too much. We do go for these somewhat awkward purchases, but I mean, knowing that the kits are going to be the biggest differential here, you do find a lot already with just that Cypher and that Brimstone being gone. The entire A setup was just completely diminished, and now you're looking at a free spike plate going down, purely putting Northwood here on the attack once more. And as they did it to start off that last round, and a round like this is a lot more important because the clock is ticking against you instead of into your favor. So with a couple tap defenses coming over, the players understanding fully what was happening there in terms of a couple taps, or maybe just a little bit fakes coming through. Throws maybe not fake, but collegiate players definitely will. So with Northwood grab themselves a second, it's by a very close affair with only one gun being carried over, but it's not like that matters because Blend bought up in this round as well.
I mean, I praised the sight take there from Blend, checking all the boxes, ensuring nothing would slip through the cracks once they got numbers advantage in their favor, but ultimately, I think it was just Dip staying alive as long as they did on that site until the cavalry, the reinforcements arrived, and that's when they leveraged those better weapons and that high-low positioning from Logan on top of Truck to weed out, as you mentioned, based on the taps, based on the drawouts from U-Haul. But now, 2-0, like you said, it's going to be another force up here from Blend. I mean, they know that the buy should be weak for Northwood, but Northwood actually also buying into this since they only carried one weapon over from that victory in the last round, and they're about to have a clash on Fountain.
Crazy thing is that they're already going ahead. They know the kind of guns they got to work with this lineup. They're going for these longer angles. They know that Hookah's probably going to be pushed because that's been the past result for these other 2 rounds. That even then, they decide to smoke it off as well. Make sure to kind of close that distance. Make sure to kind of really bring that gap in the line between each two to kind of be more of a standstill towards that Fountain. And even then, still finding relative success, which is just understandably insane. The side of Blend College kind of letting that slip through, knowing that they're going to be keep on going in for these lineups over and over again, right outside Spices, right off the get-go towards that Hookah lane, and knowing that even then, we've seen players push it over and over and over again. The typical lineup you see over towards A main hasn't really been touched at all quite yet. So I want to see really how they make these adjustments, even then going to the other side of the map, even with their own purchases in their own right in a map like this, or around like this, more importantly, when they finally have these guns to work with, knowing that they have a little bit more diversity in their pushes, they're capable rounds and their fights that they can take. But last round obviously was the one that you really wanted to happen, and it just wasn't going to be given up because, well, Northwood know better.
But I feel like this round is now their bonus, right? It's the rifle buy-up you expect to see from Blend. Those weapons carried over from that flawless round, and they're even going to leverage this combination of the fault line and that showstopper, their trophy from Logan's early found successes, to draw that first blood and force Blend College into an early fallback, an early rotation. They might be able to get the pinch back in Blink, but this flashpoint has to land perfectly, and that it does every frag. But Darkest is still alive, and they've been crunched by Ali behind. They're going to be able to leverage this stimmy just to retreat. temporarily.
Oh, yeah. Not able to really manage too much there. I mean, considering you did have that flank, or at least that kind of wraparound that was occurring inside of that A main area. I mean, you just didn't find the timing there to really work for you. I mean, you saw the teammates trying to go ahead and rush back, but you saw the breach kind of holding things out. Darkness going ahead and just delaying that time. But speaking of delay, you can't delay the round much more. Because you're looking at the spike, it's sitting in front of you. You got to make these reaches really happen. You got to make sure to acquire all the resources necessary into 2v1. Well, Mikey's going to be in a bad spot until the shots are missed. And, well, that's just by dip. Mikey hits those and has a 4K for the round to get the first here to play with.
One enemy remaining.
That is a statement way to get your first round on the board. And I said they should be in pretty good hands for their duelist when I saw that it was going to be Mikey and not Maki on the pick, since Okeanos has stepped out for the evening, and that is one way to deliver. And they had a quiet first few rounds with only 1 kill, but that's been corrected, and so has their economy. But they're still going to be buying these lighter weapons, mainly the Bulldogs, coupled with that Stinger. And I'm guessing that's because they want to leverage this rocket. Or they've already started reading into Northwood's play, expecting to take a head-on fight here, potentially for B-Long.
They're going to go ahead and use that rocket. I will say one thing. They got to make sure to at least drop that vandal to another teammate. Make sure not to go ahead and throw it out there because, man, I mean, sure, you want to have the capitalization off the back of it. You want to have something else to work with. You do get that result there for a second. But already, look at the rest of the team, looking at the entire Rolling Thunder just going right towards the enemy spawn. It's over and over again. This pressure is just being exerted towards this attacking side spawn that feels like Blinn College. Well, while they could probably answer it, they just don't really have the time to get acclimated to it.
Even with all of that in the ultimate trades, it still bubbles down to a 2v2 here. You're going to try and funnel the ult orbs towards Spaz since that Thrash is online, and for me, that's going to be the win condition here. I mean, you can see there was no forward challenge from Northwood University to deny, but they actually get the pit online in conjunction, and they might not have to use it. Monty, the 3K, Dip, having to challenge in, but has no information about where these players are. They find one, but Spaz has gotten the timing, the wraparound.
Image even made off the back of that contact with the shock dart. I mean, just well played here. Moving back towards the defender side spawn, waiting for the taps to come through, playing a little bit more of a waiting game, and even then more so, didn't even know that this is going to be possible. It could have been a hole, but already, once again, we established that collegiate players do indeed fake, and that was the first instinct coming out from Spaz, but it's just not going to be enough, as you do see, obviously, Dip coming out. Last round being faltered away from his hand specifically, compensating for it in the next one at least. And while you're up 3 rounds now, it's not the biggest deal in the world. You're just happy to get another run to play with.
Yeah, I mean, Dip there, not in any rush, even with the spike timer ticking away. They clear out all those angles. They don't make a single sound, and I'm still curious about the decision to drop the pit. I think if Spaz had just tucked away into CT, that would have been a very different situation because the amount of time between it dropping and that exchange meant that there was no effects, no vulnerability to give you an advantage in that fight. So now, I mean, you're reset to a save round, and the economy for Northwood University, again, looking as strong as ever.
Well, all those decisions are things of the past. Regrets to be made then, but decisions to be made now, more importantly, to kind of go ahead and make up for it. It's already a good start here from the side of Blinn College. Once more, able to go ahead and manage to get themselves one, but problem is they line up. Rally right there towards that hookah area. Looking to manage one more, but the rest of the team is here to show up, and good God, who else than Mikey to go ahead and equal out the odds with 2 more to play with. And already Teague understanding that there is a player in that corner. You can funnel these guys out, and you can clutch it up once more. I mean, while Blinn College, sure, they even haven't really had the time to wake up and get things done as an entire team. Good God. The hero play potential of these individuals so far has just been utterly disgusting.
I mean, that is quite literally single-handedly what has drawn them to this 2-4 scoreline. I mean, hero play from Mikey gets the first clutch, and hero play from Teague gets the clutch in the second. And that is why this roster is so fearsome, is just because they do have these standalone, powerful individuals. And we'll be able to see that now. They had it by previously. Northwood again back up against the wall, having to get some of these deagle buys. And this should be an indication for Blinn that they can speed things up. They can go aggressive here, but look at that fault line. They're going to have to bail them out here with the Thrash, and they're not even able to do that. Logan drawing first blood. Dip adding to that tally. And it's just chaos on site, and Northwood has walked away victorious with a thrifty, not even 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah, just closing these guys off towards spawn. I mean, that Thresh should almost nothing to a certain degree. I mean, sure, puts the pressure on just from throwing it out there in the first place, but still, we don't find the necessary effect when you're not expecting these crosses towards those kind of outer sight setups. Then, I mean, you're just kind of caught in a bad spot at an even worse time. I mean, seeing that able to just go ahead and get all that damage off the Sheriff towards that outer area, and even looking at the rest of the team just kind of being choked up right towards A main. Even when they had the gun advantage, just things weren't looking too great for them, because you can understand that now at a point like this in the game, when you see what Northwood University is bringing in so early, Blinn College has learned to respect that almost immediately. Problem is, that respect is giving a little bit too much space to the side of Northwood to kind of push back up in that spawn and just keep on putting it down, where they just really can't react.
This round, though, looks like Blinn College was not scared away from the prospects of the A site. Dip again with this kind of level of discipline, waiting for the rotations to come through, not wanting to give these solo fights over. Now, I mean, when you have a null command and an orbital strike to lean into, Blinn College, even if they don't have the best weapons, have some really strong post-plant tools. The question is, can they get the timing right, and can they hold on long enough when all of this joint utility is perfectly clearing out U-Haul, perfectly clearing out all these spaces, but they just wait for the utility out and funnel back in.
Playing here close, doing whatever they can, but I mean, considering you're in a 3v2 situation, Spike is being tapped, and there's just nothing you can really do beside it. It's set for getting that Sky Barrage down. That's all you really got to work with.
Minions
It's
in here.
just delaying time. Benji goes ahead and gets picked off. It just comes down to Maki with nothing but a Sheriff, a Dream, and not really enough utility to work with, but you couldn't care less. You're just swinging that thing out. You're getting yourself onto the field, and you're looking at that Spike, and surprisingly not dying, carrying over a Sheriff for the next round. A little questionable, but I mean, hey, you'll take it.
Enemy remaining.
And 2 high fraggers, add a clutch master, and this team does not look any weaker than before. They might have stumbled right out the gate, but they have learned how to walk and are now running 2 rounds separating these squads. And the only silver lining is Darkest has that Rolling Thunder back online. It did a good job to disrupt that site take momentum the first time. My only concern is that null command from T could rob it away again.
I think honestly, when you talk about walking, you're at this point to where even then you see that same exact pacing in the way they want to push these sites. Don't want to give up too much. They know, especially the Suka area of the map, is going to just be contested more times than not. And looking, obviously, this has to come from the VODs. You know that Blinn College loved this big push. You know how successful it feels, and you countered it almost immediately. You're just looking to meet that arrogance now, quite frankly. Blinn College know they want to lock this thing down. They know they want a successful push towards this B side. They know they want to win on this half of the map. They just haven't really found it yet, so they go for it over and over and over again. And they're exerting so much just to even get that initial control towards that side of the map. And in the meantime, they've invested half their hit, it seems like, still, just to look at a 4v4.
Yeah, Neural Theft, Rolling Thunder in conjunction. It might not matter if Darkest can get all the frags on the board for them. But as you mentioned, it's early into the round. Yes, they've gained this space temporarily, but they've traded away so much HP that T could get this job done alone, mind you. But they have Maki with them, and they're the one that's going to get a 4K on the round and diffuse all of that pressure, and now the lead that Northwood had established because they are within striking distance, Mick.
I'm loving to see kind of the order of operations. I mean, things are really shifting here. You are getting your Gecko to be a little more aggressive on this attacking side. You don't typically throw your Gecko out into the world like that, but already Blinn College, they understand. And so once they get that spike down, they at least have a point of contention for Northwood University to kind of play around, because they just feel like they're pushing really aggressive. And I mean, you'd think that, okay, maybe our spawn is that line of scrimmage, but whenever you move it up and whenever that spike is there, sure, you'd like to run through these rounds. It's just not going their direction to what they want it to. So when that player dies, either they find successful picks, or they can just go ahead and find themselves maybe a death in the exchange, and they're still looking pretty darn good setting up a point like that. But already looking at points, you're not really looking at too many off the back of a showstopper, because still, kills weren't really made there. Logan finds an exchange, but Monzi's trying to do that same exact thing towards Hookah. And it's just, once again, players held hostage inside these spices while you're waiting for a wraparound from a player to make another hero play, because it feels like that's your only reliance so far. Finding these wild card players, finding these kind of extra angles that'll work out for you. But still, you see that right there, Maki didn't wait for it. It all comes down to Spaz now, and they know exactly where this guy's working from.
And the trade of utility won't buy them out of the situation. Northwood locks in a 6th. And again, I mean, Northwood University leveraging the teleporters here on Vine so beautifully. I feel like you don't get to see that much in Collegiate or even just higher level Valorant lately. Like, you might see track plays on Shower and that's it. So the fact that they're using this teleport to be short as much is definitely a fresh sight, a fresh strategy in my mind, at least, or my recollection. And it definitely is been a gamble, but it's what has allowed them now to at least tie things before the side swap. So this next round coming out, it's going to be a save for the last round from Blinn College. They can get a thrifty here and equate us at 6-6. It would be insane, but trying to get that split play here to achieve it.
A little questionable how they're going to get there. Knowing they're already exerting a little bit just to get to that point, even then taking a little bit of damage from the Hunter's Fury off the back of that information. They once again know that the players going to be going right back towards B main. But I mean, finally, you talked about the teleporter. They're looking to finally get that coverage on it, looking to lock it down a little bit. Blinn College know that it's going to be a massive contentious point. Doing it and just kind of immediately hop over to the fight when you go towards that B side that they've been choked up over and over again, purely because of that spike being dropped there so darn much that it's a circumstance you don't really meet yourself with too much inside of this game, especially it's higher level players at the point like it. So looking for some early damage, looking to get some early taps off towards everybody else. You're just kind of looking to work what you got, try to get as aggressive as possible. And well, you're up against an outlaw. It's warranted, but even then, Logan's also there to cover your back. Worst case scenario, cleaning up for the 4K.
Oh, beautiful 4K there, pinpointing the rotation out of Blinn College. Secures the lead here, and yeah, this is a great replay to get. I mean, even if they lose control of hookah, they're like, fine, we'll fight from garden.
At a time.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you gotta take these rounds, take these frags, and hopefully take this map. But like I said, that was the save for Blinn. So this is the true fruits of the efforts, the labor, and the ultimates like the orbital strike and the thrash that we will hopefully see come out. It looks like they want to challenge what Northwood has been consistently piecing together. This B-long exertion off of this deeper sky smoke.
Even then, going with the half armor, I mean, this is going to be their full buy. So we see them forcing up so much. This is really the only thing they're working with. I couldn't blame Northwood if they did just want to opt for these Phantoms more times than not, just because of how they're going to just lock these guys out over and over and over again. Notice they feel almost like a Spectre to some degree, but speaking about that pressure, it's going to be immediately just gone ahead, recollected from the side of Blinn College, and taking it right back to spawn, where once again they get, well, trapped off, and definitely have a couple heads clipped off as well. So in a 2v5 situation, there's just not really much you can do. I wouldn't blame Blinn to be going for somewhat of a save, but it's the last round. You can't do that. It's not an option. You got to go for the hero plays, and well, when you just don't have the guns to line it up, or even then when you leave Logan with a singular bit of HP, you know that maybe the armor would have made a little bit of a difference, but you just didn't have the opportunity.
And that ends the half 8-4. I mean, look at that timing, right? They wait out all of the utility stall from Blinn, and then they strike back just as that smoke will fade. So granted, this is Northwood University's pick. Granted, they likely had some counter-shredding to this composition, recognition it was going to get pulled out, but this has been an insane showing and a control of momentum, especially for that B site in the previous half. Need to wipe it away, though. Pistols, pistol round, could be their one-way ticket back into this map to keep that 2-0 and that semi-flawless record in contention. It's only one map dropped against St. Clair Academy. And looks like they want to play the 3-2 split game with aggression in the shower to clear out information early, maybe provide some early rotations, but that means there's nobody holding hookah directly.
They're giving up that space, and they're not bringing the fight to them kind of early on, which is something that, quite frankly, Northwood could really just manipulate, considering that, I mean, that was what they found immediately right off the get-go. That lane just overwhelming it, winning it, and then just getting themselves around over and over and over again. The spike was dropped there at least 5 of those 12 rounds that we saw in that last half. But looking at the aggression once more, just trying to come up for the defense. You see Northwood just going ahead and utilizing that, letting Blinn College say, go ahead, cross that wall, let us find these shots. Speaking of shots, there's a couple taken on site there from Mikey. So in a 1v2 situation, it's a pistol round. Anything is doable, quite frankly. But you talk about anything, you also got to think about the positioning as well, because a full wrap coming through from this Viper, Spaz could get it done, but he just doesn't have a ghost. So if you can pick one up, that'd be great, because that lineup is a little too long for your classic.
They get the dink, but not much more. And I mean, if anybody could have, it would have been Spaz. I mean, look at how close they were to clutching up the pistol last half. But regardless, both pistols cleanly stolen by Northwood. It keeps them on track to taking their map pick here, adding 1 negative to Blinn's record. But for now, no force up, no eagerness this time out of Blinn, no singers. They realize that that would basically give away an 11th round, because it would be this round and the follow-up. They would have to force again into better weapons or be on that save. So we'll see now if the reposition here from the Viper can do anything. A deep poison cloud to kind of replace the effects of that sky smoke, but Shots raining true. Fault line gonna try to contest, and the question is, will the fuel recharge? Line up. And the answer quickly delivered as a no. Snakebite dodge out. Dizzy to negate the effects of the owl drone and that fault line.
Very big investment coming through here. I mean, sure, you're trying to hold on to whatever you can, but you already know the Monzi's been closed out. Even then, Logan has that force coming through for that Vandal to come into place, and knowing that T is get a lot of damage from that paint shell, this is a free site. And Blinn College, I'm just not quite sure how they're going to come into play for a retake here, knowing that every single avenue's already been smoked off. Those things are going to last at least 15 seconds, and then when you look at it, especially at this aggression coming through where Darkish just doesn't care about his own life, you're giving up a stinger, but who? Players at half HP. You know it's going to be an easy cleanup crew. So what do? Press W key. Just get in back control of their spawn and, well, kind of click it. So 10th round coming away for Northwood University. Man, Find, we always thought was a fast map, but usually just in terms of a round-to-round basis. Well, the entire game has kept that same exact pacing because Northwood have just not let anything happen. You've seen even rounds where it's just kind of playing towards its last seconds with that spike down, trying to make it go on a recovery mission. But that's not even the case. We're just looking at Northwood not letting the spike go down, period. Therefore, just going ahead and knocking out half the entire round timer we typically look at.
And I mean, at that point, Darkish just used their body as a human alarm bot, gathered that information because fear of the unknown is the only thing that could leverage that buy for Blinn into a retake scenario. But now, I mean, clearly confirmation, their initiator, they know where these players are, and they're stunned up. So Logan says it's a green light, Teague says no, and Nip says, all right, then I'll take care of it. So a 4v3 now on the site. It's been aggressively taken here. As the dust settles, it'll be the last two remaining, rotating from the A site to try and disrupt this plan to some degree, and somehow all of the stars align, and Maki walks away as the sole survivor and potentially the sole savior here to keep this momentum moving forward. But this time I was curious, I'm not gonna lie.
I think it's at least warranted, considering that you're sitting in a 5-round deficit. I mean, Blinn College knows that eventually they had to slow things down. And looking at this final countdown, this may be your only real chance. Considering these next two, you're going to be looking at an off-5 for one of them. Worst comes to worst, and you just don't want to have that, especially in a round situation like this. Already, Northwood University has been replicating that aggression we've seen on that defensive side. And while it was kind of more replicated from the attack to the defense, this is where they get to apply it, just as an outline strike. So considering what they've done so far, seeing the kinds of plays they've been making, and just knowing the shots are here and they are landing, Blinn College, it's not really that they're trying to slow down. It's just more so the actual space is being given up and what they should decide to really give up and what they should decide to really go for, because their player allocation isn't really questionable. It just feels sparse.
I mean, it's not even sparse. I feel like Northwood University just is kind of the masters of be long in this regard. They have been taking that space without much kind of counter from Blinn. I mean, that was even the case when they were the ones on the defense. So I'd like to see them kind of play more to deny from like hookah or from deeper in the B side, kind of look like we saw from those rotations from the remaining two members of Blinn College. And the only other outcome I could potentially think of would be how play retake solely for B, maybe put the 3 on A. But this round, we'll see if they even need a third on A, because this 2-player approach and shower is going to be tested. Mikey pushing off, scaling off of that sky smoke, and fault line to try and facilitate these fights in favor of Northwood, and none are connecting. Dark is literally dumping all their utility into these fights just to get those 2 players down, and now is Logan's chance to bring that showstopper into the mix to lock down the round, but it's going to be a standard post plan, standard retake. We'll see what happens.
Well, not nearly as much as you would want in your standard retake. You have no duelist, that showstopper kind of being into play, the Brimstone not coming into works here, kind of going ahead and cutting off at least those sight lines towards those boxes in A main, where it's just outright gunfights for the most part. In college, you have a singular player kind of coming on the flank that's already accounted for by the Brimstone, at least for a second, until he's knocked out as well. But honestly, he's got to speed things up, because this is going to be your play to really make the effect. And if he can't do it, well, quite frankly, considering
they're gone.
Health, he sure as heck ain't going to do it either. Sitting in that corner, waiting down to spike, doesn't want to give up a pip. He's looking maybe for a last-second swing out to catch somebody off. That's just not going to be the case. Even then, all 3 players escaping with their lives. It's a massive difference going to this next one, considering that. I mean, that's free carryover. It's a lot of guns to work with, and that guarantees no matter what, unless Blinn College just look totally different from this round going forward, Northwood University are going to have a bye at least for the next 3.
Yeah, very, very well composed here from Northwood University. Just consistently challenging those retake positions. Yes, they got caught off guard by Monsi, but even then they don't have the biggest weapon to challenge any additional frags back. And I think that it has just been Darkest. Like, not only are they fragging, but they are supporting their team. And as for mentioned, you cannot challenge Northwood University here on B long, because it does not work for you. You may be able to challenge them hookah when you have a judge, but even then a spy cam dart is really hard to deal with, and you still haven't destroyed the spy cam. So that's a perfect aftershock from guard into counter to single-handedly clear out hookah, so Benji gets the green light. The thing is, though, there's still 3 members for Blinn here on B.
Because they know that there's player presence here. They want to go ahead and slow these guys down. They want to meet them. But the problem is, when you meet them, what do you get to work with? Well, a stinger would be great in that kind of circumstance, but you're just going to make sure to actually know the player's there and, well, are willing to hit the shot. Speaking of shots, though, inmate on site, looking to kind of hold things down, but one player out, showstopper being invested, it all comes down to Mikey. Just being in that 1v1 situation, does get out of dodge, able to go back towards that spawn area of the map, not getting caught off by that stun, but you're at a point now to where that spike was going down. You had the audible to work with, so you know you can push back up safely, but for how long? Because damage has been done, and the fact that Darkest just holds this, expecting to live, and knowing that last shot is really all that matters, is just genuinely insane. Because you can tell Mikey's checking each and every single angle, and the one place he's not checking is that exact spot he threw the pain shell.
I mean, that's just 40 chess in that regard. It's like, if they throw the paint shell backside and I don't evade, I will barely survive with 18 HP, which, yes, is less than his 45, but then he'll never think I'm there, and the perfect situation when he satchels out. But regardless, again, Darkest opening rounds up with first bloods off a utility and closing them out in the clutches. They're like, yeah, Logan, you may be back for both, but I want to take the MVP and show these kids that we deserve that resurgence. And an orbital strike here to try and aid the explosion into the A side, countered only by one from Maki. It's an interesting situation where Mikey is going to walk away with the first blood, and it is just going to be a matter who can hold down the front. And the answer thus far, now that the null command's in the mix, would have been Blinn College, but Benji, an insane frag, forward advance, a plant being attempted. The challenge of U-Haul getting shut down in tandem means just like that, in semi-flawless fashion, a 13-5 victory for Northwood University on Fine. They will strike that lost tally of maps up to 2 for Blinn College, and I think we saw exactly why this was their pick.
Yeah. They definitely warranted it, and to every single degree possible. And considering the kind of scoreline we were working with, looking at Blinn College, just even then, the rounds they did accumulate were just kind of off the back of a couple of hero plays here and there. I mean, it just comes down to Northwood University, as I mentioned earlier. The ball was in their court. They got to fire on all cylinders, and good God, do they do exactly that. It's an absolute masterclass, especially looking to see what was happening there. The breach, I gotta say, just looking utterly disgusting in terms of the initiating power. While your Gecko and your Sova are great, what's better than a set of eyes and a fragger? Well, somebody who's on the other side of a wall that just can't be fought, and they're still giving you the necessary assistance.
In only semblance of rounds, we're definitely out of those clutch hero plays from the stableness Blinn College can bring, but ultimately, Dark is showing that if you support your teammates with your kit, your utility, that it truly is what is needed to win a map off of Blinn College, you know. And I'm not gonna lie to you, what this map felt like for me, specifically when we look at Darkest's performance, and this is also coming out of Darkest being like, why is Northwood so low on the college Valorant, collegiate Valorant hub's power rankings, is them wanting to beat Blinn so that they move up in that sheet, right? They're 9, Blinn is 2. If they upset the number 2 seed, chances are everyone, the public eye, will say that they're back, the kings of collegiate. And look at this. I mean, when you have almost double the kills of your counterpart Mikey on the Rays, it's definitely gonna bring in that impact.
I mean, just looking to see what Northwood was doing, I mean, you could already see, especially between those two Rays matchups, one was obviously weighing a little bit heavier in terms of regard to the actual fights going down. More first bloods across the board, but even then more so when you have that initiating power, that's truly what you got to give it up to. While sure, KOs can be great with those flashes, if you never get to the point where you're popping outside spawn and the Gecko not really getting a chance to get those dizzies off too much, Darkest was just there constantly providing that support from anywhere on the map. And that's why I love seeing this breach being played here on the likes of Bind, knowing that it's a very, very small map. And even then, when you see these players, as you mentioned, that early aggression going through TP for those first couple rounds over and over and over again, knowing that spike was being dropped there, well, even if you are over towards the A side of the map, you can still get a fault line to go there. And even then, we saw whenever you're going ahead, pushing onto that site, they want to take the hook control. That's not something they really have a decision of doing. They're not investing the mosh pit to go ahead and flood guys out and then the paint shell. They're going straight after shock. And that's all that you really have to do. Even in a fault line right through, or even in aftershock in one spot, fault line in the back. I mean, no matter what, you're going to feel trapped in these claustrophobic points. And this map is as small as it really gets. Therefore, really just multiplying the problem.
No, it definitely it perfectly explains how it felt like Northwood was in control of the momentum for this map. I mean, not only are they fighting to take space up beat long, but then they're denying that control over hookah simultaneously, and there isn't much of a contest or a reaction or adjustment coming out from Blinn College. But fear not, that is only map 1. And map 2 for Icebox is a lot better of a record, and it's been played a lot more by the side of Blinn Esports. So we're going over towards their comfort pick. My only question will be how, like I said, that substitution, Okeanos out, Maki in will play into things. If we'll see those role swaps to accommodate like we saw on Bind, or if it's going to be kind of that perfect linear substitution or not. On the other side of things, though, I've promised you a spicy composition from Northwood, and that's my only concern there as well, is that you might see Blinn College not able to deal with it. And in that regard, we might get your 2-0 that you want to make, but in favor of Northwood.
Yeah, that'll be something to see most definitely, considering that Icebox can be up next. So we'll catch you then with it, and we'll see what compositions they're bringing, whether or not they live up to the tale. And welcome back, getting things underway with map number 2 here between Blinn College and Northwood University. Absolute banger here coming up from a first map, considering that already the 3-3 Blinn College we're expecting, okay, they're up there on the boards. We've seen the record so far, we've seen what they're capable of, but maybe a couple substitutions have been kind of the couple bites they need to get themselves back in this thing, because Northwood closed things out extremely quickly on Bind, and well, we're getting ready to go into the next one.
And funny enough, another factor as we look at this map veto one more time is that we were just on Bind, which is a less experienced map for both of these teams. I mean, it was played 4 times by Northwood and only 5 by Blinn before today, versus the map that we're about to jump into, which not only is Blinn's pick, but they've played it twice as much, 11 times in the Challengers qualifiers and NECC this season, and 10 of those times were victories. So I definitely think this could be what sends us to that map 3 decider of Ascent, and what's more fitting to determine the Collegiate Kings than Ascent. But they have to get past this dirty composition, I will say, from Northwood. And we don't have it ready just yet because we're just jumping into Agent Select. But I can tell you that we get not just the double duelist potentially, Mick, but also the deadlock in conjunction.
I mean, even then, looking at what happened, I didn't want to mention her too much on Bind because she has seen a bit of a resurgency. But since we're going to talk about Deadlock, I'd love to go ahead and at least bring her up for a little bit. I mean, she has been a lot more healthy, I want to say, since the buffs have come through. Considering the adjustments being made so far, she really feels like a viable pick because she was already kind of a menace. She was already annoying as is, but I mean, it just felt like she didn't have enough impact in terms of the map for what her kit was providing. And it felt like her trips were also way too apparent. But knowing that even then, if they are, they just trigger so much faster, where you can't really react to them as much. So knowing that, I mean, this map, looking at the aggression and looking at if we do see that same facet coming through from Northwood, I mean, it's there to play with. It's here on the field, and better yet, being used by them to where they can't kind of feel that same momentum being pushed up and really force them into a corner.
Oh, completely. My only concern is that the substitutions of Boat back out and with Logan back in might try and change things. You know, if, for example, you're not as confident on the Sova, they might kind of leave that to Dip since that's what they played. They've played previously. But we'll have to wait and see. I think our Agent Select graphic is about ready once we get this beautiful flyby of Icebox finished. But I mean, I'll be sad if we don't see the deadlock, but I also would be understanding. It's a hard kind of, I guess, kit to leverage. And as we see those lock-ins come through, yeah, they're going to pass by it this time and just go for that standard double duelist composition. It's usually Darkest running the deadlock while you see, you know, Ollie and Ollie and Dip on the Reyna and the Jets. So they really are just trying to accommodate Logan back into this, maybe going to a former glory of Northwood here. And on the side of Blinn, I mean, tried and true, you've played it 11 times, won on it 10. Yeah, go for that Harbor. And it looks like they are just going to go for a 1-for-1 substitution here, potentially, of that flex over of Mikey to the duelist, and this time Maki picking up that flex role on the KJ, which is what Mikey normally plays. Not Teague with the GG.
Hey, Dips going ahead and responding back. Darkest is just going ahead saying, let me call it. Are you FFing? Is that what's going on here? But all things considered, I mean, Blinn College with a double controller, Northwood with a double duelist. I'm not really rooting for Blinn here by any chance, but I am rooting for Harbor because I love seeing this guy's win rate go, and I'm being a Harbor main myself, but it doesn't really matter too much because these guys, obviously, their shots are all the same, but it just seems like Northwood was a little bit quicker to the cut in that last one, but we've seen already, to get it quick, we're getting these bloods underway, trades being made, players getting shot, and Blinn getting onto site. It looks like Mikey is the one player who is not accepting those pistol results we saw in that last map and is really looking to do something about it.
One enemy remaining.
Teague dealing with the flank there, dealing with Blinn. Benji means that Ollie's in the 1v3, and Monsi completes that picture, gets the pistol on the board for Blinn, and mind you, that can be what you need to get a map confirmed, considering Northwood took both pistols on Bind. But regardless, it's just the first round. It's just an indicator. The only thing is, we're not seeing that kind of goofy force up out of Northwood that we did see from Blinn in the second round of map 1.
Yeah, I mean, looking to see really what's going on here. I mean, to start things off, you got to look at what Northwood did in that last map. I mean, they were putting Blaine College in a situation where constantly they were forcing up. They never really had too many rounds where they had full armor to work with. So, I mean, this could be a benefit to them to say, hey, we can finally afford this full armor maybe here for our map, and that can make the difference for us. But one thing that's going to make a big difference, at least starting things off, is considering that one player's already lost a lot of HP, and that's going to be that lineup going over there towards Rafters and looking to see kind of what's going on. You're seeing that something's trying to be made out here from Northwood, but it's just not really come to life. But you do see Skip finally managing to get that first blood on the Mikey after getting a good bit of damage to lead into it in the first place. It comes out of the last two remaining in the back of sight. I mean, I like the fact that Blaine College is giving that space their respect for the utility and waiting for all of that to come up before they really make their next move.
And next move, gonna be to deal with Ollie, who was trying to explore mid and repivot to screens. So a very clean way here to get that round underway. Yes, there's retaliation from sight, but ultimately solo swinging for solo swing when you have worse weapons is not the way to get a thrifty round on the board if you're Northwood University. So now a pretty flawless bonus, I will say. I mean, 3 bulldogs and those forced rifles could mean that this is going to be a really even round. Yes, you have full rifles for Northwood, but it's light shields, right? So those bulldogs can definitely get the job done, and if you get 1 or 2 frags, those are the Vandal upgrades your teammates will require, put you in full swing. So this round, instead of abandoning their success found on A, trying to lean into this toxic screen and this split round yellow on B, and look at the response from Northwood. They're already here to contest.
Oh, they understand exactly what's going on in a round like this. I mean, even the more so, the crazy part is that you do see Blaine College go for the attempting in the first place. Is this is the longer range side of the two. That's where you have these massive lanes to be working with, these massive kind of lineups. For sure, you see an operator towards A side, but seeing it here, you're understanding, okay, somebody's going to be out in the open. Somebody's going to be taking these shots. And, well, it seems like Blaine College is kind of taking every single one of them on the chin thus far, because Stark is here to show up. The rest of the team has already kind of done the rest of the job necessary to clean up this round, with 3 players carrying over things into the next one. Blaine College obviously not in the worst position, considering that last one was a carryover and a save, but knowing what's here. Well, 2 went on the board. Blaine College now have to take their shots and understand that, well, maybe if B didn't work out with those guns, let's try a different arsenal. Now that we got money, and maybe go once more.
And you didn't get to see this, but during Agent Select, Darkest tried baiting out the deadlock pick to make us think they might go for it. But when you fragged as much as he did on that first map of Bind, yeah, it's a Reina day.
Yeah.
And with that last round, it makes sense. But what might not make sense is Ollie in your face with the judge inside the Poison Cloud aggressively, and they've made it through the Sova utility. They've made it through Blend's first player, but no more. Diffuse that situation here, brings the Reckoning online in conjunction with the Hunter's Fury. We'll be able to see if this can then aggress into the site and provide a post-plant opportunity.
Well, Thumbs even getting on site in the first place. They're a little bit slow to the cut. Even then, now understand that Logan is going to be on that flank, but using a Cove here is a little bit of an actual reserve and a little bit of a shield and reservoir to kind of give yourself protection. It comes out again the spike off during that kind of brief little period. That just wasn't the case. AJ nades available on that defense. Going to go ahead, flood right through that thing like an closet divide, and the rest of the team being there, already taking those shots. You understand that Logan still may be on that flank. He was there earlier, so where is he now? Right up the tube in mid. Yeah, it's on the top of the world to get the round done because, well, Spike isn't down yet.
I mean, they can plant, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a jet. There's no mollies. There's nothing he can swing. So the fact that they reposition and take that loss on HP is an interesting choice, and we'll see if it pays off in the end. They want to mock a reposition here window, which Logan doesn't seem to be aware of just yet, but they are very thorough players, and they know how to clear angles one at a time. And like I said, that gamble just barely pays off. Monsi getting the timing there. Maybe they were hoping they were playing that together, didn't expect to swing out. And just like that, they stemmed the bleeding to get that round on the board.
They technically were. I mean, that seemed like the last place that Logan was looking back towards, was towards that kind of left side of that angle that you were holding, looking towards the middle side and trying to see what's going on there. With a little bit of couple jitters here and there and all over the place, you're expecting, okay, maybe that double swing is going to come through, but it does, just from a different angle, maybe with a little bit of delay. So that's something that you're not expecting too much into the duelist. You're in the mindset of, okay, I swing, I go fast, everybody else kind of meets my pacing, but if you want to win this map, you can't do that. You can't play into the hands of Northwood because, well, that first map was extremely quick. You got to slow down a little bit. but that doesn't change the speed of these first blood.
Enemy mark.
You said they can't play in the hands of Northwood. That's exactly what they're doing. Giving them those eco frags, and
Remaining.
I mean, now it's a 1v5, and that was your lurk player, Spaz, on the other side of the map, and Spike has been swarmed along with those weapon upgrades that Logan's gonna use to propel that team into a thrifty. Oh my goodness, Benji, first blood, follow through, all picturesque, and I mean, now we're just going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting ourselves a map. That's all that really matters. I mean, considering these two teams, now the respect is on the field. I mean, obviously, Blaine College thinking that this was going to be a little bit of a wash to start things off with. Now, we're just understanding, all right, this isn't the game we were going to expect it to be. Now, map number 2, their backs are up against the wall. Northwood's the one who really has to answer, and with them not starting really too as aggressively as they could on the likes of Vine, they're still on the defense, and I think still when they come into the attack, they're going to be just as prevalent.
Now, a change in strategy from Blend, realizing that more directiveness isn't the answer, but when you're challenging through an alarm bot, that vulnerability can take a toll, such as
Oh my
frag after
God.
frag, and even if they fail, Dip had the flank pinch play, and Maki also falls alone. And no. Is Northwood back, Mick?
Does this world hurt me?
Well, hopefully not backing up in the same degree where they're doing that on VCT stage, because they get fined for that one, but we don't do that around here. Regardless, I mean, warranted being a flawless round. I mean, considering that they are definitely, at least here for the time being. We got to look at this composition, though. I mean, you saw, obviously, the kind of lineup that's going on here between this team, kind of switching a little bit of things up with Logan now coming back into play to where maybe they are. But that round was, I got to say, all Benji. Right there in the middle of the map, understanding that that push was coming under tube, and I mean, you were just answering it one by one, winning those respective fights, setting up what could be just a complete stop, complete halt to their entire team, and knowing they still wanted to aggress it, well, they learned their lesson pretty darn quick.
Now, recognizing that Northwood is playing for those initial engagements, playing for that forward aggression, they're going to try and play things slow, but Dip says, no, do something. They're like poking the sleeping bear here, such as Mikey with the blades, and says, get a move on, go towards this B site. But unfortunately, with that 100 tree connecting, members are low. Your lurk player's been taken out, so you have to make a decision, and that decision is going to be to invest, to dive into this B site off the cascade, and the Northwood players are there to meet you in kind.
Well, this seems to be a recurring theme for them. Beating you for these fights, looking to take them, and more than happily winning them as well. I mean, seeing the way they're taking these swings, they just quite frankly couldn't care what kind of utility you're throwing your way. They understand that typically a reckoning would be used to kind of force these players back towards their spawn, but they understand another direction is just kind of go right through it, especially when you have the majority of the kills. And if Darkus just gets one kill, he can keep on chaining those and just play all around those pits. Get the information up. Let the player just kind of go ahead and find the acceleration, because at the end of the day, I mean, Arena, in the middle of an Empress, once you find that first domino to topple over, you're expecting the rest to kind of follow suit.
So now, I mean, one round still separating. Ultimates lean into, I think it's a fair decision to force into this round instead of full save, because you can flip things before the, I'd say before the economy for Northwood University gets out of check, but at this point they're already pushing max on multiple members, so you gotta tie rounds together. You gotta go for that consistency. And the only consistency I've seen is B main hits.
Yeah, over and over and over again. Understandably so. I mean, seeing that, that A site, that's where they found the thrifty. So you're kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe we just don't find the lineups here. Maybe things aren't working out too well for us. But even then, still, if you allocate even a singular player over there, they get cut off pretty darn quickly. So it comes down to the rest of the team looking to hold on to this A or B site, and knowing that already that, just again, you see Darkus pushing out, even with a shorty, and barely being punished for it. Even possibly surviving if that kill came in a millisecond early. Just knowing that Northwood, when they get to the point where they understand, hey, we get this game in the bag, they just start utterly disrespecting their opponent, just pressing that W key, and, well, when they're playing like this, can you really blame them?
I mean, literally, Darkus is just farming clips, farming kills. Like, Darkus took that 9 on the power rankings personally, since they just went on a challengers run to qualify alongside esports. And they're like, I gotta support, I gotta show up for my school. From the breach to the Reyna, they show no signs of stopping this momentum. That double duelist, again, aggressing A. Expecting that, maybe we shut them down enough on the B site that they want to come A for a change. And that lockdown in play as well, this is the better site objectively. But for now, Darkus has to search for a trade because first blood was drawn by Mikey. Been doubled down on the lurk from Spaz, so I actually do like this rotation choice. My concern is that Benji might put a stop to it. That turret hadn't picked him up.
Not necessarily stopping it, but at least calling it out for the rest of the team, understanding that, well, there's a lot of footsteps going on here, and unfortunately, the rest of your team's kind of left you in the dirt. They said, well, that's a solo venture. That's all you there, buddy. We'll eventually get there. I just got to go ahead and clean up Maki over towards the safe side, and then I'll be there. Knowing that you're going to go for a full wrap around, you find that kill that's a little bit extended, but you know you get all the time in the world because Benji, as you mentioned, kind of stopping things we thought earlier, at least once again, having the call out and stalling things on site. But it's just not enough when you swing into Mikey, that duelist, looking for these aggressive plays. But we talk about aggression. Who else than the man himself to show up and, well, maybe show out?
They might have just beat them to the punch, already being in this pit. Should be able to finish Mikey if they want to, but Trigger Discipline, they have to make the choice, and they're trying to get the timing on a Spaz, and they will. The Viper Pit falling, they can't get the trade, so a dismiss out right into Monsi. And that was an unfortunate and clean shot since they didn't get the overheal. For that 5-4 here. Flipping that, like I said, forced by. They didn't have to use any of those ultimates. It was just them finally being in the right position at the right time to punish that zealousness from Northwood University and Kine. And I do say it sucks sometimes to say you just to win your gunfights, but that's kind of what it's bubbling down to at this point. They're greeting each other, and it's just fights being lost from Blinn.
And even then, I think it really comes down to Spaz. I mean, you look at it every single round, Spaz is going to be that lurking controller, that Viper with that constant effect throughout the course of a round. And we saw that 2 rounds ago that Logan shut the guy down immediately. Didn't really give him a chance to even kind of have an effect in that round or have a presence. But now, at a point like this, where it's a little bit different, you got to sit back, and Spaz won the respective matchup towards the B side of the map, saying, now we have options. At first, we didn't. We don't know where these guys are playing. Now, who knows where they're going? They're more than likely probably rotating, and even then more so in a part like this, where you don't even have to worry about it. So many first bloods, and especially towards the side, already closing out these guys to where, even if you wanted to rotate, what kind of resources do you have left?
Is there? Not much. I mean, Spaz kills are only ones alive here. They have to go on their own adventure just to recover the spike, and you have less than a minute left, so... I mean, you don't even have information because none of your initiators are there, so... And you can see it. They're just kind of, I think, holding where they are. Maybe exploring the potential option for a save. Oh, or just searching for frags, searching for a way back into this round, and it's a huge pick because that's all of Kitchen Control wrestled back. That's also the group up and the equation of the 2v2, but that frag is enough for the Empress to come out from Darkest, and this higher 410 position, I doubt that's the first angle you check, and a distraction makes it a 1-for-1, but 15 seconds left, they gotta go fast, and both ultimates have now been invested by Northwood University, and a disrespected attempt made, but a snake bite to punish, and that's how, again, Northwood beats Blinn College to that 6th in a vital round.
I mean, the options were nearly unlimited. That spike wasn't there, but I mean, looking at already, you can have a definitive way to just say, hold this thing down, work with each other, they go one by one, and considering it took so long to get that 3rd pick, kind of get yourself in that equilibrium to make sure it's a 2v2, saying, all right, well, now we can go right back, because even then, nobody was swinging that. I mean, that's a 1v2. Swinging to a spike, that's obviously already being held, and there's a certain angle you got to go for on it, quite frankly. So you hold that no matter what, and even then you just play time to now at the end of it. I mean, Northwood understand the stakes are at hand, they understand the kind of circumstances that are handed to them, and even then they understand that they can push up B for free every single round, but they don't do that. They also play up A, and Blinn College just meet them everywhere.
I love this, right? They're all on these elevated positions. They still haven't even figured out that Logan's there with an operator. So if Maki says, all right, I took that space, let me keep going, they're going to run right into them. And they even have a Tailwind online to get out of dodge safely. I'm surprised Spaz isn't dead here with their 5 HP. That all they need then is a swarm grenade or something. But at this point, Benji's like, I think this is worthy investment of the lockdown. Get the lead before the sides swap.
You should run.
If you then play Storm coming through, looking for the aggression, looking to go ahead and shut a player down. You know one's over there towards the back pipes. You know another player may be up top. Because you heard that earlier. You heard the rope go off. You know the guy's there. You know there's enough pressure there to where, understandably so, saying, I got timer here to beat the defuse. Worst case, we all die, but we're already in the 6-4. We already had ourselves a guaranteed even half worst case situation. just go for the aggression. They haven't been winning these fights anyways, and even then, more importantly, right off the get-go, so what really can they do?
I mean, they can again challenge these duels with utility. Like either how we saw Dip use the Hunter Spirit early into the round to force them to action. Do that again, but do it while two of your members of a team are swinging from belt, or even apply a reckoning. I mean, these players are here. The recon, the utility, is making it evident, but still, you're solo swinging and getting first blooded like Maki is about to. Right here when they're staring down the angle of the operator, and I mean, it just feels like it's a matter of time, and yeah, there it is. The Hunter Shuri actually coming out from Northwood. They took my advice instead of Blinn, and I mean, you're not even gonna get a plant!
Oh my god! It's just Logan on site, honestly. Everybody else, I mean, sure, you saw Darkest get picked off. You saw the rest of the team kind of go ahead and fall back, understandably so. They don't have the tools to get aggressive or dismiss things out, but Logan still with that operator finding all the effect in this round so far, where you're saying, the only thing there's a Hunter's Fury. He gets pushed up short. This guy's just here to play the game, and when the spike is even down, they got 40 seconds. Sure, but hold this one down. Play it together. Don't give up numbers, but...
They just did.
Did exactly that. Yeah. I gotta say, a little disappointed in that, but hey.
Fortunately, the one survivor is Ollie, who has that toxic screen to try and deny, but they just assumed that Monty didn't want to challenge it, that they fell off and rotated, because as you said, there was 45 seconds left. So yes, there's uncertainty to Monty clearing all these angles, but at the end of the day, it should be a plant with no way to contest from that far away. We've seen players not plant just out of fear. Luckily, Monty's not one of them. Sticks it down, and now it becomes the 1v1, an early challenge on the screens. Did they jump up? Did they see them? That's the question. Did either see each other?
I don't think so.
The late timing! They thought they got the wrap into backside, but no, they stayed in screens the whole time. And it's a replication of Bind, an 8-4 half favoring Northwood.
Perfectly played there by Ollie. Waiting back. Understandably so. Probably had the vision, but even then, just more so on the minimap. That had to be just a team comm letting you know, because you're paying attention to nothing with your crosshair at that point. You got 4 guys saying, he went up top, he went up top. He's right there towards that little degree, and you just don't want a chance, a 33% chance of lining up your crosshair where they're coming from. So instead, set it up to where no matter what, they got to swing to you. If they want to go up to rafters, they're just going to make it enough noise where obviously you're putting your crosshair up there. If they drop, once again, it's enough noise where you drop it once more. So just kind of saying, let him play into me here. And he barely has any health. He's one shot no matter what. So, I mean, it's good looks there for Northwood to kind of make sure they guarantee themselves an advantage on the half. And not just at that, but still managing double, sitting at 8-4. Kind of get themselves ready for the zacking side, which I feel like is going to be a little bit worse. At least for playing college is what I mean by that. I mean, look at this double duelist. It's been fried.
In this round, Mikey said they wanted a chance in the hot seat, get some early damage off, but that's about all that they wrote, and it was returned in kind. So again, this double duelist you mentioned, Mick, paving the way forward, claiming space, and it's nice when you have someone else to rely on at your side. I mean, allows them to get a first blood, and even though they're low HP, the Reyna is full here. The challenge, hopefully through the toxic screen, to challenge Spaz, who has basically been overcome by that utility. And suddenly Maki's there to reinforce, and so is the Sova, and with Benji as deep into mid as they were, they thought they could get a nice rotation out of it. But suddenly, the 2v4, I really could see Darkest hitting a clip of just one kill after another with how low these players are, but I don't want to will that into existence just yet.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, Darkest, I was thinking, oh, if this guy's got a sheriff, I mean, this is something to work with. I mean, even then, just work with a Ghost instead, but even then, with the Ghost, if can't see the player that you're shooting at.
30 seconds left.
And I mean, sorry, Dip, but with 10 HP, someone's got to get that trade. There's no way you get all of these right. One, looking for 2, but I mean, look at who still at full HP and tucked away, and the high-low might be what they need, but look at the pivot. They have Spike. They're going to run right into Deagle. But I feel like a Deagle, it's a hit or a miss, quite literally, and it's the hit. I mean, it only takes one body shot, and just like that, a pistol this time in favor of Blinn College. A needed one at that.
Oh, I mean, a desperate one at that. I mean, considering already when we saw Northwood going ahead, opening things off, getting themselves finally another pistol round, at least on this map. I mean, Blinn College these pistol rounds have what kept them relevant in that first half. Keep in mind, I mean, those first 2 rounds, sitting at 4, that was half of their entire game plan there. And, well, I mean, it's all they really had to work with, quite frankly, because only squeezing out 2 rounds when the rifles were there to play, you're looking at something marginally worse. I mean, a 10-2, goodness gracious, that's just something you're saying, no, that's basically a death trap when you're playing at this caliber. So, now sitting at 8-5, things are looking a lot more feasible here. It really comes down to, once again, what can Northwood do in this situation? They do have players kind of lurking around the map. Benji isn't going to be nearly as affectionate, I would say, and kind of as much of an actual presence whenever you're on the attacking side, kind of looking at those lurk watches, because, well, on the defense, you have all the utility for it. You're just not going to set up if it's not on site.
And Spaz trying to play safe, trying to bait these players into Mikey, who is suddenly on par for an ace with this Marshall from the first blood to this ironclad defense of the B site. Yes, please give it to them. Don't shock dart your own teammate. Let them have it, and they will. Blinn College, not so deep in the hole that they need those desperate rounds, so they give that away. And I mean, that's going to be a nice clip on the replay. 1. And then 2, and then 3, 4, and suddenly there is the 5th and the ace.
I think that fight even lasts long enough for just Mikey to make a full lap around through the map, pushing up towards A main, backing up towards defender side spawn, then making a trek all the way over across the map. I mean, obviously you can't really beat Northwood up too much with nothing but classics to really work with in a round like that. But I mean, still, now with the rifles to work with, I don't think they're going to let that happen once more. Understandably so. Letting the players sneak up on them like that, and now they have just even more player presence on towards this B side that they have to go up against. They're going to understandably push a lot quicker in a round like this, saying, look, we're going to win this thing out. We got to do it in one fell swoop.
I mean, dang. Monsi asked to deliver the world on this B-side defense because Spaz is trying to play off their utility with only a Spectre. And while they deny the plant for now, they can't deny Darkest and their Rampage. That's 2 on the round for them. They've single-handedly opened up this B-site, but even then, Northwood being careful. They recognize the Viper utilities here. They recognize that Mikey has been playing treacherously from Snowman, and the Outlaw, if he gets a body shot, that's easy pickings for a Spectre. So, a 1-for-1 trade to put things at a 2v3, and now I'm starting to question why Northwood didn't plant earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's kind of sitting on that side of the hill, but what it really comes down to is, I mean, what do you want to get done here? Knowing that already there's player presence, you had the Outlaw lineup, and you're saying, honestly, if that's our biggest threat that we're looking at right now as a player in the back of the map with an Outlaw, then honestly, we may just be able to beat him to the cut over here, because that gun is not going to be nearly as efficient on the retake, but even then, you're kind of giving up that space to say, look, that guy could pick up now a Vandal of one of your drop teammates towards that east side of the map. And that's exactly what it's done. Mikey was able to acquire that, now pushing up, beating Darkest, finding a free pick off of that, and it just comes down to the other 2 remaining teammates who are looking to kind of get something done here. Ollie, gotta give credit where it's due, looking for a little bit of a peek over the top. You understand Maki's there, you know the guy's now basically won, but still, here comes Mikey. Duelist, the clear, the ace from the last round. Not really on par to get it in this one, but still, a clutch would be really nice when you're looking for relevant stances and looking especially for rounds in this circumstance. But already dipped, comes under the double swing once more. Ollie's there for the first, but Maki surviving those shots earlier on, able to close out the second.
A very, very clean retake there. Buying down the clock. I mean, yes, Mikey doesn't get the glory, but get the round at the end of the day. You put yourself back into contention here within 1 round of Northwood University on your own map pick that you needed if you don't want an early departure of a 2-0 to taint your undefeated series record. So now, I mean, economy dwindled for Northwood University. A fragmented buy against this full investment from Blinn College, minus Mikey, who's going to be leaning into that sniper rifle Bladestorm combination. I mean, it's wreaked havoc so far. I don't see why it won't again. It looks like this time they think it's just been chance that Mikey's gotten these first bloods on A, so they're going to challenge it outright and even deny space prematurely with that snake bite. So great countermeasures and maneuvers trying to come out here, but fortunately Owl Drone, thanks to Maki, won't spot Mikey here on screens, and instead the jump peek that will, and a body shot to put Benji on a lifeline, and that makes it easy pickings here as they've crossed through the toxic screen, not expecting Maki to strike, and I don't know if they're going to get a plant this round.
I don't know either. I mean,
wait, why'd you kill Ollie? Dip!
They're expendable. It's okay. There's still 4 guys. Dip is the only one alive. If it was Darkest, maybe you're a little concerned, but
They didn't even get, like, pings off of people. Everybody there for Blinn College was full HP. That was not a worthy trade. No stonks moment, but it is going to be the even 8-8 here, favoring neither side. But maybe Blinn, if you think about how their economy is now dually supported, I mean, lose this round and Blinn's looking at double digits already.
regardless, I mean, Blinn's on the better end of this, considering the money they got to work with. Even then, Mikey has that Blade Storm up and ready to roll, kind of looking at another operator in the next round. You're expecting this to kind of come their way here for them, and knowing that even then the guy doesn't even need it. Looking at, I mean, the kind of effect he's had in this game so far, it comes down to a game of expectations versus surprise. And while Northwood was bringing that aggression once again on defense over and over and over again, now it's just kind of saying, and they're supposed to push, right? Who's probably going to get the lead of this? Darkest? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the last round didn't even leer out of this Viper's cloud just to kind of go ahead and find that effect. Raw swung through that, which is wild. I mean, I understand the ego. I understand what these players can do, but I mean, I expected a little more from him because you saw the defensive half. I mean, Darkest literally made it look like a pub. He just looked at that.
They did.
And he was an absolute menace. Now,
They can't get
everybody else
online.
is kind of meeting him.
Yeah, I mean, even here. Nice double swing. That still only makes it a 2v2. And yes, Mikey's low, but, I mean, Maki's been the one to complete the duel as they start. And I think if Mikey can get 1 or 2 blades off on Dip, it would make it a lot easier for Maki, but unfortunately, it's not going to be either of those outcomes. A reveal, now the second layer of utility in the form of the drone, not even giving them an opportunity to take a fight. I just want to see a double swing from these two, but it's just insults, trying to damage the ego, and a pop and swing after all that utility from Dip is definitely one way to leave that mark on the brain.
It's absolutely cornered. You saw Mikey there. Not too much HP to work with, considering the aggression coming off the Blade Storm. Looked good towards the A site, but once you get kind of get into a more long-range situation, I mean, you didn't go home unscathed, so that's the biggest problem. And for Northwood to finally get themselves a first round, that's all they really needed, quite frankly, just to kind of get themselves online. Understand this map, in this half more especially, is not a lost cause. It's just taken a really long time to wake up on this side and get kind of adjusted to what's going on here. So, I mean, I think, honestly, so long as they kind of play this round, same tried and true, understandably so, honestly, throw Logan out there. Let him get a little more aggressive towards his A side. But that's just not going to happen because, well, you understand that Darkest is kind of getting in there and just dying, but still taking out a couple players. Put him somewhere else. Put that pressure into play and use it.
And I feel like Northwood has been trying to generate pressure. I mean, specifically on some of those B-side execs, they gained so much space and then just waited for more players from Blinn to throw themselves into the fray, and that's when those Blinn players were delivering. Even here, right, so much space being taken. They're starting to whittle away that post-plant utility from Spaz, and a forward challenge they don't need provides a 1-for-1 trade. And low HP now for Ali, who, I mean, that should have finished them off in its own right.
Yeah. It is dead. That last shot to the body.
And they leave! They're not even planting still! And look, the Killjoy, like, they're anchoring on the A site. So, Dip has to go huge here. It's basically an over round, and I don't think that trade is worthy because they're going to be bet by Maki. They're going to be met by the rotations or a 2-person retake at worst from Blinn.
Not expecting Maki here at all.
No. Just plant on the site you've worked so hard to take. Please, Northwood. We're tied again, and it could have been an 11-9 in my mind, because I've seen 2 rounds that has happened. And, I mean, now with the lockdown in play, maybe it'll give them the security to plant in those kind of situations, but even then, I mean, a retake tool and a strong one at that in the form of the Reckoning available for Monty and the Blinn Esports boys, so... it is getting dicey. It is getting down to the wire, Mick.
Hear me out. What will they never expect? If we take a site, we don't put it. Isn't that wild thinking? It's not successful thinking, but wild nonetheless. It's something.
This time, this go around. Again, early engagements taken by Blinn. This time, a similar success found, but I like this mid exploration. But Monsi checks it for 1, taking Darkest out their top fragger. Spaz trying to strike back to ensure they can't collect that weapon, but it's too late. Benji's in kitchen. Benji has the Vandal, and Benji has the frags. Two now collected, equating things to a 2-on-2, but they have to recover Spike, and they have to go for that plant. The plant being the bane of their existence in these rounds.
Well, you do have a little bit of alleviation here, knowing that Benji is over there kind of quartered in that kitchen area of the map, can pick up that Spike, and even then, still can make the call for Dip to say, look, if you just push in next up to this site, you can cross this for free. Still, just the communication not happening there. A little bit of a push being made and a shift over towards the site because you understand that Great is wide open, but with the ultimates available for both sides, you get a lot of area control to work with here. But I doubt the Viper's going to go for that there in terms of a little bit of an exchange to get that defusal off. And say you're kind of doing it preemptively, and you're doing that same exact thing here for the KJ. Is it to recover a Vandal, though? Do you take use of that space? And still, no. We're seeing Dip play on site. Well, I got to respect it. These lineups just are not going to favor you here.
Right here.
I mean, I don't think Dip's gonna recognize they're on the flank, and with the Deagle, they don't have the firepower to deny. Most of this utility from Benji was seized more for this mid push, and that swarm grenade not on the Spike. They're just gonna stick it. It's not planted for you, and they have full faith in Maki to hit that kind of shot. So, again, Blinn College gonna breach double digits first, and Northern University, you got a timeout in you?
The best thing you got there is, I mean, Swarm Nade, waiting a little bit longer for that actual audible despite to go off because you're expecting it to at least kind of cover that plant area, and it just was so fast. Just delayed it maybe for a second because you didn't know who crossed and who didn't. You're using it more as a funnel to get players off and as denial so you can make the wrap around, or even better yet, go for a wilder play and just push right through it. But still, a little bit awkward there. Good attempt from Benji nonetheless, able to go ahead and get all those kills and kind of surmount a round in their favor, but I mean, still the rest of their team just wasn't really there to kind of follow up on that.
Grounded.
I mean, it feels like Blinn's awake at this point.
Yep.
Mikey and even the Hunter's Fury to further punish here. Get chip damage on this rotation to who knows where, since Spike is down and your players still trying to prod up mid. And if Benji dies at this point, you might just think of a save. They're on an island, and Maki feeling themselves as well is going to try and take that fight and win it. So Dip, just doing what they can, applying some form of pressure. There's no punish. There's no ground gained. Now, I think they've already called the audible to look for frags as they come, but play for a save at the long run.
I mean, that's all you really can do. Sure, your Sova could do something here, but I mean, it's not that pseudo-duelist that we see out of something like a KO, so they don't have the aggression to kind of really get up and cover that ground as they want to, but regardless, they still feel like they should go for it. 2v5 situation, I mean, this is back up against the wall. Every kind of gun matters. Every single buy, every single circumstance lines up saying, we just got to carry things over. We got to have some life in these last couple rounds, and I admire them going for it. It's just a lot to ask. You have a singular player swinging into the likes of 4. Even then, give it another second 5, and, well, just doomed.
Insane there. I mean, again, Mikey opening up the round. Hunter's Fury, yes, finds no impact, but at that point it was essentially over, just seeing what you could find. Hoping that you could hit some demon shots there. But again, Blinn having each other's backs covered, you know, while Spaz is taking the fight in or two, Maki and Teague are swinging from kitchen, bridge, and I do think we need to see that kind of fire and momentum here. With Teague having an operator, this Hunter's Fury needed to hit, and it's not clearing the right angles just yet.
They're not really doing much, not finding too much of an effect, but finally do get that blaze from on site. It just doesn't really find anything off the back of that either. You got to look at the two players that are knocked. Both of the duelists not here to play, not here to find the shots, and even then more so, the Reckoning is here to at least find the stuns. All the ones necessary to kind of close these guys out. While Benji's been looking for a little bit of a wrap back towards screens to the middle of the map, it's just not going to work out. Immediately snuffed out, and it all comes down once more to Dip. That supporting player towards the back of the map with a Guardian hand, hoping that somebody would swing into his line of sight. That just, well, never happened. Considering that still 3 players are alive, and the only real effect you found was from everybody else who was just pressing that W key, praying for effect.
Like, they've definitely had Benji's number in that regard. The timing never going in their favor, but just barely spotting the cape of Teague means Dip is given a freebie here. But even then, they don't have the spike. You don't have information, or either the other two members are for Blinn. Time ticking away, 20 seconds left. They're trying to wait out this toxic screen, but that just might unveil a spaz here on
I have the spike.
Rafters or Monsey wrapping around the back of the site, and Northwood's not even getting plant money as Blinn College reaches map point.
9 to 12. Operator not recovered, but I mean, honestly, who cares? You got money for days here. If you're on the side of Blinn College, they've thrown themselves 4 together twice in this half so far. I mean, Northwood University obviously just forcing up whatever they can. It's going to be binging now with the operator, or not operator, guardian, excuse me, to work with. Ollie and Dip having these Vandals, the only ones present inside of this round. And Darkus, you're praying that your top fragger, your guy who was just running through these players in the first half, well, and hopefully kind of work around these screens, all this kind of cover back and forth to at least kind of get some ground acquired. But it comes down to the same situation. Are they going to actually monopolize on the fact that they cover this ground, or are they just kind of going to give it up and send Darkus in alone?
Be faster.
And sending Darkson alone may have worked in the first half, but it isn't now. I mean, that's been shut down and locked down in place as well to deny this site, and at least for taking this with a grain of salt, Northwood commits to an early rotate, but that Taman's going to stall out that momentum as well, so it's going to be the re-hit attempt, and Mikey's prepared to challenge that, prepared to punch their ticket into hopefully map 3 on Ascent, but they only find one. They're traded out, making this a 2v3. With that hit online, this could be feasible, but they don't know where Monsey was in Maze, and yeah, just like that, Dip also throws their life on the line for it to be snuffed out, and 13-9 means that we are headed back to Ascent. Fleet special completed in reverse order, and I mean, it really just did come out of a halt there in the second half for Northwood University. I mean, they were so dominant on their defense, which is ironic since they had this double duelist.
I mean, just out of the woodworks, but more so is what I'd say. I mean, considering that we didn't really see any of this in the entire map of Bind during the first half of Icebox, and finally, well, Blinn College just got sick of it, quite frankly. I mean, finally able to kind of wake up, understand the risk of this hand here, saying, oh my God, this may actually come to a close. Our undefeated season may actually cease to exist against 3-3. I mean, sure. I mean, it's Northwood. You can't really sleep on them ever, but I mean, knowing that already the numbers don't lie, they're there, and well, it's either a grace of God that you really step up and start playing here, or better yet, it's just more so you get pushed into a corner where you're finally waking up and smelling the roses of the reality of the situation. I mean, you can tell that Blinn College here, they're just looking to wrap things up, and I'm expecting them to look very, very similar to what we saw during what we kind of got out of Northwood University on that first map. Really just looking to kind of close things out as fast as possible because, well, their snowball effect and their momentum is really starting to pick up here.
And that's my concern here, is it looks like that map, that last half, Northwood was full, like, running out of steam, and if Blinn is locked in, is now focused up, if that was a warm-up map we saw, or map and a half, I should say, then there will be no stopping this squad. I mean, look at that. Barely ending positive for Darkus. I would love to see, you know, a first half versus a second half KDA, because that would tell the entire story in my eyes of what we saw. And then Maki as well. Quiet first half, but they truly stepped up there to be Mike's player too, you know? I mean, they almost took their match MVP for crying out loud in that regard. I mean, Monsey as well. It just shows how dead even every member of Blinn was firing on all cylinders to get this win to send us to Ascent.
It was even more so the fact that Mikey actually got into that adjustment period, was able to kind of get into the shoes that you want that player in, saying, look, now it's not just the operator. We saw the ace with the Marshal to start things off, then upgraded to the Outlaw, then upgraded to the operator, mate, went through every single step of the process and saying, now that we're at this point, I should be warmed up. I was warmed up when I had the Marshal, and now I can't jump immediately over to the operator just yet, but at least having that Outlaw there, that was kind of that area of limbo for a couple rounds too. I mean, I want to say 2-3 rounds afterwards, still just kind of running that Outlaw like it didn't really matter too much, and then finally saying, okay, put that to a halt. I have a Blade by now. It's not really the end of the world. I can carry that over. And still your teammates were able to kind of pull it out towards the end, have all that money from those 4 back-to-back rounds, and just really compensate for what was at hand. So knowing that Mikey, with that kind of the scope in snipers, having that potential to kind of hit those shots towards the body and at least kind of have some effect on a round-to-round basis, that's really what you got to look out for. Because Darkus, if you see him lining up against Mikey, it's saying, well, while Darkus is farming and on the defense, sure, he can push up, but he can make sure to kind of close that distance to make those shots easier. When you're forced to be at a distance there, that's where you start to falter a little bit. So I want to see whether or not they actually kind of make those adjustments whenever they go to round 2 a set to say, look, let's play things closer. Don't swing mid. Don't get too crazy. And especially make sure not to burn all your leers at once, because that's the only real coverage you got as a Reyna.
And that's my curiosity, is if when we get moves to Ascent, if we're going to see that mirror meta comp, or if, again, they're going to pull out these kind of off-the-wall changes, because it is a friendly collegiate match between two, really solid squads that you might want to try something different. But like I said, Darkus had a really good first map, which I would say defended that Reyna pick, since it's also something that the rest of your team is used to playing in conjunction with that deadlock. But also, you've been trying to accommodate for Logan being welcomed back in. You're also trying to counter a Blinn squad that is without Okeanos and has Maki stepping in. So you have to kind of learn how Mikey's playing this duelist, since, yes, don't get me wrong, they're good at the duelist, but they're typically that secondary duelist, not the primary for this squad. So either way, we're headed the distance. We're headed to map 3, and I think it was when Northwood was up at the half, I messaged and was like, hey, Northwood could do the funniest thing, but I don't think they're laughing now.
No, they're definitely having to understand that, well, as I mentioned, they got to wake up. They're smelling the roses, but I mean, they got an entire bouquet in front of them. They got to at least, whether or not just get a hold of, or at least grasp and take in arms, considering that they could close this thing out. It's be a long road to get there, because Ascent, you always know how this map goes. It's probably going to be 13-11. It may even then be overtime. But we gotta take a quick little break
don't will that.
to get there. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll see you in a second with it. Welcome back. Map number 3 underway. Going to the lovely land of Ascent. Or lovely, tiring, whatever you may want to call it. We all got our own little definition for the map. But classic is one thing that'll reign overall. I mean, we know this map. What team really doesn't? Which is why we see it so much when it comes around to the decider. And even sometimes when teams feel a little bit antsy, they let it go ahead and get that thing out of the way. Because they know it's inevitable at the end of the day. But considering that Blend Esports and Northwood have taken it all the way here to map number 3, or betting at Northwood did, coming in this with 3-3 record, Blend sitting at 6-0, only dropped a single map over the entirety of the season. They're getting things going, and they know that, well, we can go ahead and wrap things up here, hopefully, but who knows? Northwood, they have been throwing curveballs left and right, and they've been throwing Darkest right at your face over and over again. We saw it when it came around to buying on the breach pick. We saw it for the first half of Icebox, but that's whenever we saw Blend light up once more. So maybe here on map number 3, they go ahead and show a little consistency, and they get things rolling right off the get-go.
I mean, if I have learned anything about these two teams tonight, is that the record does not mean anything. I mean, going into Ascent, it's another map that only taking into account CVAL Winter and NECC Legends this season, it's 2-2 for Northwood. Yeah, they let it slip through versus it's 7-1 taking into account Challengers and NECC for Blend. So as we get ready to jump into our agent select here, we're gonna see not that composition, we're gonna see the mirror metas composition. Our production's gaslighting you. No Viper, sadly. No Harbor. But I would not be surprised. There it is.
Same old. Are you really that surprised? I mean, come on.
Nope.
Oh, we had to at least get people excited for a second to see what it feels like to be excited on the set. But
Oh, that's true.
it's just something that we're kind of too adjusted to at this point. Close their eyes. Honestly, if you're, whether it be any CC, whether it be any league, whether it be any kind of tier, this is what you're expecting. Round number 1, who knows what we're expecting here? Already, usually you typically see a B push on this kind of point, but already A coming their way, at least for a second here, and even then more so, an absolute rush coming in from Mikey, able to not only just get 1, but get 2 as well, providing a little bit of assistance over there towards site, covering out the entirety of it, but still, that door from Darkest, and that guy on the Ghost, he's still locking things down, at least slowing it up a little bit.
Come on, Darkest. You're an intelligent player. You know you can't wallbang with a ghost. But regardless, the damage has been done. A 3v3 unfolds. Site control conceded, but this time Blend's the one not really wanting to plant the spike. They have no information on what lies beyond this dark cover and tree, and they wanted to deal with that flank pressure before the plant comes through, that or deny some of this utility dumping from Dip, but neither comes to fruition, and now the clock's up against Northwood University.
Clock ticket against Northwood here now. You have at least 3 players alive. You got Darkest still with that KO. Able to play that pseudo-duelist role. Has the flashes. Has the util shut down. Has potential to get that information. Knowing a player is going to be on that left side, it makes it an easy swing to make for the rest of the guys. You could have baited one on the defuse, but might as well just go ahead and invest all 3 if you know that, well, he's in a really bad spot. Northwood opening things up really well, considering that kind of start we saw, and especially the aggression coming through from Mikey. The rest of the team really got kind of put in a chokehold there for a second, and just really couldn't recover from that. And it was the only 2 kills of that round, so.
Yeah, and that's now 3 first-half pistols in a row for Northwood University, all of them being at the start of their defensive half. So now Blend's saying, all right, well, we did it on Bind. Why don't we bring it back here? The Stinger force coming through. The difference is that it's not all 5 of them. Mikey, okay, I was about to come on to a point about you being able to buy a hero rifle next round, but yeah, 1 for all for 1. If the team forces you force, and we'll see if we can overwhelm these players, considering A-site is so stacked. And with a double funnel in from Tree, I don't know how much longer they're going to be alive. The answer is a while. A flawless site take. The last 2 members remaining are those B-site duo defenders, and let's see what they can do. Now that those weapons might have been handed off. But look, they closed the door on the Phantom.
They do. They lock it down for at least a second. I'll lock it out here.
Flash.
Covered, and still guns in the hands of these college players. So not the biggest deal in the world as he's able to at least manage one of these guys, but looking at the rest of the team, and even then Maki coming on a very late play through catwalk, it makes it doable here.
Saving?
Probably, yeah.
All right, I understand Benji saving because they had the Phantom, but Dip has a Stinger, unless they collected a different weapon, but. Yeah, no, that's still the Stinger. So I kind of wanted to see them take some of these fights here, particularly against Maki's about to swing. Back turn, though. Again, nerf
No.
Stinger, please. And they don't even get the Spectre that they were holding, which is insane to me, but yeah, that means that they're just going to have to bonus a Stinger here. And the rest of the team for Blinn buy up.
Feels more so just kind of an escort there for Benji, just having that one extra player there saying somebody coming from main and just if I die, just run at that point or just take a fight somewhere else. Try not to just hand that gun over. Better yet, just don't drop it. That's the biggest goal overall, but that's kind of one of the things that we'll see on this map so far, at least one of the more exciting things we could see. If the composition isn't going to catch you off guard, the starting lineup of the first 3 rounds may.
And look at this. They're expecting, a stack and eco strat out of Northwood, but the only strat is Ollie with the shorty on this one way, and they get a body shot off. That is all he wrote. It's been handled by the Guardian, and there's really no reaction from Northwood. It's almost like it was expected. It was a freebie. It was a gimme. While the rest of the teams hold these crossfires, hold hands, at least on the B site, for Benji and Dip. So now, Blinn feeling like something's off there, that the Omen was alone and there was no recourse after that frag. Kind of hit the screeching halt here, the brakes, and rethink, retime, and I can't tell if Monty got spotted by that 0 point they did. So they reinform as well.
Take flight.
Now the Spaz is back. I thought it was a little weird that he was just looking up at that default smoke the one way usually goes, but
Cover going out.
being back, the rest of the team running away. Considering that Blinn College obviously has the guns, you're expecting them to kind of go ahead and just roll through this round
30
so far.
seconds left.
Comes down to whether or not they can cut off the rest of these
Oh,
guys.
they got
Arcus may
in.
find a nook and a cranny to work with. An insane
I love the
little
strat.
wedge there.
One enemy
I love that
Not ready for
strat,
the
but
spike.
yeah, you have a Bulldog. It's not going to happen. Dip with his Phantom, though. Might make it happen. Unfortunately, Maki again backstab through tree, juggling some weapon upgrades for the team, and Blinn showing why they're the kings this far with that 2-1 early lead.
One enemy remaining.
Get things underway here. Blinn College been getting themselves a second. This is what we're expecting out of them, at least kind of getting themselves an early lead at this half. Or just better yet, managing one is really the biggest task for them to kind of topple here. Considering, though, that Northwood doesn't really have too much to work with. They're still going for these half armors. You see 0 creds out of a couple of these players looking to just make sure they have the kits to work with. You do see the Odin now coming
no.
to play out of Dip, so I'm curious to know whether or not that's actually going to find any effect, but the spray through is enough to at least kind of funnel these players out of sight, kind of maybe go somewhere else, maybe into the hands of Darkest right there towards mid, but even then those shots missed, unfortunately, so not too much bloodshed just yet, just a couple ticks off the back of his Stinger, and, well, the rest of Blinn College looking for an opening, considering they have a very widespread default, the 1-3-1.
I mean, that would have been the opening for Maki. But Dip on top of it. Now, they have to commit to the safe split, and I need to see some cohesion here between the tree and main players, but no. They're allowing Logan and Darkest to put their full faith, focus, and effort onto tree here. They're trusting in all of their dice to jump peek main to get that information, and because of that denial,
Cover going out.
it feels like Blinn College doesn't know where they want to go. They're hoping Spaz can find something here mid, but Mikey makes a decision for them. Says, I gotta play solo, I gotta play for these frags, and fortunately, Bladestorm not gonna deliver that, so Benji, I think, is trying a last-ditch effort here to clear out the B site, but Benji might get the timing here as well. Hard to say that, or they're gonna wait. They do have numbers advantage.
Yeah, they're just waiting. I really can't blame them here. Just hold the smoke, see what's given up
Oh.
to you. Kind of get a read over the rest of the map and see where these guys are at, and already get the paranoia underway with a near sight. Scan off the back of a recon dart. I mean, what can you really do here? Zendamonzi in a 1v5, and can't blame the guy not for doing that. At least found his one, but considering the rest of the team didn't really have that same exact fortunate circumstance, it's another round for Northwood to tie things up.
This is very, very well structured. In terms of that denial, I mean, like I said, they were able to dedicate 2 for tree because Ollie was holding down main with those jump peaks from Dice, and then join that with the clean rotation and no corner left unchecked, no stone unturned. I mean, you saw how cohesive that was. The flashpoint and the paranoia simultaneously, just to ensure a hero play from Spaz couldn't come underway, and they completely shut them out of frags at this point. No kills on the board. Fortunately, a buy does come through. Monty and Dip will find out who's the better Odin user here sooner rather than later. My eyes are on Mikey with this operator. On the attack half, mind you.
Comes down to whether or not that actually comes online. I mean, Lynn, the attacking side isn't really the place to be bringing that operator. We saw him wake up with it early on. It was with the Marshal, but I mean, still finding a result. I think honestly, Northwood now understand that maybe don't pick that anymore. We'll find out though, whether they learn their lesson or not. Even then, panels apparently not safe either. You're now at a stage where with full guns kind of in everybody's hands for the most part, it just comes down to a little bit of a tug of war when it comes around to information. Who's going to give up more? Because we're going to be at a standstill here for a while, but when you already see an even exchange for either side, it just goes right back to ground zero, considering that not much ground has really been picked up here by Blend so far.
And I'm not falling asleep just because it's Ascent, but because neither of these teams want to make a move.
Right.
We might finally see some investment of utility from Monsi towards this B site, but no, even they hold off, and that's some decent chip damage, but still, Ali walking away with their life here. And that's an early indication as well to pull the rotation from Darkest. They clear out mid-market with that 0 point to ensure they can focus on CT here, focus on denying that choke point. But even then, Mikey challenging forward into Darkest here, and that flashpoint doesn't land. You've dealt with the person on site. That means a plant is guaranteed here. Only good thing is Dip should be able to get the lift up here if they commit to it. There it is. Oh, they should, though. Should is the answer. And the Punish Fury is the definitive denial. Now they have a one-way in place as well to punish Dip. A very clean round, and I'm sad to say that that default might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, I think honestly, I mean, seeing how kind of stretched that it was, even then more so, it was just kind of giving up for the side of Northwood, considering they didn't really push for information like we've seen them doing for the past couple rounds, especially on the first two maps. And I mean, because it's Ascent. It's a map to where it's not like you can take any kind of off angles or go crazy too much. You just know these angles too well. You've seen them, especially in these guys and how much they play the game, probably 1 billion times at this point, minimum. So it's just coming about whether or not they're actually holding it. And while that mid, you're definitely more scared of it now, considering that operator was there. It's not really a factor anymore. You just kind of understand that the operator was picked off, the Odin isn't really in play, and it just comes down to the economy and the resources that are available. And, well, at a point like this, it's not much. So you're going to see a little bit more confidence coming out from Blaine College, or more specifically not Mikey there to at least grab one, but the rest of the team, understandably so, understand to get out of dodge because they kind of cornered themselves.
I mean, eco rounds require eco plays, and that was an attempt at one. Fortunately, they walk away with that 1-for-1 trade when all three could have been denied. Only thing is here, they did see the killjoy, so they know B site's left fairly undefended. Minus Dip here with a stinger, and one clip's all it takes for them to get 2 frags, but Classic not deployed fast enough. Monsi confirms the site for now. Oh, but look, the fast rotations. We'll see if these weapons can get the job done.
Well, Singer was enough to at least get 2. So, who knows, quite frankly. I mean, it is definitely doable in every regard possible. No, I mean, the closer you get to the site, sure, you may be choked up a little bit, but I mean, the Sheriffs, they definitely get within these close ranges where they find themselves those one-shot, headshot kind of thresholds. But what kind of resources do you have available for it? You don't have a duelist anymore. You go for the quick 1-for-1 there, and knowing the gun advantage is going to be on the attacking side, it clears out a 4th here for Blend to work with.
I mean, Dip, you tried very, very hard to get that round into your team's favor, but unfortunately, again, they weren't able to punish Teague when they decided to gamble for a frag onto Logan, and then they realize they're overextending. They fall back. They play that crouch position with the reinforcement of Monsi and Boat, and that stare definitely has a chokehold on the B site. So now they have weapons on guard. They're kind of going back towards this more reserved approach. Yes, you can see Logan ready to challenge, but they don't know if they're up top or down below, and 0 point not really helping, and I'm concerned by how close they are here. The jump peek, though, from Spaz gets punished. Interestingly enough, that doesn't scare Blend College away. It draws now an additional player, Monsi, into tree to try and challenge for their own. Well, the rest of the team going for this B split, but it cut off one half of the machine. Fine. Maki makes it a single-sided affair where somebody has to go huge, and Mikey might just be the one to do so, but they've only gotten one. They have 4 HP. They have to deal with Benji now in Boathouse.
Mikey. Gotta admire the attempt, but I mean, with 4 HP there, you're just kind of playing the trade game, honestly. And nobody there to kind of capitalize off of your death or anything else, and knowing that's just kind of an extra body there on the field and an extra ult point, honestly. Just walking towards Northwood University to give over to somebody.
I mean, thank you for that slow-mo shot. That was beautiful. I mean, knife out and all, they expected just to get away with information. They lose the first blood, and that's where everything started to go wrong. The players scrambled to the B site where,
Here.
I mean, you could already see that they had a counter. Darkest, Benji pushing up B main, cutting off that Lark player, then falling back to safety. So now, next round underway. You have a lot of ultimates for retakes for Northwood University, so that's why we're not seeing those forward aggressive plays, but Lincoln College as well has an ult command. I don't know if I want to see this necessarily as a site take tool. I'd rather have it be a post-plant flood denial.
Yeah. I think that's really how you play it here, quite frankly. I mean, because the only thing you can really do is if you gamble and know exactly what the KJ's playing, and then you're just using it as more of a shutdown for her. But it's just not worth the investment on a singular player. I mean, no one's sure how prominent that kit can be and what it can do. It really just comes down to what is the rest of the team going to answer on the back of it. And knowing that already the Northwood has found themselves a very early pick on that exact player with the ultimate available, it's saying, yeah, Bling, you may just be kind of funneling yourself into this point.
And that funnel eventually will drain. A Spaz finds the end of their life, and suddenly we're tied here again. Mick, why did you have to buy into my curse here? You said this was gonna be hand in hand, blow for blow, and go to OT, and with how the blinds are fluctuating, I think you could be right. I mean, they didn't use any ults that round, so they lose. Now they're back to a Stinger Force. I guess even a buy for next, you could say. And I'm expecting to see these ultimates used to get the round right back in their favor, and then their economy's fine. Then they've wounded Northwood University's buy, and the cycle will repeat again.
Cover going out.
The only reason I said that, I'm usually wrong, you know? But problem is I was only handed to be wrong in the 2-0 department, and that's where I've cashed in for the day apparently. Because this map so far has been anything but. I think what we need to do is just kind of buy into the ideology of, you know, both teams being really close, which as it is, so I think it's reasonable to do that. But as soon as we go ahead and start making some calls there, that's when we're going to see at least one side really start to run away with it.
I was so concerned Northwood hunting for frags when it's a eco for Blinn College, but ultimately Logan bails them out, gets an additional frag back on their side, and I think they're only going to be able to collect one weapon here potentially for Blinn College. We'll see who makes it out with it, who's going to be that hero player, and my only concern is we've seen this pan out before. So thank you, Spaz, for not repeaking the operator. Look at this, Benji! Oh, they're going to go huge here. I can already see it. Yes? Maybe? Yup. Round's over. It's a 1v4. Yes, you have the from the shadows, but is this really a time to invest it? You know the operator's posted up on A. Now Benji's not even going to give you the chance to make the decision. So, again, Northwood takes the lead. Question is, will Blinn College return the favor?
Well, with as many ultimates as they have, they can definitely attempt it. And knowing even the resources that are in hand in terms of the guns, they also have everything available there as well. The Hunter's Fury going to be the one thing they kind of have in difference, but still, that is only one tick away from also successfully being acquired. So this is something here. I mean, this is obviously you're not locking in 6 off the back of it, but you could definitely lock in 5, and 7-5 is the worst thing in the world, especially if you have confidence in your pistol rounds. Kind of once again, kind of get right back into that groove. Already looking for, once again, to see how this default's going to start panning out. You do see the 1-2-2. You see a little bit more of an idea going over towards this A site. And, well, it comes down to what players are really there. Because the lockdown's toward B. It could be a fake. They could go ahead and set that thing up. But I doubt Northwood are really going to fall for this.
Man, Darkest falls for the false information from the recon bullet, cost them their life, and Ollie throws herself into a fray for a refrag for a trade. And I mean, look at that pressure alone from Monsi. Able to distract the operator, get the frag in their favor, forcing to a 2v4. And with the suppression still in play, I'm surprised that this lockdown is going to get used. And I mean, without a counter, they just respect it. That's the double-edged sword of using Monsi with that Hunter's Fury that early.
I mean, it was good. Got the pressure on, got the operator off the field, but the lockdown is one thing that you can't really get off the field. A recon already coming out, going ahead funneling these players, showing that, okay, they're going to have to swing one by one, and that's exactly what they do, but the better part is they actually won it. We're able to go ahead, just win that fight single-handedly with the 2 players that were available on site, rather than having to really factor in that KO too much towards the back of the map.
Last player standing.
I am curious if Benji had stuck it there if they would have swung at all. But story for another time, because again, we're tied. Again, we see the Odin versus the Operator. A tale as old as time. This time, Logan has the Blaze to fall back onto, so hopefully they won't get overwhelmed like they were last round by an impending or imploding pressure from Blinn College. And looks like Blinn was expecting an out-of-the-box play. Again, it's this kind of reserved approach to their attack, waiting to fizzle out some of this pressure or wait to punish and over-aggress, which Darkest seemed like they were going to give that opportunity, but instead it's more just to clear out top of site and not overstay their welcome on tiles. And here finally comes the BX deck. The difference is that Northwood, they aren't on the back of site. They're here in market.
You should run.
With an ult from Ollie.
This is old. Especially to be sticking around inside of it as well. I mean, still going for these fights, understanding that, I mean, this ground has been captured. This is your field now, but still, understandably so, Northwood know they have at least some kind of angle to work with, and Logan, better yet, thinking that he has one, but with the blades being suppressed for a second, understandably, get out of there. See what you can find yourself, and the Vandal now to kind of go ahead and replace that. Looking doable. Problem is, you gotta hit the first. And then it looks very, very successful, at least in short sight. Problem is, that's not what you get to work with, because this game looks like it's going to be anything but short. Back and forth we go, still managing that kind of 1-for-1. Even then, if we see rounds accumulated back-to-back, we see it once again just being answered almost instantaneously from the other side. I will say Northwood University have a little bit of a leg up here, considering that no command, I feel like it's going to be amounting for a little bit more compared to what we would see out of a Blade Storm, but who knows? Darkest still only has a Stinger, so is he actually going to use it fully? Is he going to kind of throw his body on the line? And even then, if he does, when is it going to be used?
Well, the only ult on the table now being used. No command invested. Try and propel this aggressive change of pace. Northwood's trying to close out the first half. Might catch Monsi off guard, and that's spiked down, so all this B-side control Maki has made is essentially fruitless. Unless we can get some timing or some savior play from T, but it's a little bit too late for that. You're in a 1v5, and Logan has propelled the team into a flawless and into a tied score of 6-6.
Switching sides.
Oh, how could you do this, Mick?
What do you mean?
You said it before we even started the map.
I'll say I cursed this third map into existence. I can admit to that one. But when I say OT, like, that's not cursing it, that's just calling it. But, I mean, when you deal with 2 teams at this level, can you really blame me? Let's be real. I mean, I feel like it's kind of expected to some degree. If anything, I thought I was doing us a favor by one team, obviously, or at least doing one of these teams a favor by saying it's going to be a close affair, and then, but, I mean, that's all of them.
And the fact that there was friendly banter about forfeiting in the pregame chat is the funniest takeaway here, but looks like Northwood wants to take the momentum they established before the half was up and extend it into another pistol win. Logan clearing out all the utility, clearing out all the close angles, but we still have yet to deal with the wraparound from Lucky and the player and Bowden.
Oh my god,
Perfect
that paranoia.
Gives a few frags, but ultimately the rest of the pressure fizzles out. Sight will be taking control of, and while the players for Blinn College are already here, the 2v3, and Logan wants to fight forward again.
Last player standing.
Oh, Spaz?
Enemy remaining.
Benji? Spaz and Benji? Okay. They're like, yeah, everybody has ghosts, but we have classics, so let's fight things a little bit differently.
Oh, that offsite utility was just gorgeous there from the likes of Blinn. Understandably, I mean, the paranoia coming through, perfect timing, locking those players down on Radiant. The flash coming off, another guy swinging off of it because it's going to funnel these guys back towards their side and get them out in the open. It's well played, but problem is it's just not enough considering that, well, you did all that work to get it down to 1v1, and, well, Benji just did it. That's all that really matters. So with the second round going away, we'll once again see a force coming through. Phantom at least in one of these players' hands. That's going to be in the hands of Logan.
And a Vandal.
For 2, yeah, actually. Seeing that. Also in the hands of that KO. A big investment
I
here.
kind of like it. I mean, if you get it in flawless fashion, why not? That'll just strengthen your bonus in the next round. Keep us from that overtime curse.
That's no.
For now, for a challenge from Ollie is all they need. No weapons. Just a classic. With a flash coming in as well. Mikey's on the off, but Mikey's getting right-clicked from afar. Now they're getting overwhelmed as well with the reinforcements. Arriving, Teague's left in a 1v4. Benji with the ghost says, I can be the one to challenge without punishments. And, I mean, yes, you lose a classic and a ghost, but you keep that Spectre, you keep that Vandal, and you keep that Phantom. So I'd say that's a huge victory in Northwood's book.
I swear the POV that we had spectating there was just nothing but right clicks that entire round. We saw a Phantom get bought, we saw a Vandal get bought, but it was the free gun that just like seemingly did everything, it felt like. I don't know if they'll ever remove that. I like the right click edition. I think honestly it was unique when it came out, and I think honestly it's nice for it to be in the game because it always feels like you got a shot against something.
Oh my goodness, and Monty. I mean, that's an early Odin investment, but it might just get them around. That's what allows now the 0 point to come in, to put Maki on the off of, but they still haven't dealt with the Odin. I mean, Northwood just saying, we'll win off of mechanics and mechanics alone, and Blinn says, we match you in that department, and we have the better buy, even with your bonus rifles. So Benji, let's get some nasty shots before. We'll see if they can add to that tally with the dark cover. And Spray is connecting 16 HP. How do you even brave this threshold?
Stand still and pray. Or at least wait for the Odin to stop firing and kind of listen for a reload. But yeah, that happens. Yeah, that tailwind was... Like, were you trying to go back? Or were you trying to rush past them? I'm just... It really mattered. I mean, if you dash on the sidewalk there, you're dead. Regardless. I mean, that wall's paper mache. The Odin will come for you. But it at least opens up an opportunity for the rest of the team to kind of swing off the back of it. But even then, back and forth we go.
All right. I mean, you said it back and forth. 8-7. I mean, finally, it seemed like Northwood had a 2-round advantage, but that's been stripped away. And I agree with you. We might see an 8-8 here. The curse will continue, but let's see if it can be disrupted potentially by another B hit. But no, Maki! I mean, the fact that they don't even get punished at the flashpoint. It's only delayed. And again, Monsi has not been dealt with. They try to remedy that situation with paranoia, but it's just a reposition here to challenge from lane again. Now a dark cover's been provided. Oh, that's a huge frag from Dip.
One enemy remaining.
Play big sense, but
Spike down.
Monzi's here with the
Oh,
Odin.
Monsi. I mean, they're using so much utility and they're not punishing off of it.
Yeah.
And that's what's the difficulty here for Northwood at the moment. That's what's placed to Dip now in the 2v1. 45 seconds left, and now they're suppressed, so 3 combo. The Odin, come on, that would have been a great way to finish things out, but all it does is confirm positioning, and they'll try and get some chip damage to finish them off with the shocks, but someone needs to learn their geometry again, and Dip's going to try and teach them that lesson.
It's another one of those points where you see Blender taking kind of a note out of Northwood's book, or even then vice versa, where Northwood's just kind of giving it up in enemy territory. The second round we've seen in a row now where the Spike is just kind of held hostage inside that sidewalk on A side. It's just kind of like, what can you really do, right? Obviously, it just kind of gets trapped there, and it's exactly what we saw coming out of Spices towards that hookah area, leading towards B on map 1. It's just these situations where you're saying, well, fight's being brought to us, and then they just still decide to push it, and they just end up dying because of it.
Let's get this done.
8-8. A save for Northwood, so Blinn College on the front fronting likely to take a lead. This time they're not even attempting B-main with that Odin, but the issue is Monsi with the reposition here on a tree. I've seen a story like this before, and with a ping out, they're like, all right, we got to get out of tiles, get out of dodge, get into pizza. Even then, I feel like Maki's been doing a really good job holding the solo side, and now they have Darkest by their side since Monsi and them had swapped, and no matter where you go, Monsi is there.
That Odin's going to be a problem for the rest of the game, considering it's now been alive for 3 rounds on the play, that you have enough to buy another one. And it's probably going to be here for 3 more rounds. And I think it's going to be the biggest standstill here for Northwood, is just trying to figure out how they can maneuver around it. Understandably so, knowing it's towards that A site. What do? Go B. Circumnavigate it. Just get away from it as best you can. But the only thing you got to worry about is still that reach. Hunter's Fury is in play as well. And looking at these Hunter's Reaches, or Hunter's Fury in these games so far, they have definitely just always at least gotten some ticket damage in some regard. Whether it be friendly or foe. But still in a 3v2 situation, Blinn College, they're just looking to play it slow. Try not to give up too much, as they do kind of unfortunately get themselves one. And this would be a situation where honestly you could give Darkest maybe a gun, go for the null command and kind of push things out, make sure no kind of utility gets funneled towards you, and there it is. The exact play. No spike down though, and that's your biggest problem. That player who's such a menace has that upgraded fire right now, can't even really fire a gun. Catch him off guard, you go for the wrap, and well, where's the last remaining player? Oh! Right behind ya!
Shadows traveling.
And I'm curious to see Darkest's POV right now, because they might know that Spaz isn't sticking it. So they have to tuck away, and I mean, that's a stunning Hunter's Fury. It's pulled back away though. That's nervous, but with shock darts, you really can't get on it if you're Spaz. 5 HP, the next to follow. Has the dark cover phase. There's no way they get this right. Yeah, thank you, Dip. They both swapped a pistol simultaneously, but a sheriff outdoes a shorty. And we get to 9-8. Again, Northwood wrestles back the lead. And it's going to be that classic Blinn 5 for next. I was about to say, why are you guys having stingers when you have somebody with, like, $4,000?
Yeah.
Like, you can afford a hero rifle. Thank you, Teague.
Just that situation where even then, when you look at the rounds, I mean, it's just that singular pick with Mikey getting just kind of popped off there. It's just everybody else just kind of has to follow suit. I mean, that wrap coming around, even then, the kind of Odin spin that was going through, understandably so, expecting another player towards the back of Boathouse when trying to defend that site. Even in Northwood, just understanding that, I mean, they want to commit to that site. After even then, knowing that the Odin's there, you can kind of find a little more of a main push and kind of going through that spawn where you already found a little bit of damage. You could have held somebody out there, but I mean, just knowing they're going all over the place, just looking for any solution to be handed to them, they just look for the closest one, and you really can't blame them. The way these shots are going, they're so back and forth, it feels like trades are going out instantaneously by everybody, and there's just really nothing you can do about that. You just got to take the fights on the chin. You can't really tap out unless it's just going to get chased down.
Turrets destroyed.
So, again, Northwood, like a magnet, drawing them to the B site. They've avoided Monsi in their reign for now. They've dealt with Maki, one of the other thorns in their side, but again, Teague, the one lying unbeknownst, will steal a few frags back, and Logan this low of HP, that Stinger could just get the job done, so they have to be extra cautious here. That's what I can see Mikey taking advantage of, so I still think Blinn has a good shot at this round.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at the spike already being down, Blinn College, I mean, they had themselves at least a little bit of attempt. They have more health. You know that singular players going to go down, but we've already seen a 2v3 being won by Northwood University. And considering that they don't even have to lose a player to get to that point in the first place, well, makes things look a lot more feasible. So, Benji coming out with a 4K there. That's a lockdown already secure beforehand, but now having even more to work with. I mean, we were 2 off. No matter what, win or loss, you're taking that all day. Perfect timing when nobody's looking at you. Easy closure, and just kind of cutting off the potential for the rest of your team to possibly get popped off.
I mean, look at this. It's 2 for 2 trades. And if this keeps up, then yeah, if it's Blinn getting 2 here, that OT is definitely gonna be coming into fruition, but I do think that was a good change of pace. Sometimes all it takes is a hero play to get that confidence up, to get a Momentum swing denied. I'm glad we haven't seen any timeouts, or that could have just disrupted the spell altogether. Finally, respect made, at least temporarily, from the lockdown, but no denial of Odin spray there from CT means Monty can sneak away with the first blood, and with that shot from Mikey, they have 4 ultimates for this retake and numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they don't even need to really use these ultimates. The null command is enough because it just kind of counters everything else. You just take those outright gunfights, use the rest of your utility or any utility at all, because you know you had that benefit to work with. It does come down to the timing, making sure that everybody's ready to roll, and, well, so long as Mikey's there, it doesn't really matter what the rest of the team is doing. He can just go ahead and close up shop and get, well, that 9th round to work with. We saw the string of rounds being put together by Northwood University there for a second, and what better than in college to do that same exact thing right back at you.
One enemy remaining.
And look at this. I think I oftenly said, yeah, Mikey gets the blades. Mikey can, you know, use these ults to propel them into victory. And yeah, they used to get that round to ensure that Northwood doesn't tie a third together. And because of that, that third and this 2-2 handoff means it's a rough buy again for Northwood. And my issue here is that if they lose this round, then it's going to be an eco, so therefore Blinn should take the lead, but then once they get back to rifle round, I'd expect them to regain the momentum. So let's give them the swing they need. The Bladestorm online. Again, prodding this B site, hoping that something changes with each go-around. The only change here is an aggression into the operator and a punish from the rest of the team as the B main front collapses inwards. Another reping to this Odin get a second wind, and I've seen that jump up in the Odin spray time and time again. Of course it delivers. Of course it puts Dip in a 1v3 where swinging into an Odin again, and that's that.
We call it or did we call it?
Don't give them time to reposition.
It's... Are we psychic? Is this map just way too predictable?
You're just pulling a prank on us.
I swear, these players roam for our downfall. They were asking Darkus because they wanted to speed up the game. They said, what else do you got to do at 9:45 on a Monday?
Play more Valorant.
Well, making casters suffer is pretty fun, I think, at least for... Maybe it's a player sport. Maybe it's a secondary objective that we just don't know about.
The secondary objective, the meta game within the Valorant NECC Legends League. I do agree. Like I said, there's so much... I would say this is more of a grudge match, like honor riding on the line. With, you think of like Challengers Run, the C-Val resurgence, the downfall of Northwood, and it definitely shows how different these teams are in terms of goals, but when you throw them in the same server, it's toe-for-toe action on their strong picks, and Ascent, the true litmus test here.
Spike down
Where,
mid.
I mean, Blinn College should be able to deny this eco round since blades were shut down early, but see what Benji can find, because we know they can hit those clean deagle shots, but unfortunately no 90-degree flick this go around, and oh, the Odin's recollected, of course.
What is it not? It's an MVP gun here. I mean, Monty sitting at 22 and 13, and it feels like at least 11 of those have been just absolute mowdowns of just holding the trigger. I mean, Odin things, you know? That's why you gotta get Benji one too. That's why everybody has to have one. It's a necessity. It's just, there's too many paper mache walls on this map. But maybe there will be a point eventually when the Odin gets shut down by an operator. But the only benefit really comes out from Blinn doing that, because they're the only ones wielding it. They want to push up right into a KJ turret, and understandably so. That should be a very easy key for Northwood to say either wrap around through market or just go somewhere that gun isn't.
All right, a repivot fast into A this time around. I'm interested in the fact that, you know, Spaz, was about to say, didn't tuck away, so that position revealed means they have to get out of dodge, and that shadow step in its own right is a worse decision, because it's basically given up the 1v1s, given up this site from Dip's hero play potential. My only concern here becomes the lockdown. Maki in the 1v2, how low HP the Sova is. Reload gives the position away. Don't know who's planting, but they challenge that, and they're ready. They're repositioned to fight the fight on Dip and win it. And Blinn College will make it to map point first, so Northwood, they take a timeout here and then win the 2 and send it to OT. I'm done.
No, I'm with you. It's at that point where it's a game. Ascent, funny enough, is especially on map 3, not only for the players, but for literally everybody involved in the production. It just comes down to a game of stamina at that point. Just kind of sticking around, making sure to kind of get yourself in that stance. And I think Blinn, honestly, seeing how this works here, Northwood, they obviously got to step it up. Full buys to some degree, half armor in every single one of their kits. 2 ultimates to work with. The Hunter's Fury and the Null Command could be enough, at least to kind of facilitate something. You have yourself an initial and a post plant, but both, at least one of those is a 50-50. I mean, when it comes around to the Null Command, that can be used to get onto site. That can be used to go ahead, as you mentioned, delay all that utility and prevent a funnel coming through. But it already going off in the post plant, both of them were off the rip is something that I will say I definitely didn't at least see coming.
Maki. I mean, all these members are so low from the Hunter's Fury. You've been set up perfectly by Monty, but you're shredded by your doubles utility. The 3v3, a frag, punish, and overextension. Monty, this go around. I don't know if the Odin gonna get it done. 2v3, yes. Spaz now reinforcing you on this retake. They're so low. They know they can't take these eager fights because they'll get shredded from the paper thin walls. And look at the shroud.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Lord,
Be the Odin. It's gotta be the Odin, right?
They challenge the frag.
It's gotta be the Odin, right?
They're just running, getting. Don't. Why did you throw away the Odin? Why did you throw away the Odin? NG, 1 HP. Alarm bot contact.
Oh my
Perfect
God.
for the swing. Perfect for the ping of damage and a crouch kick into the frag and into an 11th. Blinn College denied the early exit victory, if early can even explain the 12-11, but Northwood University lives to fight another round for that overtime.
Oh! Why did you put it down?
Don't replay our trauma.
Just literally walk
Thank
at
you
him.
for ending it early.
Hold the trigger and walk at him.
Recalling my bot.
That's why Benji's the clutch master. That's why Benji's 21-15. And that's why Benji themselves says, all right, I clutched against you, and now I'm going to pick up your own signature weapon. But, oh, look at this. I think they finally have their number. Maki taken care of. Monty on the run. Oh, no. Mick, no. Spaz. I mean, look at how low these players are. A double swing.
Go ahead.
Pop flash.
Rob, pick out
They've
that
denied.
smoke. I dare you.
They've denied the B site. Omen's still hanging out towards A as well with Spaz there. Tig might free us from this prison. Or Mikey can beat them to the punch. I mean, look. Dip, Darkest. They stare each other in the eyes. They make a gentleman's decision that they go down fighting,
my
and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Mikey, 13-11, avoids the upset by Northwood, avoids the overtime curse coming to a close, and just like that, they keep their record untarnished as the undefeated champs of Scion B in the Legends division.
Well, I didn't call the 2-0. I certainly did call the 13-11, or at least OT when it came around to this point. I mean, looking at what was at stake here. Like we said, this is not a sprint. This was most definitely a jog of a game. While we definitely saw different intervals, we saw different players running at different speeds when the baton was handed to them. At the end of the day, I mean, this is the map where everybody's kind of at the point where they're just kind of drawn out. They are burnt out, better yet, and it just comes down to who can make sure to kind of consistently walk at that pace. And well, Blinn, they were just apparently 2 steps ahead right there towards the end. They had that extra inch to kind of push them over and get themselves to that point. And deservedly so, considering that, well, as they were the expected winner coming into this thing, it's only right for them to kind of end on that same exact note. But that entire first half of this series was just nothing but Northwood showing up, showing that, well, they're not going to go down in this entire season without a fight, but their playoff dreams, they had to bring it here.
I would have been just devastated if all of these Monty multi-frags in this frag montage we just witnessed were for nothing, so I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that Northwood put up a fight. They had their moments, but it was more that consistency round after round, multi-frag after multi-frag, that Blinn College was able to walk away with this win here today, and this round is still devastating. I'm glad they ended that clip early. But yeah, Mikey, of course, the one to end it all, and surprisingly enough,
Whoa!
our favorite Sovas are on top there with their Odin usage in tow.
Oh my I mean, obviously expected. Blinn, I mean, you got right there. Monzi just a tiny bit more ACS. I mean, even then, just the rest of the team kind of following suit in that same regard. It's just that little bit of extra damage when you look at that kind of scoreboard of just making sure these rounds count, making sure you just don't fall to your life immediately. And even more so, just kind of getting every single shock dart off you can. Just every single last tick will count. Every last assist will kind of contribute at least to something in some regard. And I mean, in this map, you mentioned geometry. I mean, the lineups are made. They know. It's at that point where it's just second nature.
I mean, I think the only thing to take away from this is that the substitution for Northwood of Logan back in for Boat raised their skill ceiling, but it did not exceed the lowered ceiling, or I guess I'm trying to make a floor joke, but I don't understand economics enough, of Okeanos being subbed out for Maki in a situation. And I really just think it came out of the fact that both of these players filled their roles very, very well. I mean, Maki being an excellent flex agent, Mikey as well, changing roles over to that duelist, but it's something that they are comfortable on. They do play it for the squad, and with how much they've practiced as well, they likely know all the drills, all of the kind of set plays that Blinn has made for these kind of events. And I was wondering how, you know, Blinn might feel for the differences between like NECC League, CVAL, and like challengers that they just competed in. And I feel like it is just this is kind of their trial ground. This is their Monday night, you know, after class wind down, because it did look like they were just having fun, that they were you know, getting on some role flexibilities, and I mean, still resulted in victory.
If that series is what you call a wind down, I am not jealous to be any of
That'd be like a wind up. I feel like I'd be like, I'm jumping in a cop match. Let's go.
God, my wind down is like playing a single player game or like a card game or something. But if going into a best of 3,
Valorant.
13-11, 3 on a sit situation, when everything's on the line
if
for
it's
both
against
teams,
Northwood, like when you're like one of the kings of collegiate and like you're like all up there and you know each other, that's why it'd be fun. It's like friends against friends, you know? It's like jumping into a 10 man's custom to hang out.
I mean, looking at the stage now, though, for Northwood, I mean, this season hasn't been very friendly to them. That's the biggest problem here. I mean, looking how things have gone so far, they're at the point where they just, no matter what, can't really be positive for the season. I mean, they can make themselves maybe a little bit of a point towards playoff and at least track a couple players down, but this just has not been the best circumstance for them so far. And looking at not only just inside this region alone, we got 4 other divisions we're working with. And, I mean, they're all going to be just as nearly as hungry. We're just kind of catering these things to where, obviously, we like to have some relevancy. But knowing that, I mean, this is Northwood, just inside this one alone, and Blinn, sure, they meet now. I mean, if we look at the records and play the numbers game again, Northwood is at to the equivalent of St. Clair Academy. And that's not an insult by any means necessary, but, I mean, they're the only ones to really put a map on Blinn so far. They've shown that Blinn can bleed, but to what extent? I mean, it takes Northwood, who is just kind of in their own weird circumstance of a vortex right now, where we look at their history, we look at what they're capable of doing, and this is what they've kind of shown us this season. Just to do that to Blinn, you're saying, where was this the rest in every single other game?
Either way, the previous stats do not back up how close of this matchup was, but that does end our coverage here for NECC Legends Week 7. It's not all the action, obviously. Rainbow Six Siege tomorrow, some Rocket League and Overwatch in the near future. I've been Zobi, been Mick, and we'll see you next Monday.